therefore into the Russian market. So that, yeah, that was my point.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think that digitization helps them here. I think that you know, there are obvious is machine parts and weapons that go into Russia. Machine parts because that lets them build their own weapons, and obviously weapons because they're weapons. So, all the backdoors in the world aren't quite as exciting. Currency and walk it into Iran or walk it into Russia. So, my first concern is the physical movement, especially when you're looking at wartime economies and wartime trade. Right, the financial stuff matters significantly more, especially in a post-war world. Yes, it does matter now. Yes, I do care about it now. But if you're asking me things like, hey, what should we improve or change in sanctions, it would be finding a way to stop and shut down all of the European machine tools currently in Russia, currently running their military-industrial complex, and then B, figure out if there's any way to get secondary sanctions on China to slow down the increase in trade of any machines they're getting from China, any weapon trade, anything that they're able to help get fixing of their logistical supply chain. So I would say that would be the first place I would. The second or third place would be the oil sanctions, and then well down the list the financial ones. Yes, they matter. Yes, they're big, but no amount of pile of money can make a weapon. So that's sort of where my head goes, if that lets you see the way I think around these things. David, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But often we hear also, what can we do about things? And so one thing that you can do in a free market economy is lobby for greater financial sanctions. So I'd like to see the sanctions moving much faster and in a much more draconian manner. So, lobby for, write to your MP or your representatives about, increasing sanctions. Why not? Why don't we have a full trade embargo with Russia? I don't know the answer to that. I think we should be moving, much more rapidly in that direction. And the other thing is China. So, China's very sensitive for these things. So, if some of us can get together and put some momentum behind something like a boycott China, there are lots of good reasons for doing that. The Uyghurs, for example. But the back door into Russia is another reason, and China is pretty sensitive to these things. So a significant high-profile consumer movement away from Chinese goods because of its involvement with Russia would probably have quite a big impact, I think. It's an informal thing, but it's something any simple person can do, is stop buying cheap knockoff Chinese stuff. More insidious is things like telecoms equipment. So certainly in Europe, I don't know what it's like in the United States, but most home routers these days are supplied by Huawei or ZTE, two big Chinese telecoms manufacturers. Putting pressure on your telecoms provider would be something that might have a big impact. It's not likely to have results quickly because the degree to which those things are so ingrained. Nevertheless, if people feel helpless and think that they can't do things about all of this, then there are ways that we can have a direct impact.
You know, I you were mentioning the routers, and I wanted to tell ZTE, for example, which are actually pretty deep in Romanian country market, not country. They actually make fun. You said some of them are versions um, of the more expensive variants of other companies, not really newest technologies, but they work. And up until someone actually bought one, I was like, "What's that?" I never checked. Um, Sometimes we are so absorbed by our own life. Check what is done where, what are the options and everything. Basically, you ask, do you have a receiver? Yes. Okay. And that's that. And this is how they entered, at least on our market, pretty pretty heavily, and especially in the rural areas. So I suppose it's the same in others. David?
Yeah, just to come back on that a second. Yeah, absolutely. So in the telecoms market, you've basically got four major suppliers of routing equipment. That's Nokia. This is flown out of my head. Nokia and Ericsson, and then ZTE and Huawei. I guess Cisco's in there as well. But these are really core infrastructure parts of the telecoms networks, and they're the companies that have the technology. And Nokia in particular has been very heavily involved in Russia, and there's talk of their cell phone network falling over much more frequently because all of these things run on embedded software. A lot of the embedded software development is done in India. And if you have sanctions applicable to those companies, then it means that they can't issue software upgrades, and that means that things start to fall over pretty quickly. I think that we can overstate easily the impact of that, and I think that the tide has changed significantly over the last years, but letting Chinese companies into your telecoms network is probably not the best idea at this point, especially seeing the direction of the Chinese Communist Party at the moment. In particular, the behavior of Kazakhstan in this regard gives some some reasons for hope. Recently, Kazakhstan, again, it was yesterday or the day before, I think, announced attempts to clamp down on re-registration of Russian trucks. So they're significantly, I would say, moving in the direction of compliance with US sanctions and trying to decouple themselves as much as possible from the Russian economy, and that seems to be a fairly ingrained trend that we're seeing from the new president there, Tokayev. That's really good. That's really good news. Tokayev is an authoritarian kind of guy, basically, but he's a technocrat. He comes from kind of behind the curtains, and there was a huge concern just before the Russian invasion into Ukraine that there had been a kind of a de facto coup in Kazakhstan. So the post-Soviet leader of Kazakhstan was a guy called Nursultan Nazarbayev. Again, heavily intertwined with the Russian security services. He was the Communist Party chairman of the Communist Party in Kazakhstan before, albeit one which has been fairly free market oriented since then, and did things like move the capital from Almaty to Astana, which just happens to be where he was born. And Tokayev took over very recently during the course of 2022, sorry, and there was a protest movement based around oil prices, and there was a lot of unrest, and Tokayev called in Russian mutual security, called on the Russian mutual security treaty in order to bring Russian troops in to quell that uprising. And at that point, there was a big concern that Kazakhstan was basically brought not to be the case. So it turns out that Tokayev, evil as he may be in some regards, we don't really know that. There's nothing to indicate that that's the case at the moment. It seems like he's a reforming kind of guy. He's publicly snubbed Kremlin, Vladimir Putin at quite a few events recently, and as I said, from what we can see from the legislation going through in Kazakhstan, that they're moving much more to a balanced relationship with both the United. From their perspective, much more important, I guess.
I'm sorry. I was scrolling and you stopped talking.
Sorry, I'll remember to say end from now on.
I usually I'm with the I'm with as my mother likes to say, but I'm sorry, it happens. I do I make mistakes. I need more coffee. Daniel, please wake me up with something until I make a second coffee. And I think we have Daniel. Were you first or was MJ first? Because MJ. So we will go first to MJ and then to Daniel. And I'm sorry, I'm a bit confused this morning, but I'm getting my second coffee, so it's all gonna fall into place.
Thank you. To respond to David's question or observation is in the U.S., ZTE and Huawei are banned, at least for the last couple of years, from any telecom provider actually using them. And it also goes down into using their chips in any electronic equipment. So it goes even further. They've already been on the naughty list, on the watch list for at least 5 or 6 years before that. So everybody knew it was going to come, but there's actually three Chinese companies that are actually banned in the U.S. right now from selling their equipment consumer level or telecom level. One question to Mr. Atacam Cigarettes. How is the relationship with the not just Russia Federation but the CIS Commonwealth? Because there's still goods being traversing into a CIS Commonwealth country and then getting rerouted to Russia from that country. how's the flow of funds or the flow of goods sort of being prevented in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, the two big routes of goods to Russia right now are Turkey and Georgia. Georgia, you would expect to be less willing to do pro-Russian BS because, well, 2008, right? Russia went in. What they did to South Ossetia, looks a whole lot more like what we see the Russians do when they took Bucha than people like to talk about. It was ethnic cleansing. There were, the mass atrocities, people forced from their homes, people killed, etc. But the corruption in Georgia is sadly quite high. Their military now is smaller than it was when they lost the war in 2008, and they weren't a big country to begin with. So clearly there are signs that sadly the Russian hybrid warfare, right, the mix of propaganda and intelligence service activity, sadly has perhaps worked in Georgia, unfortunately. But yeah, so obviously there's this road in Georgia that goes to Russia that is backed up, has all sorts of delays, and that's the smuggle road. You also see a lot of evidence in Russia that the routes going to Georgia are the key places where things are more expensive in Russia, where there's more activity, where the demand for transportation service is highest. So that is the route by which Russia is sending illicit stolen goods out, or at least it was when they were taking territories and stealing stuff. The route by which they were sending illicit stolen Ukrainian things out was via Georgia. That was one of their hottest routes out, and it's now the way they're getting stuff in. So Georgia and Turkey are two of the biggest ones. As far as Central Asia goes, Kazakhstan is strange. As discussed, Tokayev spiked Putin really hard at his different junkets in ways that shocked the world, given how much he had Putinist troops in his country helping support his totalitarian regime this year. It is commented that he seems to have done this with the Chinese blessing, that he's moving more into their orbit of influence. There is a broad feeling amongst Kazakhs I have talked to that if Russia is able to mount an offensive after Ukraine, their country would be a very likely target to be next. And while those of us from the European and North American world tend to, think that if they wanted Ukraine, Georgia and Moldova are obvious European targets, and that's where we focus on. It is a completely reasonable assumption for a Kazakh ethnic or Kazakh national to be significantly concerned about their country facing the kind of horrific abuse that Ukraine is now facing, and as they are a totalitarian dictatorship, and they are further culturally from our minds, that there is, and they do not have the same ties to NATO that Ukraine's had since 2014. I don't think they'd expect anyone to come to their assistance. So there's real concern in Kazakh about that. So the thought is Tokayev did that with China's blessing, that if he gets China to back him, where they say, nope, he's our corrupt guy and he does his business there, that he thinks there might be some security situation in that direction for him. We'll see. The other thing about Kazakhstan is we have seen one of their oligarchs. Kazakhstan has their own oligarchs. They apparently sold 500 rail cars to Russia. As you know, I spent a lot of time talking about rolling stock because Russia can't make industrial ball bearings. So how is it they're keeping the trains running? Well, we discovered that they were getting them fixed in Turkey. They may or may not be getting them fixed in China. That was the original assumption that me and my economist buddies were making until it came out publicly that they were getting them fixed in Turkey, and this became a diplomatic thing recently. And the other side is they're able to purchase rolling cars, granted at a significant premium, but they're piling up foreign cash, so that's not an issue. But it's also kind of surprising that we see a Kazakh oligarch shipping rail cars to Russia, because looking at, they know that the rail is the backbone of Russia, and it's one thing to be a corrupt oligarch, it's another thing to possibly sell the rope to the guys who might hang you, which was sort of the feeling I have on that deal. So there's some ideas on where they're getting their goods now, the major routes that they're using to both sound corrupt. They're using to go smuggle cash and stolen stuff out of Russia, as well as to smuggle all sorts of goods that are sanctioned into Russia.
What's on the Daniel in?
All right. Daniel, good morning. Welcome up.
Good morning. I will enjoy the snow. Okay, first for finance, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan is another route. In Moscow malls, nothing is missing. If you need a new iPhone, a new Rolls, a new Lamborghini, you can find it. Anything you can imagine. Banned products are in Moscow. And last shipment was in December, and they expect a new batch in March. So if you are very, very, very rich, you don't care about money, because that's why you are so, can say, bloody rich, like a Saudi prince. You can afford anything in Moscow at this moment. Nothing is missing. Kazakhstan plays their game. They will try to get any money from the Russians. It's normal. What was very, very funny yesterday, Russia Foreign Ministry of China coming in February at Moscow, and they said our no limits agreement with China has a lot of potential. We can expand it more. It's look a bit of desperation, because Chinese don't want to talk about this shit. They are very focused on their COVID gist. It's funny because they talk about disinformation about COVID, CGN, this morning. And they try to put Chinese in boat business, because they explore at this moment assuring oil shipment with Russian companies, build a shadow fleet to sell oil, and they want Chinese in this boat. And at least until now, Chinese don't want any risk, just to buy discounted oil. India is working hard on this place, because I saw they struggle with their market, and Modi don't give a crap about America's, Europeans, sanctions and other things. Tanks, the T-90s, are used by Russians at this moment, especially. They're, I think they needed to be shipped at the end of this year, and the Russian, they use it. They are very, very specific how they place the sensors on the turrets. So this is the way. Another fucking amusing news. Vucic said in Serbia, Crimea is Ukraine, and President of Croatia said, oh, Ukraine is nasty and Russia are the good guys. Don't worry too much. Vucic is a hypocrite, and Croatian president has no power. By the way, the chief of a Romanian company, state company for weapons, is indicted, seeing an arrest for some graft. What is a good news because he was a moron, and ammunition for Ukraine is necessary because we have our stupid politics here also.
You know, Daniel,
And
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm just laughing so hard. You know, people asked me several times in the background if this is how you talk as Romanians in the real life, and I said yes. Yes, this is actually just how we talk in real life. I'm more polite from the center, but you're just it. So it's very refreshing. And thank you. And I wanted to share this with you.
people forgot we are Latins. We are close to Italians than with Ukrainians. So we are so love to be in the spectacle, get good cars, good clothes, and love to brag because we are Latins. And people hear us saying da instead of si, and imagine we are different and close to Slavs. We are not. Very, very Latin, very impulsive, very sanguine.
Anyway, you had a point on that guy, the moron from Romania. Could you care to tell the people more why is that interesting for an Ukrainian space, and how is it related?
Okay, the guy is a grifter. He's a client boy of Social Democrats from Galați. He's nobody, was on the finger of the former telecommunication minister who was indicted for graft. And this moron was put chief of Roman, which is the conglomeration of what does it mean about weapons in Romania. And this guy buy some equipment from China to produce masks. In the business was implied the trainer of the soccer team of Romania, and they steal probably 1.5 million euros. And they are indicted because usually we love to put one, but sometimes it's good to have something like that. The guy I know were some worries from our allies. I mean, very Americans one. And when you have some stupid moron in the front, and probably he doesn't act together faster because he's war pace at this moment, and because this case is all this COVID stuff. They indicted. In my opinion, you must indict the defense minister at this moment, at that moment, the prime minister, but you know how the job is done. At least they start from someplace. He is out, and I hope this guy will be professional. I don't care about his political affiliation, but not a stupid moron, not a quasi analphabet. And I end my report here because it's snowing hard.
Oh, Daniel. Thank you very much for bringing this up. My previous topic, the thing I wanted to discuss previously was actually not on Romania. Was a question on India for finance, because someone mentioned here in the space, I think half an hour ago, that they worked with India, and what I know about them. So I think in 2018, their their little version of Putin, because they have their own version of Putin. This is my take on the guy. I don't particularly like him. Decided that they will have a single, united, unificated um, tax. So this is how he presented the program, that they will have one tax, and that will be all. If you dig deeper and if you actually work with them, you discover it's not exactly like that. They would like to, but it's not exactly like that. They had, first of all, to uphold all the international accords that they had prior to this change. The idea was about VAT, but not only. And the tax, it's not unique. It differs. So there are different percents according or differing in relation with the goods that you are selling and how much you sell, something like that. So there are some criterias, right? Selling it as a one tax, one for all, was
Can I allow me, Anda? You said something very interesting, something like, was not Ivan, was Natasha, was not a car, was a bicycle, was not given, wasn't stolen.
exactly. It's just like the Yerevan, and um and the all these changes which they applied, which including the countries which actually worked with India, um, if they had an impact in Indian GDP, or is actually a good move. It was like hard to implement, but the fact that I don't know their previous system, so I don't know exactly their previous system, because I didn't work with India prior to 2018, so I have no idea how it worked previously. What I know is that currently, just like Daniel said, you ask for something, nobody knows what to do. Even there, some years have passed. They do have it looks like Romania sometimes, Daniel. They do have an online system, but you have to go to apply physically for the papers. And sometimes you need a professional accountant to do that for you, because it's so complicated, and yeah, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. So I was wondering if this had if this pushed back some of India's GDP, or in finance's opinion. So finance, this is a question for you, actually. Uh, all this story is for you. It's a long intro for a short answer, something like no. Uh, if it had an impact on their economy. Did I make any
That was
sense?
incredibly long. Can you give me the short version of that question?
So, in short, India had some financial if this had an impact on their GDP and on their relationship with other countries, so external of India, because I know there are countries that actually want to shift production from China to India, for example, or to other countries. Do you know if their tax system, their new tax system, had an impact on their GDP, and was it good or was it bad?
Okay, I do not know the ins and outs of the Indian tax system, and that's a very trying to do attribution analysis on tax system is not something I do lightly, because it's the kind of thing where I like to button it down, do a bit of my own homework before I respond. So I'm happy to answer that, but that one's going to take me some time, mainly because I don't tend to always trust news sources analysis on how this works, because they tend to take a news sources don't employ people who can break down financial information themselves. So they quote people who are industry experts, but those tend to be biased. So I'm not saying they're doing it nefariously. I just think structurally, I need to do my homework to answer how that worked. India has, normally I think that structural reform is a economic term that everyone always uses to try to blame something that's hard to put into words or to shift the focus away from an actual issue. In the case of India, structural reform is needed because they are known for their incredibly thick bureaucracy. So steps that make things more simple tend to be good. Steps that would cut out layers of bureaucracy, like, it takes 50 plus steps to register a business. Many of them require sign off, things like that. So insofar as their tax code cuts into that red tape, Raj, it will be a good thing. But as I said, how quickly you would see that, what it looks like, I have not done any homework on changes in the Indian tax code. You are now a bit afar from things I've looked up.
All right. I wanted to add something to what you said earlier about the experts being asked. One of the things that we need to also take into consideration is how good was the question that was asked, and because if the journalist asks questions like me, you need to break them down, and not everyone is patient enough to or how should I put it? Yeah, it's sometimes the answer it's not relevant because the question was not a good question. So, all right. I have another topic. I will shift the topic from India back to Ukraine, back to Wagner, sorry, and back to Russia then. So in September last year, two things have had I'm sorry have happened. One, on the 21st, there was the mobilization. It was signed the decree for the mobilization, for the general mobilization. And two, Prigozhin, which is the head of Wagner, in all prisons in Russia, probably greased the wheels of the system to get there in the first place, and basically what he offered at that point was freedom for the prisoners who fight in Ukraine for 6 months. So that was September. From then, you start. We are at the end of January, and Actually, the first prisoners that were on the front lines and survived the 6 months went back to Russia. And they are not, let's say, reformed. They are not better human beings, and that understood they did wrong what they did before going to prison. They did wrong what they did in Ukraine, and now they are going back to Russia and repent for what they did, and will be good citizens, and they will try to do good things for the society. And I was that how many prisoners did they have?
Recruited?
Yeah.
Almost 50,000. So, okay, if you expect a serial killer to become a good citizen, I want to see how a good citizen of Russia look. And this is a trap. Yesterday, Prigozhin said something like he wants someone from Wagner in Duma to make the Duma members to be afraid of him.
No, actually,
Prigozhin
you know why I brought this up? Because yesterday I saw a piece of news, and I'm looking right now for it because I cannot find it. I saw a piece of news in which it was stated that Prigozhin is pushing for a decree for these prisoners of war who have fought in Ukraine to be declared heroes of war.
Come on, Anda. Let me explain something like this. Prigozhin was the stick against Gerasimov and Shoigu. Okay? He was just a stick of Putin to make Shoigu and Gerasimov be wary. At this moment, he's not useful enough. Prigozhin at this moment, he can number his day left. And at this moment, the business is led by Gerasimov Shoigu, not Prigozhin. Prigozhin will try anything to not end his life too soon. What you see, Bakhmut Soledar is just buying time, maybe to go to Central Africa. Prigozhin is not an actor. He's not someone important. He has no alliance. He has no protection from any oligarch. He's not, how we can say, a major player. He's just a tool, you know? He's at low level, second or the third in the circle of power. Gerasimov and Shoigu, they're obedient. They are always been the boys of Putin. Gerasimov was put there, like Shoigu, to stop the reforms in the army. And they will be kept there because they are loyal. Prigozhin is not. Prigozhin had a lot of warnings from Kremlin. Guys arrested from Wagner because they talk too much. They criticize too much. At this moment, Defense Ministry said very clearly to the bloggers, if you don't listen and don't follow the official line, you go to prison. This is not about Prigozhin being, I don't know, someone to be afraid. It's just a dead man walking. So don't worry. And about prisoners, the expectation was surviving 10% of them. It's these stupid assaults. They are not so effective. They are just cannon fodder. And the survival rate is even lower. That's why no prisoner want to go volunteer now in Wagner. So Wagner is depleted. and the attacks in Vuhledar were made it with VDV and Marine Infantry. So if Gerasimov wants to end faster the life of Prigozhin, let him push further Bakhmut Soledar, exhaust all his forces, so he cannot have any followers with weapons against the traditional Russian army. And if Prigozhin is stupid, he'll continue this, attacking Bakhmut, and he will be left without Praetorian guards. And when Rosguardia will go to his door and knocking, saying, "Господин товарищ Prigozhin, иди сюда!" Game over. So that is Prigozhin for you.
Thank you, Daniel. I will follow this because I thought it's really interesting, and actually I'm also interested what's happening in Russia going forward. David.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a bit more about Prigozhin, or I'm not sure if I really want to, but I'm going to anyway. First thing to say is a kind of caveat that, you know, here we're in the realms of criminology, which is far from being an exact science, but Daniel's absolutely right, in my opinion. Everything he said about Prigozhin is true. And to kind of give you a bit more background and insight to what the animal is, Prigozhin, and I wanted to tell you a little bit more background. So in the 90s, there was in the 90s you had the fall of communism, first of all, and essentially things broke down so that essentially half of the economy was owned by the mafia and the oligarchs, and half of the economy was still owned by the security services. Probably the pendulum swung a bit more in favor of organized crime and the oligarchs than certainly the security services wanted to, and that resulted essentially in Putin coming to power in 1998. And the security services really grasping back the economy. So under communism, the system that you had was, as I mentioned this yesterday, that there's kind of three currencies in the market. You had state credits, or biesnal, as it was called, which is basically doesn't exist. It exists. It's only on paper. It's the way factories buy equipment for the factories. It's the way all intercompany transfers are done. And then you had cash, which is basically the workers' wages, so normal people's money, which was virtually worthless. So there was also the black economy. The black economy was basically the real economy, and that was governed essentially by criminal gangs, mainly, also to a large extent the security services. In the 90s, this system, you know, as I said, broke down, and Prigozhin comes from the so basically you had a system in the 90s where the laws broke down. So basically running a business became illegal because all of the state legislation was geared towards the command economy, not the market economy. So all of the things that you would do in a normal business would be in contravening one or other bit of legislation. So you're always in a legal position. So therefore you're always paying bribes to state officials or protection money to the mafia. And the way that split worked was basically the big businesses paid money to the state, and the smaller businesses like cigarette kiosks, restaurants and so forth paid money to the mafia. The mafia being basically just an extension of the state dealing with the smaller side of business. However, in this period, the mafia groups became very, very powerful, and although they maintained a link with the security services all the way through here, they became slightly more autonomous than people wanted. And in particular, in St. Petersburg, there was a group called the Tambov Mafia, and they ran basically everything. They ran the ports, they ran the cocaine trade going in and out of Russia, lots of illicit goods going in and out of Russia. And by the way, a kind of interesting aside here is that the Orthodox Church in Russia is also a kind of mafia organization. They run a racket based the ability to import things tax-free, so therefore they import a lot of vodka and high-end cigarettes, tobacco products, things like this.
Can you add the 2 tons case, 2 tons of cocaine? Vladimir Vladimirovich.
Exactly. So this is the point I was coming to. So Prigozhin was basically a murderer, or rapist who went to prison, and he became he got put in prison because he attacked a lady in the night. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head what the crime was, but it was pretty horrendous. And he went to prison, and in prison, I guess he built up he was probably in organized crime networks beforehand, but certainly he came out of the prison. In prison slang, you call this kind of an authority with some kind of credibility. So he had his mafia connections. He set up the first casinos in St. Petersburg, and also ran a chain of supermarkets, and basically provided therefore a major money laundering operation for the Tambov group. And he also acted as Vladimir Putin's main interlocutor into that world. So Prigozhin's relationship with Vladimir Putin goes back to the times when he'd just come back from Dresden and started building his way into the St. Petersburg administration. He was the senior advisor for Anatoly Sobchak, I think, who was the mayor of St. Petersburg at the time. And basically, as I said, he was the interface, but Vladimir Putin was the interface from the security services into the mafia, and in particular the Tambov group. And Prigozhin was his kind of opposite number on the other side of the fence. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add about Prigozhin.
So it's I didn't know the ties between them were so long, so long behind. Since
Yeah, not only the so long behind, they're kind of an important, let's say, node in the overall control mechanisms of the Russian state. So it's an important kind of dynamic to understand. And as I said, that he's known as Putin's chef because of the contracts he's been awarded, or his company's been awarded for catering. But it's more than that. And if there's anything good about Russian culture, often it's the humor. And so Putin's chef is a euphemism in many ways, and the euphemism includes, I would guess, chopping things up in various forms. Yeah, that's end.
Thank you, David. Daniel?
Okay, in prison culture, it's something very, very, very important. Never to talk, never to be a snitch. They have a similar in other prison cultures, but in Russian is very old. He's from Tsarist time and survived in Soviet time. And Prigozhin made the biggest mistake of his life, talking against the guys who are very, very, very loyal. Mr. Shoigu, Mr. Gerasimov. And this sealed his wonderful destiny which remained for him. Because if he was very, very, very smart, he was stop talking about Marshall plywood, where he made same line of discussion, like Girkin Strelkov criticizing the army. In Soviet culture and now the Russian culture, they don't accept one thing: humiliation. Is a country who is against humiliation. I know people say, okay, nobody loves to be humiliated, but in Russia it's very similar with Far East cultures, saving face and losing your face, not being feared, not being perceived like very, very powerful, being mocked, being, we can say, a clown, is horrible for them. And Prigozhin made this mistake. Same for Girkin. But Girkin is not so influential. He was extreme right, the most nationalistic, imperialistic, monarchist guys. He's a small, very, very, very small group. Prigozhin was the tool of Putin, but he gone too far, far than he need to do. For example, he said, only Wagner is heroical, attacking, and Shoigu, Gerasimov, and their underlings, the generals like Surovikin or Lapin, they are not good. And he said another thing, which probably pays off very, very much Kremlin. He said not once how he admired Ukrainian forces, how effective they are. And he admired their tactics, their strategy, and even said about the chief of staff of Army of Ukraine. He's a very good general. This is unacceptable. It's something you cannot go and have no effect. So Prigozhin for me is a dead man walking. If Putin will be merciful, probably will not kill him today. But I see now the trend in Russia is no more falling from the windows, no more tea, is about burning alive. So Prigozhin and his sledgehammer will be a joke. Burning alive is probably the most horrible that anyone can have.
David, do you have
Yeah, I just forgot probably the main point that I was actually trying to make in the previous part about Prigozhin, but so again, a caveat is that we're into the kind of criminology a little bit, which is highly speculative at best, but people with experience can talk about it and can provide maybe an insight, and so I'll share my opinion with you. There was an interesting article in the New York Times at the end of last week, which was written by, I think the guy's name is Zagayev. He was the founder of Dozhd, which is let's call it an independent media outlet, or was. They recamped to Riga in Latvia, and they've since been banned by Latvia. So they've I guess that they've kind of collapsed. Anyway, Zagayev wrote a book called All the President's Men over the course of the last years, and so my take on Prigozhin is that he's essentially a clown, and he's there very much to kind of replace Vladimir Zhirinovsky, who was the previous main clown. And these guys are basically there in order to make everybody think that the Kremlin is the moderate voice in Russia, and therefore you're best off dealing with Vladimir, because look at the nutcases around him. Wouldn't it be worse if he wasn't in power? And so that's pretty much the role they play. And it's my take that this is all fairly carefully orchestrated, and that's the reason I mentioned the article in the New York Times. Is that the message from that article is basically that, look at this nutcase Prigozhin. If Putin gets pushed from power, then Prigozhin's a contender for assuming that role. And I don't believe that. I believe that as that's just total hogwash, for want of a better word, from my point of view. I think Prigozhin's a very carefully cultivated animal. I think he's living on borrowed time at the moment. Yeah, I mean, he's a bought man. He's playing a role. How much he's aware of that or not is a question. Just as there are people in the West who are acting as Vladimir Putin's puppets in one way or another, it's difficult to know whether they actually realize what they're doing. So you've got the Tucker Carlsons of this world, and the Donald Trumps of this world, or the Julian Assanges and the Edward Snowdens of this world, all kind of playing in some small way towards supporting the Kremlin narrative globally. You can argue about the details about how much these people actually understand that they're part of the plan, but there's no doubt in my mind that they are, in one way or another, and that's another thing to mention about Prigozhin. So I think the credibility of a takeover from Prigozhin is just utter nonsense. He's part of the GRU, and I expect that he knows exactly which side of his bread is buttered, and therefore I don't take too much stock in anything he says. I'd view him very much as a clown on the periphery, and if he does step too far out of line and get delusions of grandeur, Shoigu have much more power than he does, and he will find himself on his way to a window much faster than those two will, I think.
You can remember, David, Sobchak is still in power. He's very, very powerful man compared with Prigozhin.
Because, yeah, exactly. So there are other people who are much more likely to be candidates for, as I say, kind of in the realms of wild speculation. But my take on all of this is that, the security services are very much still in control, and rumors of the chaos and infighting are largely the Kremlin's own creation in order to, provide this backstory that, don't mess with Vladimir because it could all get worse, and there could be this nutter that gets his hand on the nuclear trigger, and then you wouldn't have a rational actor like Vladimir, and that's basically the plan. That's basically the plan and the narrative, and sorry, now I've lost train of my thought because that's such a ridiculous thing. Yeah, okay, I'll hand back over. I've lost track of the thought.
Thank you, David. You actually, between you and Daniel, because you have similar, but yet somehow different views on the same thing. It was a really interesting section on what happened, on what happens right now in Ukraine and in Russia, regarding this Wagner group and regarding Russia's influence. And I think it's to be noted, the fact that Wagner is one of the Russian forces in Africa, right? One of the oppressive Russian forces in Africa. And I think, I hope, let's put it this way, I hope to God and I pray for this, for them to go to hell, um, literally and figuratively, and um, with Ukraine's push and victory in their country. I hope this Wagner group to be dissolved at some point, which will allow other countries which don't have, on one hand, don't have the support, and on the other hand, don't have the conditions to fight the Wagnerites in their own country. So, yeah, Daniel.
I think is a bit overrated. You are being afraid of Wagner in Africa. Yes, they are disruptive. Yes, they go to low biddings. Yeah, they use very shady system of scaring people. But in Central African Republic or Mali, they don't have thousands of soldiers. They have hundreds and recruit some morons from there, from warlords or former mercenary, stupid, shady business in failed states of Africa, for example. But imagine something like this. Wagner have hundreds in Africa. Do you know how many are in French Foreign Legion, for example?
No.
How many Germans are deployed in Mali, for example? How many Turkish are in Libya? How many Syrian recruited by Turkish are in Libya? Things like that. And I think Wagner is overrated. Sorry. But in my opinion, they are overrated.
Well, in this you have so you think they are overrated, and David thinks that Prigozhin is a clown. So it's a clown conducting overrated soldiers.
No, I want to tell you something like this. They are not specialists of war. They had some veterans from Russia, but look of the best of Russian army. You see at Volodar, VDV and Marine Infantry, because the professional, let's call it this way, the former Wagner members, which were deployed in Africa or Syria, were former Russian soldiers, the best of Russian army. And sorry to tell anyone, imagine you need to face a professional army like French Foreign Legion. They have no chance, absolutely no chance. It's very easy to make, I don't know, some colonel in Central African Republic revolt, take the power, coup d'etat. Let's be serious. Wagner is not something so strong, so dangerous. It was very easy in Africa around Latakia to join with Hezbollah, to join with Assad army, if you can call Assad army, and fighting with small militia affiliated with Al-Nusra, for example, 50 guys versus other 50 guys with 2 BTRs and 1 tank. It's very easy if you get the Su-45 from Russian bases to bomb them to hell because they don't have anti-air. It's extremely easy. But they face some American special forces. Even if they try to face Turkish army, they will be wiped out in northern Syria. So again, Wagner are overrated. I think even Hezbollah are better than Wagner.
Well, for the moment, for the moment they are fighting in Ukraine and killing Ukrainians. So I would prefer them out, than rather than in. I would prefer. So, but I get your point, and I know that sometimes we get impressed, right? We see this and that on TV, on media, newspapers, and so on. So.
The Wagner forces with convicts was something cynical view. Prison systems in Russia are not made it for rehabilitation, it's for extermination. That's why you have labor camps. Yes, labor camps, not just jail. In Ukraine, using them like camps to keep them in the camps. So it's very effective. They have in Wagner a small, very, very, very small of veterans, the guys who made mercenary things in Levant and North Africa, who are behind these convicts. So convicts go to draw Ukrainian fire and die in great numbers. And these guys who are 40s and probably they had their shady business everywhere, Russia involved, come and that guys know their stuff and they are well suited. They have good equipment, but like fighting forces, they are not so great. Sorry to say that.
Thank you, Daniel. Hello, Liberal. I haven't seen you in a very long time.
Hey, Amda.
Hey,
How are you?
very well, thank you. Welcome up.
Yeah, so good evening,
Liberal.
Joel. Finance. What's up, brother? Your Atacam's brand is selling extremely well. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, there's actually some heat that maybe the Western governments are about to support the Atacam's brand cigarettes going to Ukraine in the piles necessary to actually do some real. So we're real hopeful here about some governmental orders of the Atacam's brand cigarettes, the finest in Russian Turkey.
Yeah, I remember your initial push on the brand, and it seems to be doing extremely well. And hopefully, it'll be doing even better in the near future.
It's expanding in Iran right now. It's he expands his sales in Iran.
That has nothing to do with us. That's Israeli or Saudi product. We don't know anything about it. That's hashish.
So yeah, I just speaking freely. I just wanted to ask Daniel, who's one of my favorite contributors from like months back. I love the fire. I love the airy, the hurricanes on the Danube when he would talk. I don't know, Finance, if you remember. I think you made reference to it, where he would be speaking and be like.
Oh, it's still there. If you catch him on the right mornings, the Hurricane Daniel is still alive and well.
Yeah, I would love when he would come up, and I throw up the fire emoji because I love his passion. So I wanted to ask Daniel, Navalny, someone that I find very intriguing, specifically because he allegedly opposes Putin, and usually if you do that, you fall out of a window or you drink a tea, and you're never more. It seems like he's a get out of jail free card in the sense that if Putin was to be overthrown, they can install, this is just me hypothesizing, they can install Navalny, who's Putin light, but has a lot of the same values. Given, I'll say he's put out a lot of anti-corruption videos, etc. But I think it's like Yeltsin, right? Yeltsin installed Putin with guarantees that Yeltsin would have immunity from prosecution. And I feel like Navalny, if he was a true enemy of Putin, he would have been gone already. He wouldn't be in a jail cell tweeting and, having images of him like broadcast on social media. I feel like Daniel can probably make me understand and make sense of this Navalny character.
First, people who are against Navalny come from Ukrainian lands, and I understand them because Navalny was not anti-imperialist, was not against all the bad what represents Russian Empire. But let's be clear. First, Navalny is very, very courageous, very brave. Second, Navalny is not in some, I don't know, nice and shady good cell in Russia. He's not. He's in a, if I remember well, labor camp 9,
No,
which is one of the.
sorry, for the past 100 days approximately, he is in a solitary confinement, which is
Yes. But in labor camp number 9, number 9 is close to Arctic Circle. So don't imagine he's treated well. I think he's alive because still he was in Germany. He's very popular in the West. And killing him will shut the door in the nose of the Putin. About coming to power after Putin is almost impossible in this time. Probably will be more like mayor of Moscow. I know Patrushev wants his son, but that is wishful thinking. And Navalny lost his core of supporters because if they are not on the front, they are probably in Georgia or Uzbekistan or Turkey. And he was never a popular guy in Russia. He was never supported by masses, only by elite, young people aware the corruption destroyed their country.
Daniel, at the actually he was in, if my memory serves me well, on one of the elections when he went against Putin, he was pretty high up in percentages. So
No, never. Sorry, because elections in Russia are not elections. Nobody in Russia believes they are free elections. It's nothing like that. Never. He tried very hard, but no. And Navalny never was a big, huge movement in Russia, because if it was that, now we will talk differently. No, it was not. He tried very hard to get a coalition. And about posting on Twitter, the posting are not made by Navalny, by his team, who most of them are not even in Russia. If you are close to Navalny, you just get out of Russia because you go to jail. Navalny, like Kara-Murza, they are very brave Russians, extremely brave, but the chance to get to power, even if Putin fails, even the Putin system fails, is very, very, very slim. It's not about popular support. It's not about connections with oligarchs, criminals, security service, army. This is just a fringe part of society, a very, very small part of society, the so-called good Russians, the cosmopolite with Occident contact with the West, with human values, which are very few. Let's not forget, they are the best what Russia can offer. And most of them, if don't emigrate, they are now clothed in green and dying. So I will never say I am a fan of Navalny, but I can say very clear, he's brave, he's no even close to deal with Putin, and Putin doesn't kill him yet, because I will bet in the second Scholz and Macron and even President Biden will go publicly and accuse the Putin how President Biden said 1 or 2 years ago, Putin is a killer. And this image is not Putin wants. So he will try to keep Navalny alive, silent, away, solitary confinement, but he will keep him alive. I understand he's a bit sick. He lost weight. And how can I say? Never treat people because we are not agree with them, because they are not say we have our sins and we need to change our society. Don't accuse them being evil and in a shady deal with Putin. Is not even close, and no circle of power can say Navalny is with them or has their protection. Never. Is not the case. And I am not a Navalny fan, but let's put the truth where it's it. Navalny is a very, very brave Russian, like Karamurza.
All right, I agree on the bravery, but I am more cynical in that I think Navalny is a far right, chauvinistic, ethnocentric.
He's not far right. Sorry, finance. He's not far right. You can say anything. He's not far right. One thing is to be nationalistic. Second thing is to be far right. Far right is Strelkov.
You finished. My turn. If he was on the political spectrum anywhere but Russia, where, yes, sure. If you want to say the far right is Patrushev, right, that the far right is the Russian Siloviki exceptionalism, sure, there's something to the right of him. If he was in any other regime, if he was in the US, if he was in your country, if he was in Austria, Germany, anywhere, he would be considered far right. He is xenophobic. His commentary is against all non-Russian ethnic minorities. It wasn't until he left for the West that he ever said a single word in favor of things like, gay rights or other sort of broader human rights. His commentary on Ukraine is exceptionally Russian chauvinistic. He has yet to say, him or any of his people have yet to suggest that Crimea is not part of Russia. And yes, you could say that all of this is part of a play or ploy, because that's how the power is gained. But I would also note that his team broadly backed the even further centralization efforts of the Putin regime that stripped what little autonomy places like Tatarstan had. And that was backed by the Navalnyists, the Russian liberals, as they're called, right? Why? Because they're in favor of the centralization. Their goal is to be czar, right? They want a good czar. They want one of them in there. If not Navalny, if he dies of whatever reason, they want one of his people, someone like him, right? Their view is the problem isn't the system. The problem isn't the Russian exceptionalism. The problem isn't even the Ukraine genocide to them, right? If they're coming out against the Ukraine war, it's only because they're losing the Ukraine war, right? Should Navalny take power, likelihood he would be one of the leaders who, if installed in power, which is highly unlikely, would end the war, only because they're losing. And most rational leaders might take that approach because it is the most survivable approach. Blame the Putin, blame the last guys, have a call, send your political enemies who are attached to the old regime up to the West as war criminals, right? And try to get the sanctions down and your new people in with lots of new opportunity. That is the obvious playbook for anyone attempting to create, to keep in touch and empowered in a centralized Russia. And that's their playbook. And it's still evil, right? It is still leaving the centralized, chauvinistic, Russian exceptionalist, genocidal empire intact without any sort of deep accountability for their horrific actions, their colonial ambitions, their colonial empire, and the way they act. So I agree that he is brave. I just think that he is just another form of evil. Just because Putin is a vile SOB doesn't make Navalny a good guy. The enemy of my enemy is sometimes also a major a-hole, is sort of where I'm going with that. We have two hands, but I'll let Daniel respond before we go to Liberal and David. Daniel.
No, I will be short, but sorry to tell you, it's very easy to pick up texts from Navalny, what he writes, what he thinks. And if you expect to see someone very, very democratic, very open, very left-leaning in Russia of today, sorry, never happened. And Navalny to get to power is less than 1%. And keep in mind, sometimes we judge harshly people because the people act in their society. In my opinion, it would be great to have Navalny like alternative. Again, less than 1% to get even closer to power. And we need to be happy if we see mayor of Moscow after Putin, like intermezzo guy. And let's say something like this. All the Russians are anti-gay, anti, I don't know, more decentralization, more rights for minorities. Not all, let's say a big majority. So that is the societal pressure. And the most liberal from them look very right extremist from us. Okay, Democratic Party of United States in Europe will be very, very right party, not left. So I know strange thing happens, but don't judge with American values what's happening in Russia because it's wrong. Don't expect democracy in Russia, not
Again,
for short time.
I agree, and I don't particularly expect democracy, but somebody who would put a would be internationally more diplomatically acceptable at the same time as would him or his party. Let's not go with him directly. There are other people like him in Russia whose goals would be to have a cleaner, more functional Russian ultra centralized, czar looking state, dictatorial or near dictatorial state. That's not an improvement. And I agree that he is a man of the Russian mindset, that he is mirroring popular Russian opinions. I agree with all of that. Right? There's a reason why 100,000 Russians are dead in Ukraine, and he is broadly supported despite committing atrocities. The orders from the top, more or less, that this is their way of war. This is the way they've been going to war since Tsarist Russia. This has been the way that Russia has gone to war, with all of the horrible atrocities since the times of Ivan the Terrible. And this is what Russians support. This has broad majority support in the country, and Navalny reflects that. And so because he reflects that, he is a horrible and horrific individual. And yes, it doesn't mean he's not brave to stand up to the horrific regime, but that doesn't mean that you would get somebody in charge who even thinks that Ukraine is a country should he be in charge, right? And he would only be doing things that would be realpolitik to his benefit. But the idea that a Navalnyist regime, and agree that he's unlikely to ever take charge, the aforementioned plenty of other Siloviki are far closer to the throne. The idea that he would take charge, or someone like him, palatable to the West, right, has this thing, but still attempting wholeheartedly to maintain the deeply centralized chauvinistic Russian culture, that's a problem, right? Like, these are the reasons why you hear the Soviet, the former Soviet minorities talking about decolonization as a key thing, right? It needs to be broken down, because if you have someone like Navalny in charge, you're just going to get some sort of other horrific atrocities, if not in Ukraine, because Ukraine is too powerful to attack, somewhere else. Liberal, then David is our hands. Liberal.
Hey, thanks, Finance. You were very eloquent in your follow-up. I think you covered everything I may have said, but even more well-spoken. I was enthralled by Navalny initially, and then the more I found out, for example, his belief that Crimea belongs to Russia, and some of his pro-Russian nationalistic views, I realized that he was essentially, a more moderate version of Putin, but still not quite what we would want as, free Western societies. Um, so while I get Daniel's point, um, I think if you really dig into, take away the corruption that he has espoused, um, his views are still somewhat linked to this Russian-centric, imperialistic domination of the area by Russians.
Liberal, you are an American. You are oriented to America. What do you expect a Russian to do? Do you expect to be American oriented? It's normal. Sorry to say that. We need to accept Russians who love Russia, not Ukraine.
So let me translate what Daniel said a bit, because I think he might have been misunderstood. His point is Russia is way behind, right? So they have had the first revolution 100 years almost later than any other nation. They have been under communism for longer than any other nation. They have had the worst, not exactly the worst, but some of the worst communist leaders that they could have. And their opinions and views on life are, let's say, something mixed with, due to the media, um, more open, but let's say 70s, 60s, 70s, somewhere around here, 60s, 70s for any other nation in the civilized society, which means they are more central orientated on their own country. They all the rights that were won by various groups over years, they have no chance, at least not now, and they will need time to develop that. But they have another problem facing them right now, and they don't realize that they are heading straight to a wall. They will have very big economical problems, right? They are going straight to a ditch, basically. And when they will hit rock bottom, they will need some decades probably to come back up, which will mean them as a society to get more modern and open to accepting other views, other things. That will come later, right? Because that comes with education, that comes with encountering and accepting differences, that comes with realizing that a person who actually likes someone from the same sex, it's not gonna cut your throat, and it's not gonna infect you in any way. So they are just loving someone else. It's their, this is their feeling, right? This is what um they have inside them, and it doesn't affect you in any way. But they will have to take it will have to take a long time for them to get where everybody else got in the meantime. And this is due to their society, this is due to their economy, this is due to their history. So this is why Daniel says they don't have how to look at the society as we do. Yes, they are basically I don't know what's the word, Daniel, înapoiați, behind. Basically, they are behind, right? from mental, not as stupid, but as openness to what's in front of them. I don't know how to express this better. Culture, yes, from culture point of view, they are way behind, and it will take a long time, because one of the things that happens when the nation gets into a stressful situation, and what they will face going forward with their economy is gonna be a very stressful situation, because they will be ostracized by everyone else. They will have a shitty economy, they will have problems at home, and they will turn to the only thing that gives you hope in such conditions, which is the church. And their church is not the most elevated from them all, right? That's not gonna help with the evolution in accepting differences, and accepting people from other faiths, and accepting other cultures, right? It's gonna make them more bitter for a time, for a period. It will take time for them to evolve, if they will ever evolve. So yeah, this is what I wanted to add. I know it's 8 o'clock, and Daniel had to go to work, actually, because he actually works just like me, but he starts at a different time of day. David, you have your hand up, and you have been extremely patient with my rant, so thank you.
Not at all. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. So anyway, Navalny. So you know, part of me says, just give the guy a break. He's not, but I kind of take on board everything that finance was saying, and I don't know what Daniel was saying about Navalny before. Anyway, kind of the most interesting thing about the whole Navalny story isn't really Navalny himself. It's the open source investigation into what happened to Navalny on the plane. And so Elliot Higgins and Christo Grozev, the guys behind Bellingcat, I mean, what those guys do is just amazing. And the fact that we exist as a space, the fact that Bellingcat exists as an investigative open source intelligence, or the fact that open source intelligence exists at all is just something which continuously amazes me and makes me have some kind of faith in the future, if you like. Again, to underline the points, even if we give Navalny the benefit of the doubt, even if the Russian state can be reformed by force in some way in order to get a more rapid transition to economy, even given those things, you still have the Russian population, which is vehemently homophobic and vehemently racist. And therefore, this is where I'd say give Navalny a break a little bit, he's a politician at the end of the day, and that's all he is. He's a politician, and in order to be in power, he will have to pander to those tendencies in order to be in power in the first place.
While I completely agree with you that in order to be in power in an evil, chauvinistic country, you must pander to the baser instincts of said country, I have no argument with your comment on the reality of the situation. However, perhaps it is my background as a Jew and the fact that my people have been genocided in democracies since friggin' Rome. I don't particularly think that all democracies have to be morally upright or have human rights as their basis. And somebody who panders to the worst aspects of their society, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad was elected in the Iranian illiberal democratic system. Mahmoud Ahmadinejad is a deeply evil POS. I have almost nothing positive to say about the of a human being that he is. So I would say that just because, yes, he is a politician, if your leadership as a politician is so deeply chauvinistic and racist, and to push the worst of your society forward, the worst aspects of what is popular in your society, as opposed to attempting to guide towards the best, then I will continue to say negative things about you. And if you're saying, well, that's the only way he can be in power, sure, then all you're telling me is that he is an evil politician in charge of an evil society. And as I said, look, I am here in the US because I had a significant percentage of my family that had to escape Tsarist Russia due to pogroms. Now, clearly not a liberal or democratic society, but definitely one that had popular support. So just because it is popular doesn't mean it is right. Just because you pander to it does not mean you are not a complete and total POS. I would also like to soon draw a line under Navalny, only because we've now talked way too much about an imprisoned Russian schmuck, as opposed to talking about somebody in Ukraine or what is going on in the battlefield. So if you have a last statement on Navalny, I totally understand and I will go to you. But after that, I would love to end the Navalny discussion. And then also mockers will be coming in for me. I'm going to go get myself a drink and then I will come back to the panel. So please end the discussion on Mr. Navalny sooner, and then I will be swapping out for another co-host rather shortly.
Yeah, so to come back on that, and I was also trying to get rid of the Navalny conversation because I think it's a distraction, and also I think that the whole what's going to happen to Russia conversation is a bit of a distraction. My take on it anyway is that all the discussion around Navalny is an academic issue because Navalny's never going to be in power, and what we rather see is the Siloviki becoming ever more powerful and basically some kind of stage managed move towards somebody like Medvedev, for example. And my biggest concern at the moment is that Vladimir Putin will be taken out of the picture. Medvedev or somebody else will be put in his place. Russia will say, okay, ceasefire, we're peaceful now. We just want Crimea, or we just want Donbass and Crimea, and sue for peace on that basis. So that's my concern about where things could go. And with that, I think, as Finance said, let's move on to what's going on in Ukraine.
All right.
Yeah, I would note that since this gets us back to the point, but just before I drop, I'm going to say that there is no support for President Zelensky to agree to those terms. So even if he did believe in that, he did come to power originally suggesting that Ukraine needed to resolve the Luhansk and Donetsk, some sort of agreement, but that was before February 2022, where he became, the modern day symbol of his nation with "I need ammo and not a ride," and I don't think he's agreeing to that on a personal basis. And even if he attempted to agree to that, he'd be thrown out of office by the 90+% support the other side has. So yeah, that ain't happening in Ukraine.
No, that wasn't the point.
Right.
The point was that whether it's successful or not is another question. But that's how Russia might well behave, and the way the international community is pulled together gives you some faith in them not falling for that one again. Nevertheless, there is a risk that the Macrons or the Schultzes of this world might fall for it, and that's the concern I have. That's all. So yeah, Navalny's not the answer.
Well, the good thing about Macron and Schultz is they are not fighting in Ukraine, so they can fall for it, and that won't stop Ukraine fighting. And with that, I'm going to let Mockers continue, and I will let Anda lead the conversation, and Mockers continue in my place, and I'll be back in a little bit.
Thank you, Finance. Just to wrap this up, one final point. So I will go with the saying which I learned from my grandma. In politics and between states, there are no permanent friendships. There are permanent interests. So each country will have an interest in some aspect. So there are no guarantees that Navalny, with his past declarations, will do better just because he's opposing Putin. And I think this is the main bottom line and the main reason for which he is not supported from outside by anyone, because actually he has a good image, but he's not really supported from outside. And the reason is no one trusts that he will actually do the right thing. So this would be one. And the second about you mentioned Macron and Scholz. They also have their own interests, right, at heart. They start with them, and after that they look around them. So they will I'm looking they will promise, or they will say they will do something, and then this is why we have this new word which is called Scholzing, right? I will tell you I will do something, and then I will not do it. And for example, I have to bid my apologies to everyone in this room who has been here for the past 2 days, and to you, David, because we promised them a history on Ukraine and we haven't delivered. So maybe we can try that tomorrow, and we can try tomorrow to be more focused on what's been happening in Ukraine since the beginning. And maybe if we can get to decoding, which I understood last night gave a very interesting discussion, very interesting description on the history of Ukraine. I think it would be even better. Now I have here with me, I have Mockers up. It's actually 6 o'clock where she is, so it's freaking early. But Mockers, I have done my homeworks, part of them anyway, and if you would look in the nest, you will see that I prepared something especially for you there, because I know you like when you come here to tell us what happened yesterday, right? So please give us the numbers, and good morning.
Good morning. All I was going to add to that last conversation was Macron and Scholz were mentioned there specifically, and yes, they've been not the fastest people, not the most supportive. However, they have been dealing with a lot of internal political rubbish, and I wonder if it's, I mean, like for example, Turkey. Turkey is doing exactly what is best for Turkey as far as Erdogan thinks. So it doesn't matter whether he sides a bit over here or he sides a bit over there. Whatever's best for him is what's on his cards. And I think it's the same with every country. They've got to sort of take, you know, their own needs into consideration. Unfortunately, they seem to think that they're at war, and oh, we need all this stuff. Well, we can't possibly let you have this stuff. Well, you never know what might happen tomorrow with our perfectly sensible neighbours. You know, that's the stuff which makes me mad. However, thank you very much, Amanda. I've seen what's up there, and I'm let's just say yesterday I was a little bit underwhelmed, and today I'm not.
The numbers are up again.
Oh, my mic went on mute then. How annoying. Yes. So we have, and I mean, these figures are just ridiculous. Apparently this is a brigade size of people, not including all your back staff, but 850 liquidated personnel. That is a lot of people to lose. 9 armoured personnel vehicles. We have 1 artillery system and 1 MLRS. 4 UAVs, 7 vehicles and fuel tanks, and we like this one. 1 piece of special equipment, some sort of radar system or some sort of EW, electronic warfare system. So taking those things out is really quite important. It's going to mean that the Russians don't have that capability going forward. So thank you very much, Misfit, for posting that early this morning, because I needed to see that. And yeah, yesterday the losses were around 400 and something, 450, 480, something like that. And that to me was the end of the Russians' most recent push. They had huge figures the previous few days, and you could see quite clearly that they had made some major effort to push forward, and got themselves trounced along with a lot of tanks and vehicles. Now today, you notice the highest figure there is just personnel. That says to me that they didn't go in with any tanks or vehicles this time. And could you imagine that's probably because they don't have them to hand anymore, in whatever location that was. A lot of these losses have been advised to be both Bakhmut and Vuhledar, where they did make a big push in Vuhledar, and it would appear they took tanks and armour with them and lost a bunch of it. So even though...
Sorry.
Go on.
I wanted to add that basically, so this is from the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. They said that yesterday the Russian pushed really hard on Liman, Bakhmut, Avdiivka, and Novopavlivka. But in all other areas, they are being pushed back. So Ukraine is pushing back, and even if Russians are having they say they have their best people, right, near Vuhledar. They are not winning. Let's put it this way: they are not winning.
One of the main things that I've learned from this is when you see the Russians take a bit of territory, take a piece of land, or a town, or a village or a hamlet, like, I want to say it began with a B and it had about 16 letters, and everyone was very worried about it. And it's like 30 houses, I think, along like 2 streets. It's not a big place. Obviously, it has a name, like most sort of towns and villages do, but people were concerned that this place had been taken. And it was like, oh, yeah, but there's no strategic concerns there. It is literally an empty village of about 30 houses, which was cleared out months ago because most of it got destroyed already. So, you know, we've got to be in perspective with these things. And one of the things is that Ukraine's army could decide to just keep stepping back and attrit the whole time, because every time the Russians move forward, they get a boom in the face, basically. No other way to put it. They get blown up. So a lot of this, I honestly think, is just waiting. It's time. They're buying themselves time, the Ukrainians, in order to get their training and equipment onto the field. I know that some of these vehicles that we've talked about have been spotted, and not in Poland. So I would just say that these things are coming. Ben Wallace said something yesterday which just cheered me right up. He said the challengers will arrive unexpectedly. In other words,
He said before summer, correct?
he said before summer,
Yes.
and he also said their arrival will be unexpected. And it led me to believe that they might be there a little bit earlier than that.
To my understanding, if I'm not wrong, 2 days ago there were some footages with Ukrainian soldiers arriving in UK to be trained on the challengers. So I suppose they will come back together. I don't know. To my understanding, the training takes somewhere between 6 to 8 weeks, so 2 months. We are in January. That would be beginning of April, right?
Well, it would be nice to see things happen prior to that. I don't think it will take that long for everything. I think some of that counteroffensive will start maybe a little bit earlier than that, because Western main battle tanks are obviously being given, and they are amazing, and they are going to take some additional training. But they've also been given, and I believe it's triple figures of upgraded T-72s, which obviously aren't brilliant, but they are upgraded quite significantly from what the Russians have. And I believe the Polish Twardies are an excellent upgrade on those. And
They are sending
yeah,
60, right? They said
they are
yes.
sending 60 of them.
Yeah.
So these things don't really require that same level of training at all. Well, you know, as long as you figure out what all the buttons do, the rest of it is driving it. You know, you can, if you can drive a big truck, as long as you know where everything is, you know, with regards to the controls, I'm quite sure you can drive. So I would say that it's very possible that we may see a counteroffensive prior to the main battle tanks from other countries, the more Western main battle tanks being actually seen on the ground. Because let's face it, if Ukraine's got the equipment, they will go for it. They won't hang around waiting. If they think they can make an impact, they will make an impact, I'm quite sure.
All right.
you know, what from memory. So this part is from memory. We had Thomas Steiner here on the space. I keep reference him, but somehow this part of the information stuck into my head. So bear with me. He said something like in the north, in northeast, right? Bakhmut, Kremina, and that area, tanks are not what's needed. So they need other. It's a different type of fight than in the south. And about Bakhmut, there is there one of the commanders of the Svoboda battalion of the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade stated yesterday something like it's been a fight near Bakhmut for the last 6 months, and it's been a living hell, because the Russians are attacking, but they can actually see right now the effects of the weather as it got cold, and it's having a big influence, an impact on the combat capability, on the morale, and the living conditions of the soldiers, and therefore basically it's kind of a hopeful, reserved hopeful declaration. We have seen, right, Russia attacking. So yesterday, like all the days before, they attacked 3 communities in Sami Oblast. They have shelled Chernihiv. They have launched 4 missile strikes. So they are not stopping per se. They put, for example, both Kherson and Zaporizhia areas under artillery fire. So they try to push both where they have soldiers, right, and proper the front line proper, but they also attack civilian regions. They continue to attack civilian regions, just as they do every day. Sometimes it's worse, and sometimes it's a little bit better, let's say. But they never stopped for the past 343 days. How many? So we have a hand up, mockers, and I think after MJ, Liberal wants also to join the discussion. So let's go to MJ and see why she's up. Hello.
I just need to mention, MJ, I'm loving your picture. I woke up this morning with a cap on my head like a hat. So your picture is quite amusing to me.
Yeah, I thought so too. So that's why I picked it. I just wanted to respond to what you were stating about challengers being probably arrive sooner. Just from a logistics standpoint, the tanks probably will be just planning out the logistics at all. You'll probably see the tanks in Ukraine before the troops are completed with their training, because it takes time to bring those vehicles over and just get them either into Ukraine and into the front lines. And it's a lot faster to bring in troops that are already trained on the equipment. So the tanks that they're training on right now are probably not the same ones that they're going to be using in battle.
100%, yes.
Yes. So the other thing, and I don't know if it's been discussed, it's been advertised on a few media outlets over in the U.S., is there 60 Bradley fighting vehicles have left 5 days ago towards on a ship. So those are in transit already. And I don't know if anybody on the call has realized what the weather conditions are, but the reason the Russians and right now the Ukrainians are really not attacking in mass like they did back in February 24th is because of the weather. They're trying to, it's basically, it's impossible. The reason the Russians failed a year ago was because all of their tanks that they brought in were stuck on roads. Because if they move those tanks into the fields, they just get stuck. It's just deep mud, where they just can't. They spend more time trying to dig them out of the mud than actually using them. So they were sitting ducks on the road. So I don't expect the tanks, even blasting at other tanks that are sitting right on some road. So I don't see a benefit of having the tanks. I mean, yes, it's great that they're coming, but there are technically 2 seasons throughout the year where you can actually use tanks and actually use them to blow up other tanks. Otherwise, they're not. They're just immovable objects in deep soil. The Bradley fighting vehicles are a lot better because they're a lot lighter. They're like at least half the weight. They're 20 tons instead of being 60 or 70 tons vehicles. So they should be easier to pull out, but they're still quite heavy.
Yeah, that mushy ground, that deep mud, it will actually not be as much of an issue once the ground dries out a bit. But of course, at the moment, it's very wet, it's very boggy in areas, and yeah, because it's not been as cold this winter as they expected, the ground's never hardened up. I really honestly feel as though Russia chose the wrong place to invade. They really did. The terrain's against them. The people are very much against them, and yeah, the nature's against them at the moment as well. So it's not a terrible thing. However, you're right. The Bradley fighting vehicles, I did see some satellite images of them there 1 minute and gone the next. And I did indeed receive information that was very likely the second lot of Bradleys that had been shipped, because there was word of some already reaching Europe earlier than that. So whether they were already on a boat and they were just like, oh, well, we'll send these and then we'll fill some more up, I don't know. But I know the US doesn't mess about when it comes to moving things. So fingers crossed.
They also tell you. They also don't tell you when it's happening. They'll tell you days after it happened, because they want to maintain operational security. So even though all the pictures got released today of them being loaded onto the boats, they've been gone for 5 days.
Oh yeah, their OPSEC is incredible.
Yeah.
Well, you cannot fly them straight to Ukraine, which means you need to fly them somewhere closer and then put them on trains or trucks, but trains because they are heavy, and transfer them into Ukraine without being spotted, in order not to be destroyed, right? So it's what they should do. We shouldn't know because it's not good to know everything. Sometimes it's better not to know, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've been. I mean, there've been videos of in Poland specifically of the Abrams tanks, the Polish Abrams tanks being delivered. There have also been videos of people showing when the Bradleys are being transported on trains within Poland and also Germany. But that piece between, say, which I found strange that it was South Carolina and Poland, because that's probably the embarkation point. That's probably the more secretive point because Russia has subs. So if you're trying to protect that product, that merchandise, the weakest link is going to be, well, it's sitting on a boat. It's not really on a plane. It's really on a boat, being transferred by the merchant marines.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but seems makes sense. What you're saying makes sense. And I say I don't know about that because I don't think Russia is stupid enough to attack the U.S. soil up front. So, yeah, Liberal, you have been patient with us debating here the transfers and everything. Do you want to contribute on this?
Hey, and yeah, as an aside, I can't speak to that specifically, so I can go down to listener. I had just a comment about Bakhmut, and a Russian soldier in the Bakhmut region reported that there was a regiment or a brigade, but reinforcements were sent into Bakhmut, and he was talking about how elated these soldiers that were already there were, and the boost in morale. Bakhmut, it kind of reminds me of Azov and Mariupol, but I found that particular news very inspiring.
Thank you, Liberal. Word Doggo. There is a brigade which was resupplied on the Ukrainian side. Word Doggo, you're from Ukraine.
Yeah, you're right. Moving here, there, arranging some help for people on duty whom we know personally. Overall, about the weather, for instance, yesterday on the space, I've been already explaining like weather peculiarity coming from the name of the months, how they sound in Ukrainian language, and this is something that is a little bit different that in many European or Western countries where the name of the months are coming more from the Roman Latin heritage. In Ukraine, the names of the months, they are more related to the nature and some processes in the nature that are happening usually during that month. So for instance, I will probably just repeat myself, but I believe still is gonna be interesting and you like start getting the perspective. If we say January in many languages that are coming from the old Church Slavonic languages, the month is called Sicheń, and Sicheń means cutting with the fast flying snow, like that the snow flying fast on the wind is like so fast that it's cutting, so like Sicheń. When we say February, we say Luty, and Luty is more like rageous, so like winter is rageous in that period. That comes March, which we say Berezeń, which is similar to having some origin related to the birch tree. And then comes April, that is more like, that it sounds like Kwiecień, and Kwiecień is, I would say it, flowers. So it's like describing the processes that are happening in the nature. For instance, many how in many countries the months are called. For instance, May, and even in neighboring Polish language, May is called Maj. I mean, it's pretty similar. In Russian is also Maj. In Ukrainian is called Traveń. Traveń, it means like grassy when the grass starts. So you get a perfect feeling where in these lands like the winter is rageous when the greenery starts, and like when greenery starts, there is more like appropriate the middle. Zapozelenka is like more like greenery that you can hide behind. And you can yeah, you can hide behind that. So speaking about January, yes, January was not the snow flying fast cutting, but in Ukraine snow lays still. The temperatures were like not that freezing that they are usually in that area. The winter, we already recognize that the winter is mild this year, luckily, and but in front of us there is February, which is called Luty, and it depends on which air flows will be dominating in that areas. If there is the northern or Siberian air flows, it means there will be cold, and that is still possible to come, and this is some weather effect that might be on the military actions. With all of the equipment, with all of the armory that Ukraine is getting from the partners, obviously for our enemy, the main tactics, like I'm speculating, but like is to avoid Ukraine creating the offensive possibility that movement like randomly spread across the conflict line, and that is like possible intention from their side. On contrary, as I already mentioned, Ukraine would be the target is always the same, to get Russia out of Ukraine and to get to the state that the second time Russia is not capable to attack nor Ukraine, neither any countries in their imperial in Russia's imperial ambitions to continue the slavery in 21st century, which is totally nonsense. People already uh, got clear how to make trade with each other, but not conquering each other uh, for making trade. I mean, this is still 15, 16, 17 century of making the things work. In the past, everybody had their wars already, and the world already understood that empires have lost like their colonial wars and the trade. I mean, it doesn't bring that you are expecting being a colonial imperial, with Russia still having their fantasies about. And on the cities, yes, many one day when the victory is there, traveling from point A to point B, from, for instance, from Donetsk to Mariupol, there is the way that you will be traveling one road and you will see only mountains of bricks behind you instead of nice villages and cities that there were there not so far ago. That is painful. That is not easy, but that is something that is the reality, and we are accepting that reality because the enemy have attacked and we are defending. And for instance, when the Denmark political executives been recently, if my memory doesn't fail me, in Mykolaiv. In the evening, Zelensky already announced that Denmark will join the tank coalition for Ukraine, meaning that many people are coming. They see, like, by their own, what does it look like when Russia is attacking the sovereign country, which is not acceptable in the 21st century. And they simply join, understanding that they have to participate because that's to be on the good side, because we tend to believe that the world is the place where evil has no power, and the evil has come, and we need to get evil back, defeating evil and avoiding that the evil will be capable anytime to attack anybody in the future. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Word Doggo. I think
Hugs and love.
hugs and love. Blog, welcome up. I thought I lost you earlier. You had your hand up, or you prefer to give your place to Liberal, and then I will go to you. Okay, let's go. So, or
Do I have to recycle? I can't hear anyone.
do you hear me?
Unfortunately, well, yeah.
All right. So we will recycle.
Sorry?
We will recycle Bloke, and he will come back. All right. So Liberal, welcome up again. Yes, we can.
Okay, cool.
It's
Yeah.
this thing.
Is
It's
it
a
low?
glitch. It's a glitch that happened to. You can hear some speakers, but not others. So this is what happens. All right. Sorry. Liberal.
Yeah, thanks, Anda. Sorry, I forgot to press mic. Yeah, I just wanted to add that on February 24th, I think all of us were concerned about what we felt would be the impending conquest of Ukraine. And here we are, what is it, 10, 11 months later, and the Ukrainians keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Yes, they're suffering casualties, but I just find it fascinating. Every time I'm in a space, I remind myself of February 24th and thinking, like, there's no way that Ukraine is going to beat back Russia. And here we are. So I just wanted to remind everyone of the resilience and the bravery of the Ukrainians, and even more so why we need to continue to support Ukraine with our armaments, and faster and sooner than later. But yeah, it was just a comment I wanted to make. Thanks.
Thank you, Liberal. And you're 100% right. Bloke, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I could hear Liberal, and I will say that Liberal has been here from the beginning. He went through everything. He went through all the trials and tribulations. He went through the tears when we were happy about Kherson being liberated, and he's going to be here to the end, and we are going to be victorious. Ukraine will win. It's just a question of time. I have to admit, there are days I get really depressed. Oh, that's my cat getting depressed, but he's only depressed because he doesn't like food. Anyway, there are times that I get depressed. I get angry at the number of Ukrainians that have to die. They're best people who are citizen soldiers fighting off this Russian invasion. And I think we could have done more. We could have been smarter. But I have no doubt that the Ukrainians will win. And I will be here to the end. I will stick to it. And I know Liberal feels exactly the same way as I do, because he's been here from the beginning as well, right? Liberal, we're going to get through this. Ukraine will be victorious, and there will be difficulties. It's going to be hard. And I can't tell you the number of times I've gnashed. I should just shut up now. But I just wanted to give a shout out to Liberal, because right, like, and he's been with us since the beginning, right? That's it.
Thanks, bloke. I could say the same for you, brother.
All right. We are here for this. We are here for to support Ukraine. Mookers.
I was also going to say, we're here to support each other. I mean, obviously, there's an awful lot of people here who are not in Ukraine, me included, and to look from the outside and feel a bit helpless, yes, indeed, it does have an impact on your mental health and on your resilience, because you get to the point where you feel, well, you know, anything I do is minor. But all those little minor things do add up. I mean, just speaking on here, for example, we've been told by Nuclei that they may not always come up and speak, but Ukrainian frontline units have listened to the space just for a bit of morale, to listen to people who give a shit, and want to know what's going on and want to get them assistance faster, and we've opened our eyes to their situation. So we're trying to spread the understanding of everything they've been through, and not just since February the 24th. So yeah, it's very important that we also have some sort of support system, and for me, this space is my support system. I'd have gone stark raving loony without it, I'll be absolutely honest. Yeah, it sucks you in. Look at me now. Go ahead, bloke.
Well, I just wanted to say that one of the things I realize is that we have all been, no matter what we did in our lives, we have done service. We have tried to aspire to what Ukrainians are actually doing. We are in the West. I feel we are learning from our history while Ukrainians are making history. And that's the fundamental difference, right? Do you understand what I mean by that? Ukrainians are making history and we are still learning from it.
Yes, they are making history, but I would like to point out that we all are, because we are changing our societies, we are changing our friends, we are changing and influencing others by what we do. So the simple fact that we are here, we are together, we support Ukraine, we talk about everything that's happening there or in other areas, in other cities, in other countries. We all, in smaller or larger extents, we all influence and write history. Sometimes it's not as perceived as a change, but it always matters to do something, even if it's not written somewhere in a history book that you woke up at I don't know what hour, or you decided to give away 3 out of your 6 cold jackets in order to have someone who has none receiving one. So every little bit matters, and every little bit is seen by someone. Ukraine is fighting for existence, right? For its right to exist, its right to to decide upon their land, their life, their choices. So yeah, it's primarily their history, but it's also ours, and we should take responsibility for it, and also be proud of us when we do something right. I will go to liberal, and then I would like to share with you some pieces of news and ask for your opinion. Liberal.
Thank you, Anda. To Makar's point, my support of Ukraine born date is 2/24/22, but the attack on Ukraine predates that by over 100 years. the recent conflict made me aware of Soviet aggression, or not Soviet, but Russian. I sometimes find it hard to discern the two. But yeah, my point is that it didn't start a year ago. It began the social media. I was made aware of it, and I'm happy to be an advocate for the people of Ukraine and democracy and free societies.
Yeah, absolutely. You're exactly right. I remember very, very vaguely seeing the Maidan protests on the television, and I thought, something going on there, and that was pretty much the last time I realized something important was going on. And then I didn't really pay any attention, I'll be totally honest, until probably January of last year, when I realized that something was going down and it didn't look good, and it appeared to be a bully just picking on their neighbour. And well, obviously we see the situation, and since then I have learned so much historical fact that I am left in no doubt as to the the historical inaccuracy of the Russian viewpoint, shall we say. And I realise why they have to twist and change those things to match their propaganda, because otherwise they'd have to admit that they're terrible, terrible people. And I'm not sure that they can. War dog, oh sweet, go ahead.
Yeah, traveling outside Ukraine, I speak with uh, with people. Some of them are friends of mine, and even that we are friends since many years. Some of them are like saying, "Hey, but when I was observing in the media uh, about Maidan, about earlier about the Orange Revolution, about Maidan, I was thinking that it was like a couple of days, like it was like 4 or 5 days. There was the protests, and all of the events started happening. In fact, now with more deep dive in the topic, now understanding more Ukraine, they say that now we start realizing that was day and night, back and forth with the riot police of the Yanukovych regime, and the reason is not just because like somebody was missing something, but in fact because the guy being threatened by Russia simply decided not to sign the Europe Association Agreement for Ukraine. That was one of the steps to get closer in relations with Europe. And when to protest, they were like hardly beaten by the Riot police. Woke up many people's understanding that is not about them, someone else, is about all of us. And like today, they are like those are the kids, students that and simply the guy does what he wants because this is called the autocracy. And tomorrow it can be anybody else. Just simply they decide who is going to be, and that's the same about the war. Now that, as you rightly mentioned, we call it 1 year of war that started in 2014 but is there for century. That's how we call it. Uh, the same with that. So practically we uh, many see that this is the most recorded due to the social media, due to the 21st century uh, like information flows. This is the most recorded war, and everybody who wants to understand what's going on has clear understanding who is right and who is the aggressor who attacks unprovokedly and simply trying to materialize their imperial desires in the 21st century. That is totally not about that. That is my idea. That is my short build up on what I've just heard from Liberal and others. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you, Word Doggo. Luke, do you want to add to this?
I do. I want to say that it's really important that that Ukraine reclaim Crimea. There are a number of people that say, "Oh, that's impossible." They fearmonger, but we should roll back this invasion to its origins. We should roll it all the way back to 1991. There is no reason that Ukraine shouldn't liberate all its territory. And I think that any talk about not liberating Crimea would be a huge mistake. So um, for me, Ukraine is Crimea as well. And the Russians can just go, they can just go home. They did this in 2014. We have to roll it all back. That is the strategic objective that we must achieve, and we can.
Look, I'm Ukrainian, and you cannot imagine how many things I've heard since 2014. You have to be higher than that. Uh, Crimea is gone. I've heard Donetsk, Luhansk, so-called Donbas area. Be smart. Play like Czech and Slovak. Make the peaceful divorce. Like be better than Russians. But the time is
No
showing.
quarter, no
Yeah,
quarter, no quarter. The only way the Russians will learn from this is if they are rolled back the entire way. And that is the objective. That's the strategic objective as far as I'm concerned.
the point is that is not even about learning the lesson. I mean, the one will see the wall and will understand that it's the wall just seeing. Another one needs to touch the wall with his nose, understanding that that's the wall. I don't care Russia learning the lesson. For me, is more existential survival topic, and the time is showing that they use the territories that they have captured as the resource to build up and scale the next attack. And what is worst, they're using people in the territories that they have captured to force them attacking their own brothers of yesterday And you know what they're doing even worse than that. They're saying in their that in their media, you remember 2014, they're saying in their media that this is the civil war. Come on, this is to me.
It was never a civil war. Let's get real. Fuck. Sorry for interrupting.
No, I'm not saying that is. I'm not trying to convince anybody that this is the civil war, obviously, because it is not. Is
Well, I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm
Russia
just
was
emphatically agreeing with you.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think he was
that's-
saying there's a civil war. I think you guys are both on the same page.
We have another Ukrainian coming up, American Ukrainian. So let's include him in this discussion.
And I will step back because I would like Ukrainians to speak about Ukraine, right? You know, but I just want to say, and I will do everything in my power in my country to ensure that Ukraine has everything they need to make sure that they are liberated. And I will do my part. And that's my job. That's all our jobs here at Maria Report, right? Like, we just want Ukraine to be liberated.
Exactly.
That's it.
That's why we say support Ukraine, please. Every small deeds counts. That's why even being here, listening to the space, please retweet the space. Is not a lot, but it's just allowing to spread the word about Ukraine, the things going there, and you know, like consider supporting any organization that you trust. You just follow for some time to help Ukraine and help those who help Ukraine being victorious. Consider supporting MriyaAid organization who delivers non-lethal help to Ukraine or any others. There are like many of them, and many of them are well trusted. Some of them are Ukrainian organizations, some of them are international organizations, but all of them do one simple thing. They help to bring Ukrainian victory closer. So even retweet of that space counts, because people here, mockers and many other speakers, finance, who co-hosts, who support the space in the background and make this Twitter space be possible 24/7, speaking about Ukraine. I mean, it means a lot, and it takes the most precious resource of our life, which is time. Many people dedicate their time to support Ukraine, and that that is valid point that really deserve your support, retweet, and being with us. Thank you so much. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Thank you, Wardogo. And to Block's point, Block, you're not alone. I want you to know that I read yesterday an article about Ben Hodges' position regarding Crimea. And he said that he sees Crimea as the final battleground before Russia will finally go home. So he is not excluding that, and it's not the first time he is stating that. And we need to remember that he is used to be, right, the commander of the U.S. troops in Europe. So he has some how do you used to say that higher pay grade in the army? Yeah.
Well, he may know it.
he might know one or two things, right? That was my point. um I will always also today I babbled a lot, and I don't know, stammered like no other day, but I hope you forgive me. So I wanted to tell you a bit of another piece of news about help and help advocating for Ukraine. So one of the people who actually does that is the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, and he's right now in a tour in South Asia, and he has been in Japan, and he also has been in South Korea. And his statement after Japan was, "We are grateful for the support that Japan is providing, including aircraft." And regarding Korea, he's advocating for Ukraine and its urgent need for additional ammunition. So I think he has a list. What each country around the world and you can provide to Ukraine, and he is done having phone calls. He went there in person to address some of the issues who are seen as making a difference for Ukraine, right? So I really wanted to share this because I know from
Well,
sorry.
I think that the point here is that we have been unprepared. The Western world has ignored what Russia has been doing for decades. We ignored Grozny. We ignored Grozny 2. We ignored what happened, and we have a lot to be self-critical about. We ignored what happened in Syria, even though we, apparently tried to intervene. And I think the point right now is that we have to get our act together. We have to realize that we are facing a country that wants to invade its neighbors, that has imperial ambitions, and the only way you can confront that sort of mentality is through strength. That's the only way. And this is the thing that I don't think we've truly understood in the West. We thought that if they had McDonald's and they had we were deluding ourselves. We thought that an autocracy could be changed by capitalism or something like that. That's what we were thinking. And we realize now that that's just not possible. And so we have to get our act together, and we have to make it absolutely clear that you cannot do this. You cannot invade a sovereign land with an army of slaves and expect to gain an advantage. That will not happen. And Ukraine is, I can't tell you the admiration I have for these people, because they are doing it for us in a way that we were unable to do for ourselves. and I don't know how other to describe it. Eastern Europeans understood it, but I don't think Western Europeans understood it. They thought they could sort of negotiate, and you even have Macron calling Putin like now it's some sort of jilted girlfriend, right? We have to stand up to this aggression once and for all and confront it. You know, we learned this in kindergarten. We learned that the only way to confront, the only way to deal with a bully is to confront a bully, because otherwise they will take your lunch. And I will shut up now. Sorry.
Thank you, Blog, and you are correct. I will try to add Mikhailo again. He was just requesting. So welcome up, Mikhailo.
Oh, thank you so much, Amber. I got disconnected suddenly. Yeah, I just wanted to add what things look like from a Ukrainian perspective, because I've been here for 12 years. So a lot of people claim that why is Ukraine getting all this attention? And they constantly repeat this. And again, from someone who's actually been living here, the exact opposite has been true until recently, to be fair. But for example, during the Maidan protests in 2013, 2014, I mostly listened to Hromadske Telebachення. It was like a public radio, public news sort of YouTube channel, and that's kind of what got me through that crisis. But anyway, I was someone who was paying attention very much to the Ukrainian information space. I also had just recently moved from the States, so I was listening to a lot of American podcasts and radio shows. And the whole winter, I was waiting. Oh, as I was like, okay, I can't wait to hear from my favorite show. They can't ignore this, and like the forceful dispersal on Maidan on November 30th didn't really make the news. Then the gigantic crowds in December didn't make the news, or maybe just barely made the news. And to us, it was absolutely enormous. It was the only thing we could think about and talk about, just out on the streets. It just permeated everything. I remember it must have been in around December of 13. I gave a few hryvnia to like a homeless man, and a passerby saw me, and she was like, "You want to do something good? Go stand on Maidan." It was just like everything, and I was standing on Maidan too, by the way. But anyway, it was just like in the air. It was palpable. There were so many escalations. So it got so much bigger and bigger. The January 20th dictatorial laws, for example, and the people's reaction to it was amazing. People came out onto the Maidan the next day wearing pots and colanders on their heads, because one of the laws was that you couldn't wear helmets to protect yourself from the police. It was just the biggest middle finger to the authorities. And I would watch shows like the Colbert Report, which was one back then. Maybe some of you know it. It was like a comedy news show, and it seems like Colbert understands what's going on better now. But at the time, he made a joke laughing at one of the protesters because they zoomed in on her. She was sort of in the background, and he was like, "Why is she wearing?" He went over his head. That it was like the most punk rock thing you could do, put on a colander on your head when the dictatorial government tells you you can't wear helmets to protect yourselves. And then February happened with the with the Heavenly Hundred, all the protesters being shot by literal snipers. And I finally heard, like, for 2 minutes on a New York City public radio show, yeah, there were some riots in Kyiv led by far right protesters, and blah blah blah, and that was it. It was just like this quick blurb, and I mean, you could have played like a trombone going wah wah. Till really 2022, we kept hearing that this was a civil war in Ukraine. There were great journalists like Simon Ostrovsky with Vice News. He did a series called Russian Roulette, and
Yes,
yeah,
yes, he was great.
wasn't he?
And yeah.
Yeah, he was just absolutely amazing. So, but for the most part, yeah, I mean, a lot of stuff just went over people's heads. Mainstream journalists were repeating that this was just the Civil War. They kept repeating DNR, LNR as if they were real things, real grassroots movements, when that was just what Russia wanted everyone to say. So yes, Ukraine is getting recognition now, but it's been a while. It's been basically 10 years.
We've had to wake up. Yeah, thank you for saying that. I really need to shut up now, but I will say that yes, absolutely. The entire West had to wake up to what was happening in Ukraine, and it's tragic, but now we have an opportunity to make it right, you know, and that's what we're doing, right?
Exactly.
I will shut up now.
All right. Word Doggo came back. I will, if you are a bit patient, I will go first to Liberal, who has been also patient. And Liberal.
Hey, thank you. And Mikhailo, how and when did the Ukrainians pierce that veil of Russian propaganda?
Yeah, interesting question. Because the Russian propaganda has been an influence for a while. Even I remember in March 2014, there were I literally remember in the mail, like someone was handing out leaflets talking about gay Europa, and Ukraine shouldn't be interested in EU membership and becoming more like Europe because because of gays, and be scared of gay people, the typical, like the typical stuff. So I mean, it was there at a certain. It slowly broke. The media space was more and more occupied uh, by rational voices, by like professional journalists, like I mentioned, hromadske, which is like public TV run by independent journalists. They got themselves together like just as the Maidan was starting in November 2013. I think they didn't even have a proper studio, but they started covering. They started covering everything 24/7 on their YouTube channel. So it was a slow process. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. It's just fascinating that Russian propaganda is so prevalent, and yet maybe the students, or there was a piercing of the veil, and somehow Maidan happened in spite of Russian oppression and propaganda. I find it fascinating.
Yeah, it was these constant escalations that were basically hard to ignore. First with Yanukovych escalating throughout the Maidan protests and killing innocent people. The protests, the protesters did everything possible to keep things as nonviolent as possible. They banned alcohol amid the protests. A lot of care was taken to be morally right, and to do things the right way. And I think it's just the same thing with this war. But Putin replaced Yanukovych, it just became crystal clear who's the victim and who's the aggressor.
Thank you.
And War Doggo, you have your hand up, so back to you, my friend.
Yeah, nowadays, through the many years of war that started 2014, but is there for a century, as you rightly mentioned before. We, after the investigation that was done on the Rio police shooting in the Protestants, and we already can see in the social medias that at those moments when the protests were holding, Russians were behind that. Russians were supporting regime of Yanukovych, and obviously because simply as the consequence he ran to Rostov, and he's staying in Russia together with measure quantity of his with his cabinet of ministers. They are majority of that people, they are in Russia. And in the social media you can even find the pictures that Russian military, they were in Kiev at those time. They were posting the pictures in their social medias, being in the governmental buildings, and they I mean, from the profile you understand that this person is the Russian military, and you see that he is wearing the Ukrainian uniform. So they were really behind that. And after the Maidan, the war started. So, and about the propaganda is not new. It was there since many years. For instance, when I was traveling to Adriatics, speaking with people from Croatia, many of them, they were saying that it was before even 24th of February. They were saying, "Hey, we really understand what's going on in Ukraine because we were there." I mean, when we were in that massive bombardment by the Russia supported propaganda, when they were speaking about somebody being killed on the streets, you go out and you see nothing over here on the street, so nothing is going on. But in their media there is the whole world alternative reality being built up. So this is not new, and that is why it has pretty simple counter, how to call it, informational warfare is just simply the facts. Facts and the truth in parallel is something that helps Ukraine really confronting that propaganda. And the simple tips for those who today who learn how to back the Russian propaganda is simply when you see the media that really drives your emotion to the sky high level, it means you need to close the media, you need to stop a little bit, you need to pause, and then probably is something that is trying to hook you up with the emotions, or and they use many different technologies. And you can see that propaganda really works. You can see the Russian society, how they are really pumped with propaganda, and they really, many of them support what's going on in Ukraine, not because they really even maybe would like to, but in some sense they simply find it easier for them. So it's like kind of the 21st that the person decides to go like easy way, not being interested what is really going on there, but just is easier to support. But then many of them who are fleeing Russia, those who are fleeing, they're fleeing not because they don't support what's going on, but they are simply afraid of the consequences of their support. So they are afraid to get to the front lines and defend with weapons what they believe, because there is nothing that they believe, and their idea is miserable. There is no way how in the 21st century the country can gain from attacking each other, and we are strongly believe that there is nothing that the country cannot, how to call it, the country cannot get away with that, and that's what we are seeing. It's only a matter of time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think you're right that there is two completely different cultures here, and they're pulling in two different directions. And obviously, you know, humanity based. I can only say that that appears to be winning through, and thank goodness for that. Mikhailo, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm not sure if it was Timothy Snyder or somebody else, but I did hear that the Russian mentality, Russian propaganda, perhaps we can call it, is like a manifestation of like the dark sides of postmodernism. If anyone knows what that means, and I sometimes have trouble understanding it too, but just the idea that everything is relative and there is no objective truth. And well, we see that with propaganda, but used in the worst ways. And I think that's what we see from people who are against Ukraine. You know, they'll say these same things. Well, there's bad people on both sides. Everything's relative. There's no, there's no clear good guys and bad guys, and things like that.
Yeah, but what you've got to remember is that in every society there's bad people. It doesn't mean that that society deserves to be erased. That's that's where I come from anyway. And an awful lot of that corruption has been sort of spread by originally the Soviet Union, because they weren't able to sort of get rid of any corruption. In fact, if anything, it just got bigger. And it's the same for Russia now. I believe that it is widely known in Russia that if you want to do some sort of expensive project, almost 95% of your costs will disappear somewhere, whether that be in handouts or bribes or into your own yacht. Apparently all these projects cost 95% more than they're supposed to, just because of the level of corruption. And I thought Britain had issues with not spending enough money on stuff, but if most of the money goes missing like that every time, surely that's no way to run any sort of business or country. Liberal, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Markers. Yeah, I just wanted to add that we need to remember that this war is unnecessary. It's not like a border dispute. This is a war launched by an imperialistic power. Simply for what purpose?
Well, we call it a war of choice, don't we? They chose to invade. and the powers that be in Russia chose to invade, and they didn't really plan it out. I don't think they were just like, well, we'll do this. They had some terrible bad information, and I'm really glad that they did. Yeah, sorry, carry on. I interrupted you.
No, you actually finished my thought. This war is so unnecessary. It's all about, some midgets' fantasies about being Peter the Great in modern times, and invading another country to try to reconstitute the Soviet Union. It wasn't necessary. It wasn't something that we could debate as well. There was a border dispute. It's simply like an imperialistic aggression against a peaceful nation.
Yeah, it was never a border dispute. That much I can say for sure. That's like, somebody coming and living next door to me and then saying that my garden belongs to them. And, that's the sort of thing it is. It's actually, we're just going to take this because we can, because we want it. And that doesn't fly anywhere. So it certainly shouldn't fly when it comes to internationally recognised borders, shall we say. There was, yeah, absolutely no need. And I think that's why a lot of people didn't believe it was going to happen, because they were like, surely nobody's going to do that. Surely this is just a massive show of strength and then they'll go home and be happy, And I think they were underestimated in their hatred. That's all I can say. And it's probably because I don't like saying the West, because there's an awful lot of people who have opened their eyes to this situation, and not just in the West. However, more westernized minds, shall we, didn't see any good reason, because there wasn't any good reason other than to choose to take over something that isn't yours. And, well, I was taught right from wrong when I was a little kid. And so somebody, it would appear, needs a lesson. Sorry, that was me just being a bit. Yeah, that's how I feel anyway. Someone needs to learn a lesson that they can't have everything that they look at. It's what I call spoiled child syndrome, where, if you get everything and everything that you want all the time, then there's going to come a time where you want something that you can't have. And it's almost like a tantrum. I want this, I'm going to take it. And yeah, it makes you sick. Anyway, I do have a little report from the British MOD, and I normally save it for Doman, but since I'm here and I'm in charge,
You can say it to me?
then I can say it to Axel, yes. Good morning, Axel, by the way.
Hello, good morning to you.
Axel.
Hey, little room, how are you doing?
Right, so here we go with the latest Defence Intelligence update on the situation of Ukraine on today, the last day of January, the 31st. So here we go. In the last 3 days, Russia has likely developed its probing attacks around the town of Pavlivka and Vuhledar into a more concerted assault. So probing attacks and now obviously a stronger assault as a result. The settlements lie 50 kilometers southwest of Donetsk city, and Russia previously used the 155th Naval Infantry Brigade in an unsuccessful assault on this same area in November 22. Elements of the 155th are again involved as part of an at least brigade-sized force, which has likely advanced several hundred metres beyond the small Kashalach River, which marked the front line for several months. Russian commanders are likely aiming to develop a new axis of advance into Ukrainian-held Donetsk Oblast and to divert Ukrainian forces from the heavily contested Bakhmut sector. There is a realistic possibility that Russia will continue to make some local gains in these sectors. However, it is unlikely that Russia has sufficient uncommitted troops in the area to achieve any operationally significant breakthroughs. So the UK MOD is quite satisfied that, yes, they are making pushes in areas. They can probably take some areas, but you notice they stated a few hundred metres. These are not significant swathes of land. These are streets and maybe a couple of blocks. And if all this property that they're taking is pretty much levelled flat, then they're not really taking anything too important. They have been able to harass one of the supply lines at Bakhmut because they've got a bit closer to that side there. They've sort of gone around a bit and been able to harass one of the supply routes. Chuck came on last night and was talking about that. It is something that we kind of expected. They were on the way. And so there are other supply routes to Bakhmut, which are currently not under threat. So they still have supplies there. Our friend who speaks in his car of a morning. I don't know if you've seen him, but Dimitri of War Translated, he likes to translate his statements, and he is very matter of fact. And I particularly like listening to him purely because he tells you absolutely straight. Yeah, the Russians came into this area, we smacked them, they went away, but there's still some in that area, and we're going to go after them, and things like that. You know, he doesn't faff about with the truth. And I find that with an awful lot of Ukrainian people. They are absolutely sick to the back teeth of anything that isn't the truth. And I can't flipping blame them, can you? So now we've been through the MOD report. The British MOD do not have a great respect for Russia anymore. It would appear that they get more and more sarcastic as the time goes on. And the commitment to Ukraine from the UK MOD remains unwavering. Defence Minister Mr. Heapy, I think that's how you say his name, was speaking yesterday how the UK was working very closely with Ukraine to ensure we can provide the right sort of military aid to meet the requirements of the Ukrainian forces on the ground. And you know what? It's been many a year since I've been proud of my country. I'll be totally honest with you. And you know, I don't even think Ben Wallace is a great guy. Some of his policies in the past have been meh, but oh my goodness, he knows how to sort out a fight, shall we say. This is a guy who obviously just was not in the right sort of place to be a sort of, you know, a politician that appeals to everyone, shall we say. But he's totally in the right job. I could not praise him more for the situation. I mean, we even heard that prior to the war beginning, Ben Wallace was literally packing up and sending off javelins without any real approval. I mean, I'm sure he realised that he was going to get approval, and apparently when he cleared it with Boris, Boris just went, "Yeah, great," because he's that kind of guy. But still, that was Ben Wallace, and I can only say I wish all of Ukraine's supporters in foreign governments were so gung ho, because it cheered me up greatly to hear that he was actually like, I'm quite sure we can send these. And I believe that's his attitude with everything. He surprised me that he's stepped up in the way he has anyway. And he's made me proud to actually be able to say, I'm British and I'm not embarrassed about it anymore.
Well, you know, you don't have to be good at everything, but when you need to be good at one thing that counts, it helps. You know?
Absolutely, yeah. Like I say, he's not terribly well liked for his other policies and things like that. But you know what? He's not dealing with those other things. He's dealing with getting assistance to Ukraine and looking after the UK military, and he appears to be doing a better job since this has all happened. I don't know if it's given us all a bit of a kick up the bum. I think it has, actually. And I think before he struggled to get the commitment to the funding that he was looking for the British Armed Forces. And now, of course, it's a totally different story. And so maybe some of that criticism that was heaped upon him was purely for the fact that he had issues with being able to get other things done, political will, that sort of thing. We always understand that the political will is behind an awful lot of things, and that's been behind a lot of the slowdown of weapons deliveries and things like that. I mean, I know there are legal issues, I know there are secrets, I know that, for example, air assets. Oh, it'll take 6 months to trade them. Well, look at us, we're 11 months down the line. They could have been flying by now if we'd have really had the political will. And that frustrates me a bit. But I also know that when you look at things from further out, these are major decisions that a lot of governments have had to make it as a bit of a surprise, I think. Nobody really expected something this major to happen in the world. And I do think that it came as a shock, and then it started a bit of inaction. There are some people that act and there are some people that don't. And Ben Wallace obviously acted. He went straight to a warehouse and started pulling out weapons that he could send. I'm sure there are other governments who again felt the need to act immediately. And obviously the Polish, can't forget them in this. And then there were others who were trapped into inaction. And it's the fight or flight mechanism. And unfortunately, it also applies to governments. I think that, if there's more fighters, or if there's a couple of fighters, you find that those things go a bit smoother. But when people are sort of trapped into inaction, for all sorts of reasons. I mean, you know, energy blackmail, there's a good reason. And they got themselves into that situation, we know. But initially, let's just say, I think initially those things were done in good faith, and they left themselves at countries who didn't very quickly. It's kind of because they weren't set up to act. They being very interested in what's going on in their domestic politics, and they haven't really been looking outwards, and so it's come as a bit of a surprise to them, and it gets to the point where there's, you know, a blockage in the need to act, because, oh, we've never done this before, oh, we've never had to think about something like this, and then the wheels have to move in that direction. And I just think that it was the fact that we've all been sort of very complacent, living in, you know, our own worlds, and not realizing that this was all going on in the background. Hello, Doman, my lovely. You've come to rescue me from talking these people to death.
Good morning. Also, that's what you were saying was you're making a really good point there. Actually, a couple of really good points. I want to expand it just a little bit by saying, you know, this is why people are so hard on Germany, right? People are so hard on Germany because having Germany on side is a really good thing. People aren't hard on Germany for the sake of being hard on Germany. We're being hard on Germany for the sake of Germany doing the right thing and getting out of this, you know, cycle of, oh, but no, but this is just the worst, but whatever. This is too hard. Probably not. Maybe sometime later we will see. Instead, we were hard on Germany because we all know that it's on Germany to do the right thing. The Germany would do the right thing eventually, and we're just trying to speed the process up along. And I think this is, you know, sometimes people say, "Oh, we just hate on Scholz." No, we're trying to help him. You know, help him join the cause of the righteous.
Absolutely. A lot of people just weren't prepared, and it's taken them an awful long time to get their heads around it. And unfortunately, that's time that the Ukrainians have had to keep fighting. And it frustrates me, but I appreciate it's probably happening lightning fast compared to what you'd expect. And yet it's still not quick enough. I'm a terribly impatient person, you know. Go ahead, Liberal.
Hey, thank you. Hey, Doman, long time no speak. Doman, what's your opinion on the Germany's any?
So one more than you're asking for. My first take is, well, this is what happened with everything, right? They always say no. So does that mean that they are going to supply airframes to Ukraine? They always start off by vociferously denying, and this one seemed kind of unprompted. My other take is, well, I don't think Germany is going to be sending Eurofighters. I don't know how much use tornadoes would have been. At the end of the day, I don't think that anybody's really looking at Germany to supply jets, because the ones much more conveniently useful from a supply chain perspective, from a capabilities perspective, from just how many there are around perspective, are F-16s are well on the top of that list, and then there's a number of others just a little bit further down, be it F-15s, F-18s, Gripens, maybe the French ones. And the German ones just don't quite make that list, judging by everything that our aeronautically inspired friends here have been saying. So it's kind of like saying, I don't know, the Uzbekistan declaring that we will not be opening our coastal sea beaches for tourism this year. It's like, yeah, no shit, you don't have any. You're doubly landlocked. What are you on about? It just feels a little bit redundant in a way as well. Not as redundant, I guess. Not as redundant, because they do have some good things, but I just don't think it will come to that in practice. And I think Bloke has a thought on this as well. Morning, Bloke.
Good morning, or good evening. I just wanted to say that Germany has one job here: release the leopards, and all sins will be forgiven. Just release the leopards and get Rheinmetall to produce ammunition, and that's really what Germany's job is right now. In the alliance, that's my opinion. We need 155 shells. Axel, you probably know about this. You know
Sure.
far better than I do. Yep. We need Rheinmetall to produce, Gilmers. There is discussion about this. We need them to produce shells. We need them to free the leopards, and then that will be fine. And the rest will be taken care of by the other allies. The F-16s will be released, and I thought it was really interesting earlier today when you were talking about, Joe Biden's famous no, where he said, "No, we'll not be giving F-16s." Well,
that's fine, because the Dutch, the Norwegians, and the Danes are. It's okay.
Exactly. Yeah, that's my point, right? So there are support mechanisms in the NATO alliance that Germany's job right now is to provide support for the leopards to produce. Rheinmetall needs to produce shells, and all sins will be forgiven after that. That's my opinion. I don't know your opinion, Axel. Where do you stand on this?
And
Axel doesn't want to
look,
comment.
if I may just add something to it, and I apologize for the background noise, but obviously the list of things Germany can supply and does supply is long. A lot of the additional vehicles, support components, and the likes, which are required, not just for the Leopard, but for all the materials at hand. And there's a number of things in terms of anti-air capacity, which they can still provide and will provide. Sorry, dog. Wait one. Hold on 1 second. Neo. Okay. Poodles are very, very particular. That list, they are working through it, and they managed to, shall we say, focus on this one and help Ukraine with that comprehensive effort in terms of trucks, support vehicles, ARVs, the likes, and a lot is one. There's a lot of good kit the Germans can provide in terms of small arms. That's another thing which we evidently will be seeing in the coming months. Whilst we all know that Ukraine has never said that there is a lack of small arm capacity, because Kalashnikovs and the likes. Hello?
Yeah, we read you fine.
Okay, sorry, apologies.
5x5.
I got distracted, I apologize. But whilst nobody has really complained about it, it is also about the quality of the kit you get. And there's a couple of things which I understand both Ukrainian SOF as well as snipers would like to have, and which firms such as Heckler and Koch and others can provide, and can provide in quite a large number. And if we just look at the precision of regular small arms and rifles, which typically NATO armies have at their disposal, then there's a lot to be gained from German weapon system manufacturers. And the combination of the Swedes and the Germans in terms of both machine gunnery as well as mounted machine guns and anti-air guns is something which I'm looking at very closely, because I tend to believe that there's a lot of potential still completely untapped, which the Ukrainians will need both for defense as well as support rounds and supporting fires from mechanized infantry. So this is something where I tend to believe we will see a lot more coming in the upcoming weeks. But there you go. And not to forget,
Okay,
we need
so
another 6 to 8 IRSTs.
yes, the IRSTs are amazing. So you agree with me generally that the discussion about delivering fighter jets to Ukraine through Germany is just a red herring.
Oh, of
no
course.
one cares.
Yeah, it's completely.
Yeah.
That is. But then again, I think you and I discussed this once before. Was it with? No, it was with Jeff and Bill. That essentially, at the moment, it is this opposition which Germany projects into the alliance, into the coalition, and into NATO, to the alliance providing those jets. And that is an opposition which
yeah, but that's a non-issue anymore. It was a major issue with the Leopards, right?
I understand, but he's still he is still projecting, Mr. Scholz, that is, as well as his whole party and even the other coalition partners, at least one of them, are projecting this currently as something worthwhile having as a public discussion and saying no to fighter jets provided by anyone. Now, the good thing is that you are right, and I think this is where we're all leading at, that if and when partner nations within the coalition wish to provide for fighter jets and close air support, then in such instance, there's absolutely no need other than to tell the German, not asking them necessarily. However, thus far, we have seen that the coalition tries to do a lot on a consensus basis. Now, the good thing there is if Macron wants to now finally showcase a good side of French exceptionalism, he could simply say, fine, well, if the request comes in, and the rumors have been now abounding, that he could provide Rafales, that evidently would be very, very good. It's evident also that Britain has Typhoons, which it was about to phase out, but they probably won't be given because there's other issues in the British defense budget. And the US does not have to provide necessarily F-16s because there are at least 3 nations willing and capable to do so. So this is now a matter of how to actually set this up. Also, the statement yesterday, people will have seen this little video snippet where yet again a well-disposed White House reporter shouted the question out, which evidently the president was willing to take, because otherwise he would not have deliberately moved specifically to that reporter as closely as possible, then trying to showcase as if he needed to really listen to the question, which was hard to understand by any measure, and then to just revert with a no. Now, as we understand, but we have no perfect audio of it, it's very difficult to engineer this out. But as we understand, the question was, will the US be giving? And then he didn't hear it. And then, are you in favor of delivering fighter jets to Ukraine? So the question may have changed by re-asking it, but the original question is, I think, the one which Biden was ready for. And the indication is that the US will not be giving F-16s, but probably
they don't have
exactly.
to. They don't have to.
They don't have to, exactly. But what the US may be giving, and that is an effort which is currently and amongst them a few draft. and amongst them a few in order to supply the Ukrainians with a war fleet.
Oh, Liberal might finally get his wish. Liberal, did you hear that?
Yeah, I was passively listening. Are we talking A10s?
Yes.
I'm kidding. Yeah, I was just
We
mentioning
are. We're skeptical about that, but you know that's it's possible. It's possible.
Well, what they need is, of course,
Yeah.
they need more aircraft. That is evident thus far. They've lost a few aircraft in recent weeks, and that's completely expected. It's terrible, and there's massive losses. If you look, for example, at this one message which was posted on various sources yesterday, that one of the more experienced, but still, if you compare it, young pilots who'd been flying 114 he now got involved, and 3 days ago he was shot down.
But
yes,
that's insane. That's insane. 114, right? And how many miles?
Well, since the beginning of the war.
Yeah, quick follow-up. The U.S. doesn't have to give Ukraine F-16s.
I can hardly hear you, Liberal.
Because they can be. Okay, hold on a second. I'm on an earpod. Let me just shut that down.
Well, Liberal gets his audio together. The point being that we're over the hump with Germany, as far as I'm concerned. Rheinmetall is, getting the gear. They're willing to produce munitions. They're discussing with the U.S. About whether to, produce munitions for Gimlers and for HIMARS, right?
Yep, that has been already contracted for. That is actually something which has been agreed.
It's actually already been done, contracted.
Yes.
So, yeah, okay. So we're good there, right? And as long as they release the Leopards, the rest can be taken care of by the allies, right? So, there are a number of allies that are replacing their F-16 fleets with, F-35s or whatever. Those will go to, let me rephrase. Those fleets will be available. And after that, it's just a matter of figuring out how to do it, right? How to get those jets to Ukraine, right?
Yeah, typically you fly them into Ukraine.
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about. But
no, it's, you need to
we
put.
can discuss that offline.
It's simple. The way this is, should be done is it's a classic transfer, meaning Ukrainian pilots come to, for example, Poland to an airfield, or to Slovakia or to Romania to an airfield as chosen for the transit. From the transfer, there's a handover protocol. Ukrainian markings are put onto the plane. The plane gets an escort into Ukrainian airspace, and that's that. End of story. Next.
Okay, so here's my dream. My dream is F-18s. I have an affinity for F-18s.
I
I
knew
love
this
those.
was coming.
Yeah, well, just because. But I think they're good aircraft, and they're multi-role, and they'd be perfect. And A10s. A10s would be excellent. I am convinced that they would perform better than the Su-25s. Right? That's my opinion.
But that's also a matter of integration. The Su-25. I mean, it's a fine aircraft. Don't get me wrong, but the A10 has significant advantages in terms of its resilience and resistance to enemy fire. Yes, it's also an aircraft which can only be made survivable, properly survivable, by having multi-role fighters in the air. and to suppress anti-air guns.
Exactly. That was the whole point. That was the way the A-10s worked, and that's why I had a quibble about people who were proposing the A-10s straight away, right? Because I had a quibble about that because we are used to having, uh, control over the airspace, right? That's in our doctrine, right?
True.
Like,
But they have MiG-29s. So think about it. What they can do is they can, in a certain region where an attack is mounted, where the A-10s are there in order to destroy on the ground artillery, mechanized forces, or lay down ground fire with my preferred treatment. Charlie don't serve. Put it up with napalm, in order to deter infantry advances and the likes, and maybe take out even anti-air batteries in the back in order to disturb the Ruski Mir. You can do this if you have a couple of fighter jets up in the air. You need probably about, say, 6 of them at the same time.
Agreed. Agreed. If you've got a cap over the A-10s, then the A-10s can do their business.
Yep.
Basically, that's what it boils down to.
100%. And if you can if you can supplement this whole thing with having what was also not asked yesterday, and it makes you wonder why the White House press corps doesn't ask these questions. I mean, we've had it now a couple of times. There were press things where they could ask these questions as to what would you think about U.S. Army helicopters being provided or the likes. I mean, we've now seen it, Chinook. The Chinook needs to be there, there's no question about it. But what you really want to see is as many Cobras as have been phased out already. The Cobra is a fantastic light attack helicopter. It's absolutely perfect for the purposes in Ukraine. And we discussed it with Zgorman as well. And the same thing you can do with the Apaches. There is enough Apaches there. We have enough supplies for them. We have the spare parts. We have everything. And what on earth did we do with all these Black Hawks? Oh, we mothballed them. Fantastic. Why not actually take 60 of them and hand them over? Because that's what they will be needing. They need a good 6 squadrons of, in this case, Cobras and Apaches. They need at least 2 squadrons of Chinook, and they definitely need 2 to 3 squadrons of Black Hawks. They need to increase the mobility of the troops. They need to have anti-tank air suppressive fire by means of having helicopters in the air, which then also benefit, of course, from air cap. So you need to provide them a multi-role fighter. I wouldn't take the F-18. I think the F-16 is the better option, but it doesn't really matter.
I admit that the F-16 is probably the better option, but I have a soft spot for the F-18 because, it's a
just
great plane. But
I know, I get it.
Just because.
I like it too. It's not I don't disagree at all. On the contrary, it would have been my dream to fly it.
And I also have a soft spot for the Chinook. I love the little heater they have in the front, but I will shut up now.
So, actually, can you just clarify a little bit about the F-18? Is it like a factor 0.99 or a 0.95 or a 0.9 or a 0.7 relative to F-16?
No, it's just different. As an aircraft, it's just different. It has a different reach, a different range. It uses fuel It uses significantly more fuel. It can carry a lot of weaponry, yes, but if you compare it, for example, if you compare the two, you get substantially more bang for the buck with the F-16 and a different reach, and you can therefore provide a different bubble. So let's put it this way. And maintenance-wise, I think if you can streamline it with more F-16s, that would be great. F-18s are also not in use with all the parties who can actually currently replace them with F-35s and respectively change their air force to have F-35s kind of in. So you wouldn't want to do that. And also, as Carlos was highlighted, many of the F-18s which are available are a bit long in the tooth, meaning that you would rather...
That is completely accurate. That is absolutely accurate. It is absolutely true that the F-18s, the airframes, some of them are coming really to end of service. And yes,
But
correct.
you could make an argument that
Yeah.
it's good to have them now and use them for war. Well, longer, because this is not a small thing to use. Let's put it this way. Anyway, having said all this, if there's a chance that the French were to play a game and at least a decent generation fighter, and it's a decent plane, it has a lot of capabilities, can carry a lot of arm, say ordnance, so that would definitely change the picture. And then you can complement it with different aircraft just as well. So I wouldn't be against it, on the contrary. But if I had the choice, yes, I know people will now come and out of the woodworks and say, yeah, but what do you have against the Mirage? Yeah, of course, the Mirage is nice. But if you have the choice between the two, you take the more modern, longer reach, better, say, better fighter aircraft. Let's put it this way. It's a completely different generation, the Rafale.
Because it's much newer, yeah. Because it's
No,
not
it's
from the 70s.
it's the sensor system. It's actually, you can upgrade the Mirage 2000 is neatly upgraded. It has a lot of the capacities as well, and it's great. But it's an interim version. The Rafale has significantly better capabilities because of its electronics, and it also has better flight options. So in that regard, that's helpful. The Rafale doesn't. I mean, if I have the choice, so to say, between an F-16 and a Rafale, despite the fact that they're slightly different, say, approaches in terms of what you do in the air picture, I would still go for the F-16. There's no question, hands down, anytime. And actually, if I really get a choice, I would say, you know what, thank you very much. Take a few F-16s, but put more Strike Eagles there. But then you need the US again for it. So depending on how President Biden answered the question, we'll have to wait for the F-15s a little bit longer.
I think there's also the word soon in the question, which I don't think you mentioned earlier. Maybe you did. And,
No,
and that
and
is
I
a
didn't hear
very
it either.
flexible word that can do a lot of work.
But did you hear that? Because I've played this audio, I mean, literally 20 times, 20 times. And I really couldn't get it. And I'm not even sure that it matters anymore, because I think that even the president didn't really get answer to what he projected being the question, will we give? That's possible. I just don't know. So as a consequence, it's very hard to judge as to whether that is a sincere policy statement in very meticulous and detailed fashion. Words matter a great deal, and we discussed it last night. Stop, dog. Wait. My dog is going crazy here. Words do matter, and I would wish for that question to be addressed again, but in a quieter setting. Meaning, let's do, say, a proper presser, and he is asked the same question, and then he has to elaborate. Then it is a different setup. Then the answer may also very well be different, and then as a consequence, we may actually have better judgment as to what the policy shall be. I know it doesn't help anyone here, but this is the best I can do.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Let's get a proper clarification, and hopefully somebody was going to ask him nice, calmly in a press room in the coming days, week, thereabouts. Let's go to Libro, who's hopefully sorted out his mic, and then we have Daniel, who also wants to talk air. So yeah, let's fly, Libro.
Hey, thanks, Soman. Hey, Bloke, Axel. Yeah, just to go back, just to dovetail back to the A-10 Warthog, it was designed to be a conventional close air support asset. And what we're looking at in Ukraine is a conventional war. There are a lot of detractors that say that, well, it's slow, and it's designed to be a tank killer. The pilot is in a titanium tub, so the pilot is very well protected. The plane can take a lot of punishment So for all those that say that, oh well, in the Ukrainian airspace, there's a lot of you know anti-aircraft weapons. We've seen the failure of the S-300s, Pantsir S-400s. I, for one, think that weapon would be an asset to Ukrainians, especially if you think about what's going on in Bakhmut. Imagine having that asset that can attack tanks, bunkers, and large troop formations. For people that say that, again, it's slow and slow, the Ukrainians are flying helicopters to the front line, lobbing rockets, unguided rockets at I don't know what position. Um, I don't see why the A-10 wouldn't be an ideal application for this particular conflict. And Bloke knows how I feel about this.
Yeah, I absolutely understand, right? The difference is that in our doctrine, we always assumed that there was air superior. But I take your point that given the circumstances, the Ukrainians are already flying without air superiority. I'm conflicted. Axel, what are your
Well,
thoughts
Doman
on
thought it was
this?
funny, so maybe Doman wanted to make a comment because the Russians haven't demonstrated air superiority. So we're talking close air support, not necessarily flying A-10s across all of Ukraine, but like right on top of their troops. Do their
Yeah,
work.
yeah, it's an interesting question. Like, so the first thing I would say, like liberal, right? The first thing I would say is don't even think about this unless you have air superiority, right? That's the doctrine that we would subscribe to. Uh, but I can see your point, right? And I see the point you made about they're already flying helicopters with unguided rockets, right? So could you imagine what an A-10 could do? Um, I'm conflicted. I need help here. Axel, do you have any thing to say about this? Otherwise, we have to move down patiently. I think Axel's off with his dogs.
I think the right thing to say, and what I was laughing at, Libro, was you saying the bloke knows how you feel, and then bloke emphatically agreeing with you. That was funny. What I want to maybe say is, right, there's a use case for an A-10.
I will say this. I will say this. The A-10, properly supported, will be absolutely fucking devastating. Like the Russians will never know what hit them if the A-10 is in the field, right? Like just so that's perfectly clear. And this is where liberal and I are in complete agreement. The A-10 is an absolutely devastating weapon. It can carry more ordnance. It is well protected. Its cannon would it would just wipe out. You know, it's a devastating weapon, and it is being phased out. So, like, it's not like we even need them in the sense that we can donate them right now. So the A-10, like absolute terror. If I was Russian and I saw an A-10, I would absolutely run for the hills. I would get out of my tank and I would just fucking run because you're dead already, right? Like if you see an A-10. So properly supported, it's a devastating weapon. But that's my question. Can it be properly supported?
Its use case is limited. However, that limited use case has a lot of use in Ukraine, right? Because you do have this very long front line, because you have Russians doing weird things with putting infantry and BMPs and whatnot out into the open. And in a context like this, often grouped tightly together, in a context like this, yeah, it's a really good use case. And in that context, it's probably good for Ukrainians to use it. It's kind of just, I mean, it messes up the situation locally. It's almost a little bit like artillery, right? Like area fire artillery, because everybody, it messes up whatever the guys on the ground are trying to do. They're no longer going to be able to do it. It's suppressive fire.
I think that we've been, messed up with the argument of perfection is the enemy of the good. So perfection would be a multi-role fighter like the F-16, right? The F-16 can do basically anything. It can do cap. It can do whatever you ask it to do, and so that's perfection. But given the timeline to get an F-16 into theater, right? The A-10, well, and this I'm going out of my depth because I don't know what it would be like for an Su-25 pilot to transfer to an A-10. But imagine if they had it. Imagine if the Ukrainians had A-10s right now. And definitely, liberals quite right. It would make a difference in Bakhmut. I can't deny that. It would absolutely shred the Russians in Bakhmut.
There we go.
Hey, Blow, a quick follow up. The frog foot that the Russians and maybe the Ukrainians fly is very similar in training to the A-10. The A-10 is a very primitive tank killing machine that was designed to destroy Russian armor. As far as I understand, it's not very difficult to fly because it's a more simple aircraft. It can take off from a street and it can land in the street. Maintenance wise, is not that sophisticated. It's so you don't need like a long logistical chain in that respect. And again, we have a lot of these planes. Would it be beneficial to Ukrainians in a conventional war that was designed for this specific war to destroy Ukrainian armament? It's just, for me personally, I get it. Even Zelensky says, we don't want the A-10s, we want F-16s. Of course you do. The F-16 is a multi-role fighter. But right now, if you told me we'll send you 100 A-10s and I'm Ukraine, I'd be like, yeah, let's do it. Because they're designed for this particular battlefield. They're not the most technologically sophisticated. They don't have to be. They're designed to destroy tanks. That's the primary mission of the A-10 Warthog. It's a tank killer. It can also absorb a lot of punishment. Again, the pilot sits in a titanium tub. So the survivability of the A-10 is incredible. And the Gulf War, I think very few were lost. Many came back, heavily damaged, but they're just a sturdy airframe and essentially a flying tank. And the Ukrainians don't have a lot of frogfoots that are said to be the equivalent of the A-10. So if they could easily train up and use these weapons to solely attack the front lines, we're not talking about a large offensive. I don't see why anyone would argue against that. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
And hopefully they can maybe scavenge some of those from Bulgaria as well.
We need to go to other people
Let's,
because
Daniel.
I can't argue with the point.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be get a lot of arguments against me, but I'm a little bit on the other side. I think that the A-10 is a great aircraft. It's fantastic in every way.
Is it me?
But it's. Do you hear me?
I hear Daniel fine, Marcus.
Okay, but I would say it's a sort of overrated in some areas, and I think one of the reasons is that it's fantastic once, as we have touched here before, once it's in a totally uncontested airspace, and I doubt that we will see that in a very soon in Ukraine, and it's not just other aircrafts, air-to-air threats. It's also man pads, which is something that the A-10 is actually quite vulnerable to. And I don't think you saw that many of those in Iraq. My impression is that there is much more of a man pad threat in Ukraine, and you also have more sort of medium range and long range air defenses in other like S-300s and stuff like that. And it will take time, if it's even possible, to Ukraine to totally clear those if they get the right equipment. And I don't think we should sort of hope that will happen. It's also a matter of economics. How much can they get? Yeah, it would be great if they got F-16s and F-18s and F-15 Strike Eagles and A-10s and whatever, tankers and AWACS. Well, they already have AWACS, sort of. But they're not going to get that, not to start with at least. So the simplest thing would actually be F-16s, lots and lots of F-16s, because the F-16, as we also touched a little bit, is so much more multi-capable than the other ones. Yes, F-18 can carry more weapons. Very crucial munition that they cannot take, and that's the AGM-88, the HAR.
And just for the record, I want the F-18, but I will shut up.
Yeah.
No,
it's a fantastic aircraft. I mean, as being a Swede, I would absolutely love to have the Gripens there, but there's the availability and the numbers of them. But it also, again, it cannot carry harm. It cannot carry out seed operations. If you would have F-18s, then you would have to have the Growler also. And I doubt that the US would send Growlers on top of F-18, especially since Biden has said that they will
off
not
the
send.
table. No one will
Exactly.
ever send Growlers. That's out of the question.
Exactly. So primarily F-16s. Just get F-16s in there, and then when you have F-16s, get more of them, because there's nothing in the roles that you will get from F-18s and A-10s that the F-16 cannot do. Of course, F-18s would be better in some areas. I think it's actually have a stronger radar, so it would have a longer detection range, I think, for air-to-air targets. I'm not sure, but I think it has.
That's correct. And you know, it also has the two engines, but
and A-10 can go closer to the target that they are fighting and the tanks that they are supporting.
I think we're getting mixed up, right? Like, let's focus on Liberal's point, which I think is a legitimate point. He's saying that the need in Ukraine right now is for ground attack, right? And suppression of it's a ground support, right? That's what Ukraine needs right now. And he has a point. The A-10 would be perfect in the sense that they're widely available. They can be shipped tomorrow. They're relatively simple to learn. They're not too hard to maintain, and that makes sense. Having said all that, if I had my dream world, it would be the Gripen. Believe it or not, they were in the competition to replace the CF-18s, and I think the Gripen is an amazing aircraft. But
May I just, then we have to sort of separate them, because the older Gripens, the A, B, and CD, were primarily CD, they're great aircrafts, and that's what would be available right now, but they don't have a seat capability. The E version will have a seat capability that's quite good, as far as I understand. But those are not
good
available.
EW capabilities as well.
Yeah, exactly. But that's sort of, even if Sweden and Brazil were not, you would get 12 aircrafts in total right now. It's really not feasible.
Okay. So forget it. So to Liberal's point, let's send 100 A10s, right? That's what he's arguing.
Yeah, and I'm fine with doing that, and I agree with you that there's the availability is there. They're quite easy to, relatively easy to master. There's not so much systems in them that you will have to learn as it is in the F-16. But I would still say get as many F-16s as possible before that, because you will see A-10s being shot down otherwise, and they will not be as efficient. You will have, because if you look at the air war that you've had so far, it's very seldom you see Ukrainian aircraft getting very close and dropping bombs. They are lobbing rockets, just as they are doing with the helicopters, and there's a reason for that. The priority where they're going to have an advance in many ways, so you can get a sort of decent combined arms with aircraft also. And then the A-10s would be fantastic, but you need that other part first, I think, so you can shoot back to the MiG-31s that are
right. But the basic argument is multi-role fighter, which will take longer to train and will require lots of logistics, versus the equivalent to the Su-25, the A-10 meaning, which will be faster and is available in vast quantities, right? Those are basically, that's basically the choice, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, of course. Continue.
Well, I'm completely oversimplifying, obviously, right? War, the A-10 has underestimated value, and I think that's the point he was trying to make.
Yeah, I'm not sort of arguing against some sort of specific. This is sort of my view, just that I think the F-16 is like, I would, if I were the one deciding things, I would concentrate on F-16s to start with. A-10s definitely, and there's actually another argument that actually could be a really good argument for the A-10, and it's also because Ukraine has a number of pilots that are operating the Su-25 right now, and moving them to the F-16 would take much longer time. Taking the MiG, their fighter pilot that they have now, flying MiG-29s and Su-27s, of course, it would take time to convert to the F-16, but they are already familiar with using radar and tactics in firing missiles on other aircraft, because that is sort of totally other ball game of more or less playing chess in the air. But a Su-25 pilot, his training has been concentrated on flying low and dropping bombs and missiles. And he would have much shorter time to adapt to an A-10 than he would to go to an F-16. So that's actually quite good argument.
That's actually a good point. Yeah. And by the way, I will have to drop down because I really should be sleeping now. But I will leave you with the liberal who will be in violent agreement with your last point. Like, and maybe Axel to be the moderator. But Doman is just having coffee at this point.
I'm enjoying listening to you gentlemen explain stuff about planes, because it's good. I learn things.
Doman,
can you tell Bloke that he just can't hear me because of a glitch? I can hear him fine.
Bloke, you can't hear Doman. He hears you.
Okay, well, all the best, because he's probably swearing violently at me. I will drop down, and I bid you all a very good night. Thank you. It was a great discussion. Have a good morning for you guys.
Good
night, Bloke.
Good night, Bloke. Even if you can't hear me telling you good night. And let's hear the other perspective.
Yeah, I'll take it. You want me to speak? I don't really want to get into this argument because I'm a ground boy. But from what I understand, the A-10 is not the answer here. Even though we can theorize what would be nice to have and everything, it's not just feasible. From what I understand from my friends that are more into this, for a lot of reasons. Mainly what you were discussing, the air superiority bit. There's just not enough to keep them flying and to be able to perform their mission good enough, even though they're similar to the MiG-25s, especially not also getting in the numbers of what you were saying, like hundreds, even though that may be an example. You will not be able to get that many in the future for various reasons, maintenance, parts. It will take a lot of people, not to mention pilots, which is the most valuable resource, which probably Ukraine does not have that too many of. So I think prioritizing training pilots on more capable multi-role systems is more of value, because that resource is going to be very precious to the Ukrainians going from now on and in the future. And then it's better to have a system that, like the Gripen or an American version, that can do a lot of things. It's sort of like looking at what does Ukraine need now, and what are they going to be capable of operating going into the future. If and when they remove Russia from their lands, they still need to keep their lands. So it's also like a contingency theory as well, because I don't think, imagine if they, or when, sorry, they push Russia out, the Russia will still have anti-air capabilities that can reach into Ukraine or near the border. That will still put the A-10 in a bit of trouble. But other type of aircraft can still operate better than it. I don't disagree that A-10 is great at supporting ground stuff. I've seen it actually. It's very impressive. It's intimidating, but I don't see it. I just don't see it in this conflict being that decisive, to be honest, because I think we will have a hard time operating. As Daniel said, there is a lot of things on the ground that can create a lot of trouble near the front line. There's a lot of manpads, even on the Russian side, not just the Ukrainian side, which we probably forget a lot of time, that there's a big saturation of anti-air stuff. So didn't really want to get into it. I don't think it's a fun theory discussion, but I don't really think it's one that we're benefiting off, so to speak. I genuinely think that the answer to a lot of things is going to be on the ground here, and it's going to be the fastest and the most efficient way to invest in Ukrainian capabilities. Just to because the time to train a pilot is quite large, and you don't have that too many of them. But hey, it's just my thinking as a ground boy.
I see the way I see it. Wanted to, and you can answer really quickly, and we'll go to Libra, and then it's kind of like grad fire, right? It's area denial. It is freedom of movement denial, except it's on wings, and that makes it extra intimidating, possibly.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's true. But as with everything that we're talking about, armor, it's the maintenance thing. A lot of people, oh, we shouldn't worry. They can do this. And yeah, but it's a huge project, the airframe. So you need to. I don't think it will be a great thing for Ukraine to have multiple systems in the airframe department. There you actually will need to find one system and go for it. That's just how I see it, because of what I know about maintaining aircraft. It's going to take a lot of resources to do that, and if you're going to need build substantial numbers, you don't want to have too many versions, especially not from different capabilities. But that's just me. I mean, tanks is one thing, but going up the aircraft, it's a whole different ballgame, so to speak.
Thanks, Wanted to. Libero, please.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up before I drop off, because it's almost 4 a.m. here on the East Coast. I agree with the former speaker. Of course, you don't want multiple airframes because you create, a logistical nightmare. With respect to the A-10, it's not that complicated of a weapon system, number one. Number two, we can make the same argument with Challengers and Abrams tanks and Leopards. This is not an ideal situation. And if we told Ukraine we can offer you Tuardes, which are modernized T-72s, or even T-72s, of course, you'd want a more modern Western equivalent, say Leopards or Abrams. What I'm simply suggesting is that the A-10 is a sturdy airframe designed to destroy Soviet era tanks and armor. And it would not hurt Ukraine to have that in their arsenal. Logistically, from what I understand, they're not that sophisticated, and therefore might lend themselves well to this particular conflict. Would it be better to have, F-16s? Of course. But would it benefit the Ukrainians to have A-10s? I would argue that, yeah, in my personal opinion, I'm not a general or an expert. I think it could be beneficial in this particular conflict. It's very it's a very conventional war conflict, and the United States has a lot of these airframes, and I, for one, think that they would make a big impact on this particular style of war that the Ukrainians are involved in. That's all I.
Lies in how much maintenance and logistics is involved in it. Right, we were talking to Carlos and Colonel Jeff, and they were basically saying, yeah, for every pilot, you're going to have double digits of support personnel with pretty much any plane. other than the Gripen, I guess. And with every tank, you will have, one dedicated maintenance guy per several tanks. On top of the crew, of course, right? So that there's a big difference in just how much is needed on the ground to support them. Daniel, please.
Yeah. I mean, with the Gripen, it's like it's not that it requires less maintenance than other aircrafts. It's not. It sounds very much when people
It's
are
fewer
talking
people.
about it. Pardon?
It's fewer people that it requires in maintenance.
Yeah, fewer people in the field, I would say, and in some way also fewer people because it's built in a smart way. It's not more sturdy. It's not like I would say then you have the Russian aircrafts that are you basically like have the Su-25 allegedly has a compartment with tools with it. So if it lands anywhere, you have some basic tools that you can do some basic maintenance on it. It's not that way. It's not made of titanium that basically indestructible and so on. It's still a sensitive modern piece of equipment. It's just that it's very much self-diagnosing. It's built in a modular way, but where you basically just if something breaks, you can sort of remove a box out of it and replace that system. It's pre-made to be easy to change an engine and so on. So it's but then you move the problem sort of backwards. If you change the engine, still someone has to take care of that. I mean, you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't fix an engine in the field anyway. But a lot of those things you move back to someone sitting in basically in a factory doing that kind of maintenance, or you exchange it for something that you have in storage. So it's not magic. It's not magic. It's just adaptation, and that's sort of what I wanted to say now. I totally agree with 122, and it's very much a matter of perspective, I think, because I think the situation in Ukraine is very similar to what sort of I've seen. But when we were alone, we were sort of a neutral country. We were supposed to be able to defend ourselves totally, and we had limited resources. There was limited economics, you had limited number of people and so on. So you had to adapt to that, and you had to prioritize very, very much. So if you look at the United States, for instance, you have a lot of more resources. They were able to put in a lot of resources into a war and force air supremacy and they wouldn't have to think that much about the threats from the ground as you would have to do in a war in Sweden, where we would never be able to have uncontested and so on. It's the same thing for all materials on ground and in air. So and we have a limited number of pilots and limited number of airframes. So you never have that luxury of saying that, yeah, we need a very, very, very good support aircraft for our ground troops. No, you have to have one aircraft because that's what you can afford, and you have to make it sort of play as many roles as possible. And the ones that you don't afford, that you down prioritize, well, you don't have them. And I think it's very much the same way of thinking in Ukraine. You have to be very smart with those limited resources, pilots, and what you can get from your allies. Because let's face it, we're not giving them everything we have from the West. So I think we also have to be as smart with the resources when we give them stuff as they would have been if they would build up it from their own point of view. I don't know if that made sense.
Thanks, Daniel. I think that makes perfect sense. And I think this is also why the MriyaReport was saying, yeah, the Gripen is the best one, right? Because it's designed for the least effort needed to be put into keeping it going, right? And no, I'm sure you have a thought or two to that.
Yeah, I totally agree. In a peacetime situation, as when they started looking for what kind of Western aircraft they would buy, I totally agree that the Gripen would be a very, very sound option for them. However, how much I still would love to see the Gripen be sent to Ukraine, I realize that it's not available in great numbers that can be readily just sent away, because it's needed in Sweden also. And it does have a gap in their capability that, again, I think only the F-16 as a sole aircraft can fulfill, and that's the SEAD capability. And it's so crucial for Ukraine to actually be able to force local air supremacy to be able to do their future advances. So I still have to land in that, and also the availability. I have to land in that F-16 is the best option right now. But again, I would love to see the Gripen, and in peacetime, buying it, preparing for a war, it would be a fantastic option. And they could also have, if they needed the SEAD capability, it could have been built into those aircrafts, because it's very sort of relatively easy to extend the capability of Gripen. That is why they basically have extended it with a new generation that is more or less a new aircraft, but there's so much that it has been inherited from the older versions. Just because it's modular, you can extend it, and it's the same way of thinking as is with a Stridsfordon 90. It's extendable. That's why it started as a relatively simple IFV, and now it's much more complex and still among the best, even though it actually has several years on their neck.
Yeah, and I mean that's just a fantastic machine that you just brought up there. Now, in that context, I would love to ask 122 a question, which is something I tried to ask him yesterday, but I hear that he was busy making sure that already constructed IKEA furniture wasn't deconstructed in some way. So my question is, how much difference does it make to an armored battalion on the ground, whether they have air supremacy like the like Gepards, so armored autocannons, or like mobile missile systems of various sorts, anything from Avengers to, I keep forgetting what the British one is called, that has Star Streaks mounted on a vehicle, whatever that is. You know what I'm getting at. Now, how necessary is it, or how much of a difference does it make if you also have your jets flying overhead while making an advance, versus how much can you do in a sort of 50-50 environment with employment of mobile air defenses that travel together or just behind the front force?
May I just start on that, because I think 122 needs to follow up, because I would say you have two dimensions. One thing is to with mobile air-to-air guns and manpads and having air-to-air missiles placed in a good way around it. That's what they already do to some extent, because there you don't see a lot of aircrafts flying straight over where the fighting is being made. But that is just one dimension of it. The other dimension is to be able to yourself use your air power to support your ground troops. And that's something that you can't get just by having ground-based air defense. You need to go in and also suppress the enemy's ground-based air support, like air defense, and that you can't do from the ground. You have to have SEAD capability to do that. And I like 122 say what the difference it can make when you have air support when you are fighting in a tank.
So the easiest way to like compare it is to something we already know about. It's being able to perform at night with having night vision. I'm just gonna make sure my kid doesn't kill herself jumping off the sofa. So it's basically sort of like that. If you know the sky is clear and the only threat you have is on a horizontal plane, so to speak, in front of you, you can operate much more freely. you don't have to take that into account. You don't have to take you don't have to maybe hide yourself in certain positions in a certain manners, or choose different avenues of attack. It like opens up a whole lot of different options for you. And if you also have the cast available, it also opens up a whole lot of different options for you. You might see a path that you want to go down, but the enemy positions are too strong, even to assault with main battle tanks. Or you could assault it, but it would cost you a lot of losses, or a lot of equipment, personnel. But if you can call in, like, for say a JDAM, you will eliminate that position and make it far less dangerous for you. So it's really crucial if you can have the close air support and the protection in the skies to eliminate any kind of threat against you. It's like you just to simply put it, you double your efficiency, because you now have many more different options, and you also have the safe. You just feel safe. That feeling of feeling safe. It's a huge force multiplier. People underestimate that feeling. It's sort of like when you're fighting as an infantry, and you're in a trench, and you know that behind you have a line of really good artillerymen. You have tanks that will come to your aid. You have IFVs that will come to your aid. Sitting in that trench will become a lot more easier than just sitting there and getting pounded by the enemy artillery. And you see people coming at you, and that you're the only ones in that trench, and no one is going to come to your aid, and it's up to you to hold that trench. It's sort of like the same thing, if you want to compare it. That's how I would put it. We train on calling in air support if we find something that's a bit tough not to crack, so to speak. So it's really a big difference if you have air support or not. And I think that's why US have put it so much into their doctrine to establish air superiority, and then have that option to always be able to call in fast jets or whatever they need, because it is so efficient to when you get into certain situations, and you're like, okay, what we're going to do now, and there's always one solution. Okay, let's bomb it. We have a close air support. Meanwhile, they're given that decision. No one is threatening them from there because they have air superiority. So yeah, it is really crucial in the modern battle space to have it.
You're saying no problem's too big, so big that it can't be gotten rid of with a JDAM?
No, basically no. It's also the attack, and it was not just the munition itself. It's that the pilot basically sees a lot more than you can. Obviously, that's why air is so great. So and you put it in a lot of defensive armaments are on a horizontal plane and not the vertical plane, as we've seen on tanks as well. So yeah, that's why it's so crucial to have that. It's like the Swiss Army knife in the battlefield. It will. You see a problem, okay, let's use the wrench. Okay, you see a problem, let's use the knife, so to speak. It's I would never ever want to go in the battle not knowing that my friends in the Air Force are not there with me, so to speak. It will cause a lot more stress not knowing that they'll be there. And just to get it at this point, as long as Ukraine is sort of like maintaining a status quo in the air near the front, where they can deny a lot of Russian air, that's great. That's going a long way. But if they can sort of like get an edge and push that air domain a bit further away from their friends at the front line, and moreover the Russians, then it will be even more great, because then they'll be more safe. From I was never near it, but from friends I've heard that were near air operations in Afghanistan where US dropped things. They were not really close, but it was terrifying for them as well. Being even nearby an air asset. So yeah, it's a huge deal. It's very important.
Daniel?
Yeah, I just wanted to add. I think it has been mentioned previously on this space, but why I am advocating for the F-16 for a seed role when they already can fire the harm from their MiG-29s, as we have documented, and it's a huge difference to have a totally integrated platform working with harms rather than as they are doing now. As far as we know, they are using the harms in the most simple way that is possible. It has several modes. I don't know all of them, but I think Colonel Jeff mentioned it sometimes. But one of the things that they are probably not able to do, most likely not able to do in the MiG-29 is actually to fly into an area, detect radars that are lighting up and choose which one they want to fire at and then fire at them. Most probably what they do now is that they know already that they have air-to-air missile site somewhere in a certain direction. They go to pre-programmed point and then they release the missiles there and they go hopefully and if their radars are on. Having a fully integrated aircraft firing those would make such a big deal in how you suppress air-to-air defenses.
So 1 to 2, how much can you do with, just the things that you're taking with you? How much of it, say, a mixture of Gepards or the Luftwaffe Kanonswagen or whatever the CV-90 with a gun is called, the one that goes up. How much can those in missile systems that you take with you ensure that you're not going to get hit by the other side's Su-25s or whatnot? Is it kind of it helps, or is it that does it sufficiently deny that airspace to the other side as well?
The airspace, because they are not long range systems, but it also depends on what type of munitions the enemy has. If they have precision guided munitions or not, because some munitions you need to drop really close, and then these anti-aircraft systems are quite good, but it's always going to be the best anti-air defense system is the multi-layer one. So you have basically the Luftwaffe cannon is basically more for rotary wing anti-air. So it's going to be mainly to take down the alligators and make them into nice handbags. So that's probably their main purpose, protecting against the UAVs. And that's kind of and helicopters. Can it protect against aircraft? Sure, it can, but it's not the most efficient tool for it. I would like to have some, maybe let's say a Hawk or something that has some more capabilities than maybe a Gepard. You will need different systems to have some defensive capabilities against Su-25. But as I said, it also depends on what type of munitions the Russians have available, because if they don't have the precision guided, they can't drop it from maybe a bigger distance to keep them out of that anti-aircraft defense. But it's like with anything, having any air defense is better than having no air defense, obviously.
May I just add to that?
Yes.
That it all depends on the terrain. When you place your air defenses solely, you place them where at an advantageous point where you have you can cover the air in a good way. You don't put it down in a valley with a lot of trees around you and so on. But if you are supporting ground troops and you're moving with them, it limits you in some respect also to where you don't have the option to always take the best spot. So it has a lot of limitation that way, and I would totally agree with 122 about that it's primarily aimed towards like helicopters and stuff like that. But I think that one of the reasons we don't see so many of these in armed forces anymore, like the Germans had sort of scrapped their Jeopards, a lot of them, as far as I understand, is that first the standoff capability of helicopters has been raised, so you can fire at very large distances, and then it's not as effective. And also in the past conflicts that we had, we are sort of counting on, in NATO, we're counting on that we're having air supremacy in the areas that we operate. So then you have coverage from above, and and with new radars, new air-to-ground radars on aircrafts. I mean, you look back like 20, 30 years, you've seen these. You have the capability of look down, shoot down, as it's called. It was very new 30 years ago, but I think it's more or less standard now on aircraft. So you can actually be above and shoot down on targets with a Doppler radar that sort of filters out all ground clutter, because otherwise, if you know how a radar works, it sends out an electromagnetic signal and it bounces and goes back, and you measure the time. If you pointed radar downwards towards the ground, you get the same return from the ground. It's very hard to see if you have any targets there. Doppler radar works that you get a phase shift when a target is moving, and you have the return from it, and then you just listen for these phase shifts, which means that you can filter out the ground very effectively. And when you have that capability in the aircraft, and you also have it in the weapons, you can very efficiently fight low flying targets from above. And then the need for these kind of close support anti-aircraft guns are diminished. It's not removed, because as 122 said, it's always nice to have more, and there can always be someone slipping through the net, so to speak.
To be clear, Doppler radar only works when the target is moving relatively to you, not just moving. Before I get hate mail.
No, but you can actually filter out. So you can choose, depending on how you build a radar, you can choose what phase shifts that you want to have presented, and that's something you need to do, of course, so to adjust for your own movement. But still, you can get quite easily get a good filtering from just getting moving targets.
Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of things, but if if two things are traveling, are translating, together, then there is no shift, because it's always the same.
Where the Air Force is having a veto on several places where they want to place windmills, because it messes up with the radar. Some people are really angry at that. They don't really understand how it works.
Oh my goodness, that's interesting. Yeah, I remember when Slovenia was supposed to get their windmills. There was nowhere suitable, and then finally they found one place where there were no objections, and then somebody came. Yes, but what about the birds? Then there's still no windmills in the whole country. Anyway, besides the point. And it's not for Air Force reasons, because there's not a single jet in the country either. So just prop-driven Pilatus. No, but I have a serious question for 122, who mentioned clear skies earlier, right? How much is that limited now, just because of all of these unmanned vehicles, right? Unmanned aerial vehicles, with either attack ones or just observation ones, and loitering munitions and whatnot. What does clear sky mean anymore?
Oh, that's really hard. When I did, was in the army, we did not it was not, it was discussed, but it was not on this scale. This war, is unprecedented when it comes to the UAV threat. I would be really concerned in a tank if my friends could not keep, a lot of these things out of the air, because it poses a real threat to you. Even the UAV, as the recon UAV, is a real threat because it will give the enemy the advantage to see your formation and and plan accordingly and to set up, proper ambushes. And it is a real threat to not have a clear sky in both jet sense and UAV sense. If you can deny the enemy to have a presence in the air with a UAV, it is huge, because then you can have your UAV up, and then you suddenly have a massive information advantage on your side. I think maybe a lot of, as probably we noticed, a lot of nations need to rethink a lot of their arms development and maybe shift focus on what they're developing to find efficient systems to counter this threat. Because if what I've seen, from reports from China on what they're developing with these swarm things of drones as well, that's going to be a whole new dimension. So you need systems sort of like a Gepard, but with a more capable, control system along with that in the future. So I think we will see maybe a shift again, and nations trying to find a new system to bridge that threat gap, so to speak, quite fast, because it became painfully apparent what a drone can do. I mean, just look what to a FPV drone and just ramming it into different armor, and it's scaringly efficient. It's scaringly efficient. I would be terrified if I knew that was around, because the tank cannot really protect itself against that. I can pop smoke, sure. It will just bypass that countermeasure, so to speak. So it's really, really terrifying. And I think it will be really crucial to, if there's going to be a counteroffensive, it's going to be really crucial to have the systems around the counteroffensive that will in the first sense be able to protect and clear the skies of any kind of UAV threat. And that's why I think something that we haven't talked about a lot is the transfer of the Avenger systems is going to come into play. Yes, if you look at what it's supposed to be able to do, at least, I don't know how efficient it will be in practice. That's a whole different game, but it should be able to protect quite well against those threats. But yeah, we'll see. Just to answer your question quick, it's very, very important to have clear skies in both UAV and jet sense.
So that really seems like the sort of place where autocannons, be it on a Gepard or an LVKV or on whatever the new Rheinmetall things are Sky Guard, I think, something like that. I know there's two. Right, all of those are going to be very important for that going forward, right? And maybe even there might even be more development going into these, just because they are going to be much more important going forward. To get rid of drones, to get rid of these smaller things flying around, because there's also a cost component to this, right? It's a much cheaper way to harass, to limit the mobility, the maneuverability of a ground force for much cheaper than with fixed wing jets, or much cheaper than with whatever manned craft really you can think of. And no, it's not the same thing, but it's still it's still a limiting factor. It's still a considerably limiting factor, right?
But the problem is finding the right type of tool, because I think the Rheinmetall one, if I can remember it correctly, it's quite heavy, and I don't remember if it needs to like be deployed. But you need to find like a sort of like combination of that system and the Gepard, because it needs to be able to move quite quickly as well. Since the drones move quickly. So yeah, it's going to be I think it's going to be a tough nut to crack, unless maybe there is that capability, but we're just not seeing it in Ukraine, and it is actually in service with quite large nation, and they have a countermeasure for it, and they just don't want to deploy that high tech to Ukraine. Who knows?
Daniel?
Yeah, I totally agree. I just wanted to add to you, we say that maybe develop some new capabilities, and I definitely think it has to be new capabilities built and developed, because one thing is to be able to shoot down some Shahed drones with a Gepard, but I think that if you start to see this really being exploited, you would also see these drone swarms, if for not any other reason than to sort of how do you say, overwhelm those systems. And having built in these electromagnetical jamming system and stuff like that is also something that you want to have built into that, because as you said, it's a matter of economics. It's cheaper to shoot down a drone with a bullet, but it's even cheaper to shoot them down with just radio waves.
You mean jamming, right? You don't mean any of those fancy directed energy whatevers.
No, I wouldn't rule anything out for the future. Looking, it has to be researched, but yeah, jamming. But also, I think they do stuff where they have high energy electromagnetical, where they target it and actually sort of not just make it not be able to communicate with a ground station, but actually force it down by sort of. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but if you jam the communications of a drone, it can, if it's intelligently built, it can just say that, okay, then I go back where I was. And of course, if you jam communication, you also jam the GPS, but you can build them with gyroscopes and stuff like that, have dead reckoning, so it can know sort of where it is and go back, and then it's not efficient. You jam it for this time, but it will still come back at a later time. So there are other ways of doing that.
I do quite like how you also see very ad hoc adaptations to these various dangers, especially in the context of the Lancets, with just chain link fencing seemingly being enough to stop them, right? And that made me think, those Russian cope cages on tanks. They were saying that they were to avert javelins, but what if they thought the Ukrainians would have some Lancet or Lancet type drones as well? And that's really what they were there to stop.
Then I would say that the cope cages, even though if this was the joke, maybe they're too small to protect against the UAV threat. So they need to be bigger.
Well, yeah, but it's the vulnerable bit, right? Because the Lancets come from above and they protect the turret. So then the turret is the more vulnerable thing than the main hull, right? That's kind of the logic of it, if I understand it. That's why it was only there.
You also have a quite vulnerable part behind the turret, where usually the exhaust things and a piece of things are behind the turret. It's not, there's usually a ventilation situated there, so things that attack that top down will have a great effect as well. So yes, but I do agree it's very vulnerable right over the turret. But I wouldn't say it's efficient to put it just there. That you would need to put it, on other places on the tank as well. But yeah. I think it was. I think you might be onto something. I think they might have been protecting against the javelin, but they were not sure about how the projectile worked. Let's just put it that way. I think they maybe thought about it as a standard shape charge or a projectile, like a saber round, but I don't think they know how it really operates, because then they would have designed it differently. But yeah, who knows? Maybe.
Can you walk us through sort of the vulnerable points on a tank a little bit? And especially maybe making the distinction between what causes, a disabling of the motivability of a tank versus and is usually repairable as well. But is obviously very bad news when you are in a battlefield situation, versus parts where it's really kind of spells the end of a tank and its crew.
Okay, I mean, I think I might need to be a little bit careful here because.
Oh, in very general terms, for 7-year-olds.
So basically, you have your tracks on a tank, which is the thing that makes. Well, obviously, the engine is the thing that makes the tank sort of like move forward, but the tracks allow it to move forward. Will make the tank less maneuverable or stop it in it, depending on what kind of armament the tank has. Some tanks have what's called the side skirt. They're usually flat panels that go usually just covers like half the track of the wheels, and not really half the tracks as well, but they protect partly the tracks, but also they protect a penetration into the tank hull from that area as well, because where you have the track wheels and the tracks, if you hit between the track wheels, you have less armor behind it, or it's easier to penetrate there. So the tracks, you can see it's a mobilization kill. If you take that out, you can do that with a lot of things. Mimes, RPGs can take that out, even though that has to be a very good shot. Artillery fragmentation, if it hits, unfortunately for the tank crew nearby, it can cause a lot of damage to the tracks or the track wheels, which might disable the tank. So that's one vulnerable spot. Usually you fire at that spot if you, for example, maybe have a AT4 or I don't know, one of the RPG models, where if you're not sure that you're going to overmatch the armor of the tank, then you might aim for the tracks, because a mobilization kill is still very valuable. The front side of the tank is where the tank usually or should be most protected, so that's not where you're going to aim. Sorry. Then there's usually spots for the tank between the turret and the hull, the lower part of the hull. There's often a weak spot between there and the turret ring. Obviously, that's a lucky shot to get your projectile into there, but if you get it into that position, it's going to cause a lot of damage to the crew, most likely, and the tank itself, because the turret is not going to be able to move afterwards. And generally, if you fire at the tank from the sides or the rear end, it's vulnerable to a lot of things. In the rear end, a lot of anti-tank systems will penetrate it, maybe even an AT4 and an RPG if it's lucky case. The sides, it's not, it's a bit more armored, but not that much. If you hit it in the side or the back, if it's a Western style tank, it's not an imminent danger to the crew if you hit it in the back, but if you hit it in the side, it might be. Let's see. The turrets are usually well armored, so it's going to be hard to penetrate the tank if you shoot it there. At least if you're talking about Western style tank. But what you can take out on any kind of tank on the turret, it's the optics that are situated on top of the turret. Those are not, well protected. They're quite fragile. So those you can take out with any, I would say, any higher caliber than ordinary rifle fire. So if you have like a 50 cal, it's going to be very bad for the tank if you take that out. Just thinking here. So those are basically the ways to see it. You don't attack the front, you attack the sides or the back, preferably the back. The only time you're going to attack the front if you have if you are in a tank yourself, because then you have the high enough caliber usually to at least cause a lot of damage to the scent. Trying to think meanwhile what I'm going to say and not going to say. So it's quite hard. So basically that's it. And of course it differs a bit from the Russian tanks and the Western tanks, because things are designed differently. In the Western tanks, the ammunition is stored in a different way than it is on the Russian tanks, because the Russian tanks use the autoloader, so the ammunition has to be sort of like connected through the turret into its storage. That's why you see the turret toss when they explode, which a Western tank is not, the Western tank is designed not to do. So yeah, but you can look at it that way. If you're going to shoot at the front of the tank, you need something very, very heavy, such as another tank. The side, you might penetrate with a ATGM. If it's a lightly armed version, you can penetrate with an RPG system, if you're very lucky. In the back, it's very vulnerable to most things. And that's probably it, I think, what I can say without going into too much detail.
Thank you, Antiti. That's much appreciated. Just having a little bit more context and an overview is really helpful sometimes. And we have a bunch more Swedes. 2.5. We're enticed by all of this, I think. And let's go to Denjan, then to Daniel, and then to Lale. Denjan.
Heja Sverige, heja Finland. So, yeah, I have a question here. I mean, would it be unreasonable to believe that those cope cages would actually work against Russian anti-tank weapons? I mean, they did put a lot of trust into them. So I assume they have tested it with something, probably their own weapons. So maybe it does actually work against their own weapons. And also, I want to add that the turretless actually had this kind of protection, which was apparently secret until they didn't use the tanks anymore. It was kind of like a fence in the front, consisting of steel bars.
But that was against shape charges, most standard shape charges, I think.
Yeah, likely. No, but yeah, what I'm saying is that is it unreasonable that the Russian weapons actually that kind of protection is actually effective against the Russian weapons?
Yes, I was. My thinking is they don't understand the Javelin system and how the munition works. That's my thinking about it.
Yeah, and exactly, meaning they don't have it themselves, because if they had it, they wouldn't understand it.
Antiti?
What? No, I don't have my hand up.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were going to respond to what Dintran said, and then it was gone. Okay, I thought you were muted accidentally. Right. Let's go on to Daniel.
Yeah. Let's say you only have a bottle of vodka and a lighter. Where would you put your Molotov cocktail?
Depending on what kind of design the tank has, is my very, very fussy answer, because I don't want to maybe put that out there for several reasons. Because I know some people are listening. I've got a DMs.
Leave it in that case.
Yeah, so it depends very much on the tank design. Any place where you're vulnerable by logical thinking. Sorry.
All right, Nale, please.
Yeah, hello, friends. Excuse me. I've been listening to podcasts again, and then I have questions because I don't know anything. So, and it's all very conflict. Claim being that the Leopard tank can fire accurately to, what was it, 4 kilometers, something like that, and the T90 can fire accurately up to 5 kilometers. So the operative word being firing accurately, are these claims true? And then there was a claim after that also, that if these two tanks meet on the battlefield, the T90 would win usually. And appreciate any expert comments on this. Thank you.
It's really hard to say, and I don't know the source of this also, but if you would take the 122 version, I don't believe the T90 would match it. To be fair, it's really hard to know though. But I don't think it will overmatch the 122 or the A5 version, the T90, and it might be on par somewhat. But I don't think it's a clear-cut case where the T90 is guaranteed to win that engagement. I would actually bet it would be the other way around, because the Leopard is more maneuverable than a T90, and just based on what we have seen from the Russians so far with the designs, what tanks are supposed to be being able, they should be able to do, and they're not able to do it, and their design flaws in general, with how they store things in the turret and everything. I highly doubt that numbers of it being able to engage at 5 kilometers, when the Leopard A7D version is not even stating guaranteed engagement distance of 5 kilometers. I would find it very hard to believe.
Okay, thank you. And Doman, why are you calling me half a Swede?
Well, because
I want to know this answer.
Because well, it's very simple. It's very simple, Nale. Because I know that you're a part of the Swedish minority in Finland, so you are you contribute on average half of you as being a Swede, but half of you is also being Finnish. It's a simple rule of thumb kind of approach.
Yeah.
I didn't want to call you a Swede, but I definitely call you Swedish. So it's kind of you see the problem.
Yes, well, I don't have any problem with it, but I'm a Swedish speaker, not Swedish.
See that exactly. See, this is where it becomes complicated. So I can't exclude you completely, right? But I can't include you completely either. So the first step, the first approximation is half.
Wait a minute. You say that just because you don't speak Swedish, you're not. Just because you speak Swedish, you can be not Swedish. I don't get it. Here we have heard from the Russians that everyone speaking Russian is Russian. So oh, you're rocking my world there.
Yes, I know these things are really, really complicated because when I'm here at home, I'm actually, according to many, how should we say, Finnish-speaking Finns. I'm Swedish, and then when I go to Sweden, I'm the most Finnish guy around. So so there we go. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, and here we are. But I'm very accepting Twitter space since we are very international around here, so it's great. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Nalle. And it's like with the Swedish People's Party of Finland. Well, it's a Finnish party, but it's also a Swedish party at the same time. So, how would you classify them? I would say okay, they're half Swedish, they're half Finnish. It makes sense.
Well, yeah, but it's also a party that is aiming to how would I say, upkeep the status of the Swedish language in Finland, because according to our constitution, Finland is a bilingual country. So that's kind of their thing.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying they're doing a pretty good job probably. And at the end of the day, I don't think anybody in Finland's having any problems with anyone on the basis of linguistic or ethnic identity, right? Which is good, because it just shows how you can live in a perfectly civilized world and in the peace and harmony and accord, which is lovely.
I just have to say that very much depends on which pub you walk into.
Very good.
May I just, when we are still on the subject, Nalle, you said that you are not considered to speak proper Swedish when you're in Sweden. I would beg to differ, because I heard a linguist saying that the Finnish Swedish is more original than the Swedish, modern Swedish. So you're the one speaking properly.
Yeah, that's true. But then again, my Swedish is called Moomin Swedish. So, but here we are. It's funny, nonetheless.
I'm sorry, you broke me slightly. Mockers, please, and we'll carry on with the Swedes thereafter.
I was only going to comment that half a Swede is something completely different in the UK. And now you know why us in the UK are terrible at learning other languages, because we don't want to be confused for being anybody other than we are. Not that you could possibly. I think British people tend to announce themselves wherever they go. Generally by the t-shirts and the paley pink skin.
Oh my. Then John. Also, where's Gunny? Where's Gunny when we need them, right? For
some balance. I think we should be careful with what Daniel was suggesting there, that we have Swedish speakers in Finland. There's quite a few Finnish speakers in Sweden, and with the military might of Finland, I think we should be careful.
Is that the quiet ones then, John? The Finnish speakers?
Yeah, very quiet. Unless they go to the wrong pub, then they become very noisy and dangerous. So let's keep the lid on that, please. But regarding T90s, isn't it the case that actually quite a few were captured by the Ukrainians? Meaning we should have, well, there's good intel on them, or must be.
I am just gonna look quickly at the list here. Okay, T90s per Oryx. There were 13 captured T90As, 1 captured T90S, and 2 captured T90Ms. So yeah, I guess as much. Yeah. 1 to 2.
Yeah, I was just going to continue about the Swedish and Finnish thing. So on a not so serious note, we have a sort of mocking of the Finns, the Swedish Finns, where they say "bara rispa inte tsära," which is basically only slightly touch the skin with a knife, not really cut, and it's sort of like said in an eerie and intimidating way, which we look at the Finns the same way. We're a bit scared of them because they're hard people. So I just found it quite funny. We love our Finns. I'm not so sure they love us though, but yeah, that's a whole different ballgame. But getting back to the T90 thing, yeah, I just came up with some got a thing in my head. We've seen them take out T90s with other things that is not a tank, and it's not just one time. We've seen it like allegedly a Carl Gustav has done the job 2 times, or maybe it was an 84, but it doesn't matter what kind of system it was. It wasn't a tank that took out those times. It was a ATGM system. So I would say maybe it was a lucky. Those were lucky shots, or the Ukrainians already know where to aim on the T90s, and they maybe found a quite crucial flaw in the design. It's something that I've been thinking about, since we saw the last one. I don't know if it was around Crimea or where it was, but yeah, I think they already know where the weak points are.
I was just going to pop in and say, I think the weak points are exactly the same as they are on the previous tanks, because no matter what they say about upgrading them, apparently their upgrades are not as extensive as you would expect. Can't imagine why.
It couldn't possibly have to do with, I don't know, somebody lying on the course, making things up, fibbing a little bit. I don't know.
Well, what you could do is you could propose all sorts of great upgrades, but then if you put the money into a yacht, those things only happen on paper.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot easier this way, frankly, isn't it? You don't have to mess around with all these, I don't know, tanks and such. Nale?
Yeah, about this destroyed T90 that they took out with a antiquated anti-tanks, well, not antiquated, but older anti-tanks system. It would be really interesting to know if the tank was moving or not, and actually how small the weak spot is on that tank, because if it was moving, then the guy was probably quite lucky to manage that shot. But yeah, that's my comment.
Yeah, for sure. There's that, but also I'm kind of curious. How precise are various ATGMs? It's one thing what you aim for. It's another thing how wide it's gonna miss from exactly what you're aiming for. Then John?
Yeah, maybe we need someone from one of the Gulf Wars. Were the T90s used by the Iraqis?
No, As the
Oh.
name suggests, it came around in the 90s, right? Like
Yeah.
with the CV90.
So-
So no, they weren't exported at the time. Also, the T90 was taken. The T90M apparently was taken out from behind. I'm still thinking that might have been the video with the mine that went off rather than the Carl Gustav. I'm just not sure. Anyway, maybe there's two that came out roughly the same time. So maybe that's why. But yeah, it's definitely not something that Iraqis would have had. No. Want to do?
Maybe Daniel could have some basic knowledge, even though it was some time ago you know, were in the infantry, but maybe he knows.
No, that was a long time ago. I mean, apart from the more general stuff, it's as you mentioned, it's less armor in the sides and on top of the turret and so on. So no.
I was thinking about the accuracy of anti-tank. The systems you can carry, such as the AT4, the Carl Gustav. The accuracy. How much you can aim at weak spots.
This is like 20-25 years ago. So yeah, we might have touched on that, but I have no recollection. Sorry, it's too far away.
But Daniel, maybe the simple question of, is it more a case of you hit roughly what you aim at, or you aim for roughly the middle of the tank and then hope it doesn't miss the tank altogether?
Yeah, you do try to aim. I mean, I haven't worked with any ATGM systems like the TOW or Bill or whatever. It's the 84, and what was available at that time was the 84 and the Carl Gustav. And yes, if you're close enough, you do aim towards those parts that are more vulnerable. But it's also a matter of, you shouldn't really try to aim at something specifically at the end of it, because then you're diminishing your sort of chances of hitting it anyway, because it's not just the accuracy of the weapon, it's accuracy of your aim also. It's a little bit like when you shoot at a soldier at some distance. You don't look at, I want to put the shot in its head between the eyes, if you're not a sniper maybe, but you rather aim really sort of in the middle of the target, and then you have a higher probability to hit something vital. And you often in that case you also, you don't have time to think that much about it.
I will go to Denjant and Alin that wanted to, and I would also like somebody to please explain the difference in Carl Gustav and an 84 at some point, because I think I know, but I think a lot of people are confused. Denjant?
Yeah, so I feel we're gliding a little bit away from what Nalle was bringing up. I mean, there was the shooting distance differences between a Western tank and a T90. So, and wouldn't that be depending on the optics and whatever tolerances in the cannon? And yeah, that's where the question was, Nalle, if I'm not wrong.
Ale?
Yeah, that was what I was aiming at. Yeah, pun intended. So, question for the panel, since you are all military history buffs. So, do you remember how long of a range Panzerfaust had in World War II?
I don't know, 1 to 2?
No, I can't recall, but I think it was really close something 50 meters or?
You are really close. The official range was 60 meters. So things have progressed.
Literally just now, 5 seconds ago, a tweet from I think it was Mina Holland saying that the Finns are the real masters of understatement. 1 to 2,
Well,
please.
Yeah, I was just going to say things that affect ranges. Yes, it's the optics, it's the quality of the gun, and it's also the munition itself. What kind of munition is it? How well made is it? What kind of charges, etc. So that's what basically affects the range, of course. So I would assume maybe the T90 has a bit, further range than the other tanks, just based on that they apparently have Western-made optics. The thing I'm questioning though is the quality of the gun and the munition, maybe. That's maybe what leads me to believe that they don't have 5 kilometers range. I just don't think that's feasible. And just imagine firing a projectile 5 kilometers away, really, and trying to aim at something. I think it says for itself. That's really hard. It goes into what Daniel was saying. You don't aim for the between the eyes unless you're a sniper. sort of like the same thing there. You go for center body mass and the general direction of a weak spot. It's basically the same thing with a tank. Depending on what distance you're at, you have a certain distance that you're guaranteed to be within a discrepancy of plus minus X number of centimeters or meter. Then you go up to a distance and you have another discrepancy, which then goes up. Varying factors. The onboard firing systems take this in account, but hey, we're talking about reality. We're talking about physics. Even though the systems allow you to be more accurate, it's not 100% efficient. So if people think these are like video games, but every shot basically lands where you're aiming, it doesn't. It lands generally where you're aiming, quite close. Not that it's bad, but it's not that you can sit back and snipe something at 5 kilometers away. Just for people to get a picture, it's not that you can pick out the optics from 5 kilometers away and hit bullseye. You will hit close, but it's not guaranteed. It's just something that's really crucial. And also the 84 and the Carl Gustav, if you want to put it simply, it's basically the 84 is a one-shot version, which you then can drop because you can't use it anymore. It has a very basic, more like a what's called a iron sight style aiming device. Meanwhile, the Carl Gustav is a bit more sturdy. I believe the it has a rifle groove to improve accuracy. It has on at least the modern versions, it has a specific sight for it. So you can fire multiple rounds and you can be quite accurate with it. So that's probably the main difference. The Carl Gustav will be more accurate and have more efficient range than the 84. The 84 is easier to use because it's very light and you can just carry it and then you can just throw it away, which makes your life as an infantryman much easier. The Carl Gustav needs, first of all, you need to carry that system, and then you need to carry the munitions, which is not that nice to have. Maybe 4 to even more of them on you. So I've seen guys carry ammunitions for these systems, and it doesn't look they don't look happy. Let's just put it that way. Yes, those are few things that sets the systems apart from each other.
Is it the same munition though?
I believe it is, isn't it, Daniel? It's the same caliber.
It's the same caliber. You basically said almost everything I was going to say. It's the same caliber, but it's not really the same munition. Maybe the charge, I'm not sure, because the Carl Gustav it's a metal construction, so it's rifled inside also, so it's stabilized, I think, by rotating the munition, while the 84 I think is fin stabilized, but both of them are not. Neither of them are rockets, because they're not propelled after they leave the barrel. It's an explosion inside the barrel, but because it's basically a tube where you let gases out in the end. You don't have the same kind of compression inside it, so you don't have to have a very thick barrel as you have in a tank. But it also reduces the range of them.
The barrel's like a rails, right? Just to direct the direction rather than to provide anything else.
I don't know how you mean a rail.
Well, imagine you wouldn't really need the barrel per se, right? If you had like a grooved rail, and then that would have something that would go into the rail, that would be good enough. But that's actually more messy to do and less directionally stable than putting it in a tube. It's kind of like comparing a jet engine to, I don't know, something else, right? It's kind of like a jet engine. It just relies on thrust only and nothing else.
Yeah, but I think that you do have some kind of. I'm not sure, but I think you have some compression inside the tube also, because otherwise you wouldn't have to have the tube. So it's not just in the sort of the casing inside.
But then it wouldn't be recoilless if it had any compression.
Yeah, but it would be a rocket if it's only open work. Sorry, I'm not working at Bofors, so I'm not 100% sure on that. But the thing is, and reload it, you have different kind of munitions. You have smoke, and you have high explosive anti-tank. And I even heard that there nowadays actually is a rocket propelled version that is laser guided, so you have a really much longer range. So basically becomes a missile system also. So you can have a lot of different kinds of like penetrating walls stuff and stuff like that. And since it's something you load, and you have to carry the munition with it, you have to have a crew of 2 operating it. So you normally have 1 shot and 1 loader. And also, as 122 said, I think the range is more or less similar, but the accuracy on the Carl Gustav is better, both because you have a different way of stabilizing it and a different barrel, but also because the 84 is just a glass fiber tube, but also because you have a different sightings. The Carl Gustav has real optics with glass optics, and the 84 has just actually iron sights that are made of plastic, and you have like you have sliders. It's like 2 small boxes on the sides of it, on the front sides of it, and you slide those, and then it pops up because they're spring loaded, and then you have the sights. And the instructions are also printed on the tube, so you can actually fire this with basically no experience. It's like IKEA. You just look at the instruction, and you have the happy smiley.
Is it all pictorial?
Pardon? Pictorial. Yeah, no, it's text also, but I don't remember if there has to be some pictures. But yeah. So the instructions are on the side there. There is actually a funny thing. If you look at it, it's produced both in Sweden and in the States, as far as I understand. And the American version doesn't have a front handle. So the Swedish one, you have a handle that you bend down and you can hold it, while the American version you actually hold in the tube a little bit like you do on a rifle. So you can actually see the differences between those by comparing that. And a funny detail: there is a version of the 84 that you use for training. That you actually have a 9mm barrel. I think it's from the Swedish submachine gun from the war, an M45. So it's a 9mm barrel inside of it, and then you load it from the back with one shots. It makes a really fun sound with like thump when you shoot it. So it's great fun to do.
Interesting, because I guess it's about the aiming, not about the blowing stuff up in training.
No,
right?
it's getting familiar with how it works and aiming at moving targets and stuff like that.
Then John?
Yeah, actually, I must say I tried that. That was one of the things we did in the shooting range, to fire Panzerskott with the 9mm. What do you call it? The ones that glows. There is someone I don't know what it's called in English.
It's called a tracer.
Exactly.
We used to call those for just for fun. We call them 9mm armor piercing.
They told us don't shoot at anyone. Don't if it's further away than 50 meters, don't shoot anyone because they will come and hit you, being upset.
Yeah, I mean those the submachine gun that they used the barrels from there were really not efficient. Further ranges. Someone said that if you have a thick, I mean, there was a joking, of course, but if you have a thick sweater and your uniform, you can stop them at like 300 meters or something like that. They just bounce off.
A little bit more detail on the air defense version of the CV90, the LVKV90. What is it? Luftvärnskanonwagen, something like that, right? Especially as a comparison maybe to the Gepard being a much newer system. Of course, it's just one cannon, but you only need one. And there was some speculation that a handful of those might be included in the batch of 50 CV90s. Anyone? Any thoughts? Since I have all these Swedes with us.
Haven't seen them enough, to be honest, in reality, to be able to speak about them, and I don't know that much about them other than that I've heard that they're, in theory, they're really good systems against helicopters, or since the ordinary CV90 can engage helicopters. I would imagine this version is even more effective at engaging helicopters. I've just heard that it's great. I don't know much about it though. Other than it has its own radar system, which obviously makes it able to engage air targets.
Then John?
Yeah, I can't say if it's better or not, like quantity, but I would assume it's a more modern radar than on the Gepard. Just an assumption, because I think it's a newer vehicle.
Yeah, by 30 years or some such. That's what made me feel likewise as well. Daniel?
Yeah, I actually know a guy who was a commander on one of those, but he had to move because they train in a different. They train together with a battle tanks in Skövde, where you were want to do, right? Say much about this. I don't know more than there's like open source. Say much about this. I don't know more than there's like open sources, but I think that they have this munition that can be programmed while they're shooting, so that you basically get air bursts around the helicopter you're fighting. It's quite efficient. I've seen some photos from Saab where they were like demonstrating them. Nothing more than that.
And John?
Yeah, Domin, can you guess what the what the GPS system in it is called? Don't Google now.
Sorry, what the GPS is? It called the GPS 90?
No, NAV 90.
Okay.
Yeah, but don't get into Swedish abbreviations in the military. That's you know that they have a short for radar, which in itself is an abbreviation. So radar is abbreviated to RR, and the most fun abbreviation in the Swedish Defense Force is frogman, like a diver. It's called grodman in Swedish, and it's abbreviated to GRD man. They removed an O. That's it.
One superfluous vowel. See, vowels are really unnecessary. I mean, we've had a bit of a chat a few days ago, didn't we, gentlemen, about the what is it, the grpv, or the granatkasta, whatever.
GRK PBV.
Grpv, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the Swedes, if anybody just pronounces it outright instead of spelling it out, and therefore I shall continue with the grpv, which I don't know, sounds almost like a word to me.
Just use the nickname instead. It's much more fun and it's much more intimidating.
But the Mjolnir.
Yes, the Mjolnir.
Nalle?
Yeah, have you guys discussed this joint venture of France and Australia to produce ordnance for Ukraine yet?
Not really. So I know that Nexter is a part of that on the French side, but I haven't heard of how much it's actually going to be making. So, you know, they said we have like an MOU or whatever saying that we will do this. It will be a multi-million-dollar effort. Yeah, of course it's going to be a multi-million-dollar. You're talking about making lots of ammunition. Of course, it's going to be in the millions of dollars. It's not going to be, you know, $200,000 worth of ammunition that needs a special announcement in a joint venture, does it now? So I was a bit miffed, frankly, with the press releases that I've seen. Yeah. Daniel, any thoughts?
No, this a different subject. I wanted to go back to Mjolnir. So if you want to finish this, I can wait.
I just don't know what else to say. I mean, is there anything else that I'm missing, Nale? I just know that I'm all up for it, obviously, but
Yeah, no, I just wanted to give you guys some good news. That's all.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's great to hear that, you know, countries are thinking, yes, we have these really clever artillery pieces. Wouldn't it be nice if we had something to shoot from them? I think that's a fantastic concept. I'm glad that they've gotten around to it. I know it's difficult because the production lines have been wound down so much in the last few decades, but at the end of the day, dumb shells aren't that different from what they were a few decades ago. I guess it's more about the fuses that's changed, but most of the rest is much the same. There's a question of, you know, the degree of precision in manufacturing, perhaps, for the metal bits, but the bulk of them are similar. Daniel, please.
Yeah, I mean, somewhere we should in the West collectively be able to outproduce Russia many times when it comes to artillery munitions. I don't know why we don't do that. Now, going back to Mjolnir, it's quite interesting because I read about this in an interview from one of the officers responsible for the project. He said that it's sort of a funny mechanism. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's they put the mortar ammunition into a rail inside the turret, and then basically it's pushed up, and they're like small arms rotating, so it's over the barrel, and then they're dropping it and goes back. So they are like still loading it from the from the front, like you do in a normal sort of old style mortar, but they are doing it from inside, from the back of it. And it's sort of the thing that we talked about with the aircraft, that you have to sort of balance your resources, the money, the time, what you want to achieve, and so on, to get something that's good enough. Because they said that they were thinking and discussing to having a backloaded system, but they decided that this was the cheapest and the fastest thing, and they wanted to have it really soon and really cheap. So they said it was good enough, and then they just went with this. It looks bonkers, but I guess it makes also sense. And I think you can think of this in many areas of how you solve these kind of problems. Many times I think Western defense forces are often aiming for the absolutely best, and it should be the technology that we don't already have. It should be what we see on the next hill, basically. And in the end, we don't get anything, or we get something that is overblown and really expensive.
So where do you think this is going?
What do you mean? Where is going? You mean where are they ending up? I still think that the announcement there was for the Swedish Armed Forces, because this is something that they have aimed for. Apparently, they actually did order another 20 just before. So it's going to be 80 units for the Swedish Air Forces. I have a hard time seeing that we would not announce that we will send this to Ukraine when we have announced that we are sending CV90s. And to be just so clear here, they are not building new CV90s for this. They are taking existing hulls and putting a new turret into them. I mean, there's nothing stopping Ukraine to do it, but I'm not sure it's a prioritized capability for them.
So I would think that if they do go the mortars, right? I would think they'd probably go from Finland, mounted on the APCs, as opposed to on the CV90s, which of course brings with it lesser mobility on rough terrain and whatnot, as per usual. But also at the end of the day, right, it's staying a little bit further behind than tanks and IAVs are, because it does have quite considerable range, right? So I was just thinking maybe it just doesn't need to be as perfectly mobile anyway.
No, I totally agree with you there. One thing that is very good with the Mjolnir is that, and I guess it's not a big problem if you go with someone else. It's probably just testing or something, but it's already capable to fire the Strix anti-tank mortar munition.
So is it the same thing as the Amos, the Mjolnir, or is it slightly different? It's the same. I thought it was just that the Swedes just took the thing from the Finns and put it on the, or it was jointly done or whatever, and it's just mounted on a different vehicle, because it's a weapon system, right? It's not, I mean, it's built into the vehicle, but it's not an integral part of the automotive parts or anything.
I have no information about that, but it should probably be easy to find. They had a project previously where they tested mortars in the CV90s, and they also tested them on the Spitsport 90. And I think that was the Finnish mortar, but I don't know how it is with this one.
Interesting. I would I would just think it's kind of I thought it was the same thing. I know we were talking about it at some point. I just thought it was the same thing. Anyway. So you mentioned the announcement from BAE Systems 2-3 days ago that they're building another 20 of these that were ordered by FMV, right? The Swedish Defense Procurement Agency. And I do wonder, they did say together with other ones, there will be 80 eventually in service. But I'm thinking, could this be a backfill? That was initially my thought for sure. You're right. It seems it probably isn't. But then again, anything is possible, right, Daniel?
Yeah, I wouldn't rule out anything, and it would be fantastic if they did. And if I were BAE, Hägglunds, I would actually lobby for the government to send them. But again, I think it's strange if they wouldn't announce it. Just one really interesting bit of information. Do you know how long it took them from that FMV was making an order for the project and until the time when they shot the first test shot?
Please tell me.
2 months. So it's a real, and then I think it was in 2017, and then in 2019 the first were delivered. The first 40 were delivered that year, I think, I think they were finished delivering them in 2020. So it's I think that's quite an achievement.
That is pretty good. I mean, it also shows that it's very clearly just integrating an existing weapon system into a motive platform, right? Because otherwise it never takes 2 months. Then John?
A question, because in that, I don't know if it was a press release or that information anyway, it said that FMV will now handle or be in possession of 80 vehicles. And how does anyone know how it works in Sweden? I mean, the Swedish defense. Is FMV the owner of all equipment, or is that only interim kind of step? Or how does it work?
I should probably know it, but I don't. I know that in the press releases they said that FMV will operate 80, and that could mean that they actually the ones that owns it, and it would make some sense. They are ordering it, so yeah, it's logical that it should be that way. Someone will have to correct me though.
Yeah, I mean it's not likely that there's more than 80 produced, right? So if the rest is with the Swedish Defence Force, then most likely FMV is the kind of entity owning them.
They are responsible for sort of the whole chain, so they are also responsible for the for destruction of all materials. So they are there for the whole chain. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter that much who owns it. It's owned by the government and the defense, and I guess FMV is not really the ones maintaining it. So I don't know. It's a matter of definition, I guess.
Interesting. So one of our Nordic friends had a look, and apparently it looks like it's not the same thing. It looks like it might be based on the same thing, but with the turret modifications, it's sufficiently different that it's not considered the same thing, I guess. Either way, I mean, it fulfills the same functionality with, broadly speaking, the same stuff, right? So we can say it might as well be the same thing. Just my thought on it. Maybe maybe you can help out a little bit with this, right? These mortars have a range of, I'm going to guess, 7 kilometers or some such. What is the how does it help you if you are doing an advance with an armored battalion to have some of these with you, as compared to, say, self-propelled artillery further back with longer range howitzers?
So mortars is more like a direct. I know it's gonna sound wrong. It's a close support system with indirect fire. Is probably the way I can put it. It's a bit faster maybe to radio if you have a mortar system nearby you, and tell them to fire at a position which you cannot reach because it's a slight hill or something, and the enemy is behind it. It's easier to radio the mortar team for them to fire, for them to get around faster on target. It's also a bit more easier to control the blast because it's a smaller munition than the artillery shell. So it's sort of like if you look at the sort of air defense system, you have some capabilities close to you and you have some capabilities further behind you for different types of targets. Is probably the best way to put it. Some things you want the mortar for, some things you maybe want the artillery for. So just to put it, there's a reason why the Swedish Defence Force is incorporating this system into the mechanized units, because it's really important to have this capability close to the mechanized assault.
It's kind of more flexibility, perhaps, more responsive than it would be otherwise.
Yeah, especially if you're looking at the caliber, the highest caliber, it's much more responsive. You can, if you're talking about highest mortar capability, if you're talking about a tube, you need to have it on a sort of like a wheel solution, and you need to assemble it, disassemble it, put it up, fire. This system, you can just drive up, fire, and then they say, "Oh, we need to move." Then you just move. You don't need to, put everything on a trailer and all that stuff. It's same with the archer, really. You deploy very quickly, you fire, and then you can just move again instead of having that downtime, which makes you also vulnerable to enemy counterfire.
I would argue that it's also a matter of resources, because you can achieve that effect without that, but then you need more of it, because then you have to it takes longer time for them to regroup, so you need to have more of them that can be grouped, that can be sort of ready while you're regrouping the other artillery. By having this capability, you don't really need as many. So it's again the same kind of thinking as always with the Swedish parts, that we have limited resources and we need to find ways of using them in a good way.
Yeah, you're totally on point, Daniel. It's also about that. You don't need as many people to operate it, and it will be, be able to achieve the same efficiency as maybe 2 ordinary guns or whatever. So it's also that.
Interesting. And obviously, with both Sweden and Finland adopting these sort of solutions, regardless of what they're based on, but regardless of what carriage they're based on, clearly, it's something that they consider particularly useful in the context of it, right? In the context of a war on quite an expanded territory, with a lot of terrain that is less accessible against Russians, clearly. Otherwise, they wouldn't consider this a useful thing. Who's doing that right now, right? That's the other part of the question, which is even more self-evident. And what want to do? Would you agree that maybe this is one of the things that is benefiting Ukrainians most? Is there has been a lot of thought and a lot of consideration given to kind of this scenario by various, Northern, Western, and Central European countries, right, and as well as the US, of course. you're looking at something that's very similar to what they've been planning for literally for forever. This has been the principal thing that they've had to consider, right? More so than anything else. Wanted to?
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit slow in my brain. What is the question in that?
Well, it just kind of if you've spent quite a lot of time thinking through something and preparing for something, how much do you reckon Ukrainians are benefiting not just from equipment being tailored for kind of this scenario, but also from thinking, from planning, from so many friendly nations having been focused on a very similar war to this for decades, right? So all the theory was adapted exactly to counter the sort of Russian invasion that occurred. Mass, less precise artillery fire, mass waves of infantry in BMPs. That's kind of what everybody's been preparing for, waiting for, planning for.
Yeah, so I think the Ukrainians, of course, are benefiting by getting superior systems, like give them capabilities. However, I would argue that the Ukrainians themselves are the best resource, since they had a lot of people that were ex-Soviet troops. And as they said, we know the Russians, we know how they think, we know how they operate. So I think Ukrainians themselves were quite efficient in countering the Russians, because they know how they think and how they operate. So even though we are have studied and maybe looked at counter tactics to certain things the Russians might do, I think the Ukrainians are the ones that had the best idea of what they were going to do and why not they were going to do certain things. And that's also why you need to listen to the Ukrainians, because they have the best knowledge about this as well. But of course, it's really important that you get systems that are built to counter things. But I am seeing something that actually a lot of the systems are not, maybe they're built in a whole combination with maybe having more or less air superiority or in such things. You just look at the Panzerhaubitze and other systems. They're not really built, obviously, for this sustained conventional conflict. The gun tubes break and a lot of other things. So they're efficient in their own way, but maybe not in their way alone. They need a whole ecosystem of other systems to complement it to achieve the kind of decisive action before they break down, or so to speak, because we're seeing these systems having flaws, or it's taking its heavy toll. Of course, they're taking its heavy toll in every old Soviet system as well, but I think they are maybe more suited for heavy punishment as well. So it is really hard to say which ones are the greatest, but I also, even though they were built to counter the Russians, I think a lot of Western people are seeing things that maybe the system design needs a rethinking, and you need to look more into sustained fire and what that does to systems. I mean, all these mobile systems like the Archer and the Panzerhaubitze, they're amazing piece of kit. But when you have that solution, it also takes a huge toll on parts, and since it's a heavy force and you're putting it on a chassis, a lot of things can break. Is it sustainable for a longer period of time? I think we're going to see some maybe, how design is going to look like maybe in the future. I think they need to scale back on a few things, or maybe rethink a little bit, or you just to stick to the whole plan that you're going to be fighting as whole NATO with the kind of air power that NATO brings. But in this conflict, just putting the systems in there, they're not getting they're getting great use. It's not that. It's not maybe that they're maybe taking a huge toll on efficiency and durability, because they're not fired. They're fired more than they maybe are intended to. Is that, so if you get my point?
Yeah, they were meant to fire, 300 rounds each, and by then it would all be over anyway. They were meant to do 7,000, 10,000, etc. And I get that, yes, because it was optimized for being very good in each shot, but wasn't optimized for just firing endlessly, roughly in the right direction. And many things are like that. And I think the example is pointed. Long sustainment is very different from, peak performance. There's a very different kind of car that you use for a drag race versus a 24-hour Le Mans. And maybe that's an apt comparison there as well. Daniel?
Yeah, I totally agree with 122, and also like Ukraine is fighting a war that is very much different from what we anticipated in the West to fight in the Cold War, and we have built up a whole ecosystem of capabilities that are complementing each other. It's quite a complex ecosystem where it's very easy when you look at social medias and you have the hashtag free the leopards. It's I know we know better perhaps here, but many people are seeing it like, okay, if you just give enough leopard tanks to Ukraine, they will finally win. But there's so much else that they also need to be efficient in using those systems. Otherwise, they have gotten a tank that is good, but it's not as good as it could be. If you look at, for instance, the Archer, it's really nice that Sweden's sending the Archer, and it gives a capability when you are offensive, where you can move together with your tanks and support them. But there is another dimension, and that is the artillery duels, where you fight the other side's artillery, and that is something that I think Archer is quite good at doing. Maybe sometimes it's better to use like HIMARS because they have even longer range. But in order to be able to do artillery duels, then you need to have artillery radars, and I think they have got some of them. But I've seen some of them also been destroyed, because if you have radar and you have an area where you're not controlling the air, then you're more susceptible for getting attacks on your anti-artillery radar. So you need to have capability to have a clean airspace and so on. And this builds on each other. You cannot have one totally efficient without having the. It's not bad sending these weapons, but they are not able to be as efficient as it's meant to be if they don't have all the capabilities.
Want to do?
I think a great example is if you look at maybe the Patriots. And a lot of people were saying we need to close the air, just send Patriots. Well, in order for the Patriot to be effective, you first need to secure your medium to short range. Sorry, my kid is she's not complying with my orders. It's a bit different than commanding. So system strength comes into play, which is the longer range. You can do medium range as well, but yeah, it needs the other ecosystem to function as well, because, and that's the what's it called? One of the difficulties of understanding these things is you maybe see a system and you think it's like a wonder weapon. You can just put it in an area and it's gonna do wonders and deal with everything. No, first you need to make sure the system can survive, because you need time to set it up. They need to do radar calculations and map the terrain. And meanwhile they're doing this, they're vulnerable, so you need to have the sufficient infrastructure to protect them whilst they're doing it, and also make sure certain targets which is not really designed to counter, like the smaller UAVs, that you have capabilities to take these out, because otherwise it's not going to be that very effective air defense weapon as it is. So it's sort of like the same concept like any part of the military as well. If you're looking at tanks, they're not great without the IEVs, without the artillery, you know, the whole shebang, so to speak. Yeah, the ecosystem analogy is really important to have in mind when you're talking about different weapons and what they're designed for.
Good morning, Doman.
Good morning, Mr. M. I've got a kind of a question for you about tanks, if that's all right. Which I hope it is, and it's about the thing that you never did in a tank, which keeps cropping up in various videos coming from Ukraine, from both what the Russians are doing and what the Ukrainians are doing, which is using tanks as artillery, right? Using tanks for indirect fire. There was reports of a tank-to-tank kill over, I forget what it was, 10 kilometers or something, with repeated indirect fire. I might have understood it wrong, but it's something along those lines. How are you looking at this? Is this because the front is so difficult to maneuver across, or is there something else going on as well, where the Soviet design tanks kind of lack a capability that the Western tanks, once they're introduced, certainly will not?
Oh, I think it's a combination of a lot of things. One maybe that we were touching on, the Soviet tanks are lacking certain things in capabilities. Two, terrain might not favor the tanks or what they have available. And on that, third maybe is just resources. Maybe they don't have the resources enough in an area to attack or to, move in certain ways, because that requires you to outnumber your enemy, generally speaking, by a ratio of at least 3 to 1 at minimum. So that might be one thing as well. And so maybe they're looking at it this way: we have this ammunition. What can we do with it? How can we try to be effective with it? So they're using it to the best of their capabilities that they have available, without risking. It would be stupid of them if they knew that their tanks was not good enough, they had not have enough numbers. It would just be stupid to send them on a frontal assault. So they may be looking at evaluating it and putting it, let's use the drone to correct the fire, and that it was, maybe it won't be the most efficient thing, but this thing is the one we have in abundance compared to the other ammunition. And with this, we can still keep up some pressure on the Russians and not just let them sit there and prepare. So that's what I think we're looking at mainly. The reason why we never looked at it, because we did not deem it very efficient use of the ammunition or the capabilities. And when you exercise, you exercise with, that you have a lot of capabilities, or that you're going to take a lot of ground, or you have different types of engagements. So I don't think it's in the doctrine of our nations, for that reason as well. So and to be honest, the Ukrainians are doing a great job, but it isn't really what a tank is designed to do. Can it work? Yeah, obviously they can make it work in some manner, but how many rounds does it take in general to take out that tank? Well, maybe it's worth it. I can't say, because I don't have, the intel on what they have available, how much, and what the situation dictates. So I can't judge that, but it's not what we would do. But doesn't say it's wrong or bad. In general, I'm impressed with the Ukrainians, but yeah, so it's really hard. But we wouldn't use the tanks in this way because there are better resources, at indirect fire. If you prop up the tank to get a more, angle, then it becomes a better indirect fire. Otherwise, I think the arc it's not that great, so you don't have that, benefit of having the trajectory that you get from indirect fire, such as the artillery. So there's a lot of variables going down here. It's really hard to say which is what, but I just to say, I think it's a reason of efficiency why we did not actually explore it that much in Western nations.
On tanks, on tank barrels, we hear a lot about the barrel wear on howitzers, but not. I mean, is it the same on tank barrels, or is the fact that they're smooth bore, minus the Challenger ones, mean that barrel wear is less of a problem?
It is a problem. Is less of a problem due to the fact that the caliber is not, that the short propellant is not as heavy as the ones in an SPG, but it's still, it's not far off from the wear as on a SPG. You can fire a few hundred rounds, then you're going to notice some deficiency in accuracy. You can do certain things to counteract this, but once you start going over 1,000 rounds, 2,000, yeah, it's good. It's going to be, causing problems. So you're not going to fire that many rounds in one barrel, ideally, before you swap it out.
Thanks, Montitiu. Ioana.
Hello, Domen, Mr. M, and 122. About your question about the indirect fire. So I was it's one of my favorite articles, an article from Forbes, the 1st of September, when they are talking about this record-breaking fire that destroyed a tank from 6 miles away. Basically, the Ukrainians used a T-64 tank, and they shot on a ballistic trajectory, not direct trajectory, and managed to destroy a tank. They used drones for correcting the targeting, and also they used an app that is called Kropiva. This app is mapping the terrain and helping them to adjust the trajectory and thus to acquire targets. So I just wanted to ask you, okay, Ukraine will be provided with the modern tanks, which offer much better protection against the direct fire. But Ukrainians can still use those tanks that they have from Soviet times, the T-64, the T-72s, maybe in the back of one offensive, and use this technique of indirect fire, because it seems really, really working, and this app seems amazing. It's able to correct the fire, so they fire once, maybe it doesn't hit the target, but with the help of drones and this app, they can correct the fire. So I'm really looking forward to your comments on this. Thank you.
Any thoughts, Montitiu? Because I remember reading a thing about a Russian trial. I think it was a Russian trial. It must have been a Russian trial of Soviet era howitzers with T-90 tanks in indirect fire, and the errors of indirect fire from the T-90s were just all over the place. It was truly, genuinely area fire. I think the best was like triple digits of meters off target. The best of the shots. I don't know how exactly how the experiment was set up anymore, but I just thought, goodness. I mean, if you have 100 tanks and you're all firing in the same grid square, great. I mean, it makes it thoroughly pockmarks the landscape, that's for sure.
Yeah, so I was going to answer. I'm just, multitasking right here. I'm cleaning the kitchen and I'm chasing my kid at the same time while speaking to you. So sorry if you hear this beeping noise. It's just the stove not liking my
You're a
cleaning.
Superman. You're a super dad.
trying. as I just wanted to emphasize again, I'm super impressed by the Ukrainians. It's not that using this the tanks this way is wrong. They're using it the way they find it, useful. That's the most important thing. So if they can make it work, I'm all for it. And I'm very impressed. If any Ukrainian soldier is listening, I'm very impressed to all the solutions you're finding every day to be able to fight these invaders and improve your situation, just to get it out there. So when we're sitting here, speculating, it's not we're not saying that you're doing things wrong. It's just not what we were trained to do, and we might actually have things to learn from you. So I just want to put it out there to any Ukrainian listening. Just a reminder. Yeah. So if the Western tanks arrive, and you will put these, in the front, so to speak, of the assault, the Soviet-style tanks still have a major role to play. It's not like these Western tanks are going to be like the wonder weapon that replace every other tank. No. These Soviet tanks are going to be invaluable for the war and beyond. When you can create fire groups to go along with the Western tanks. So if the Western tanks, let's just say they are leading the charge, so to speak, through the breach. When you punch that hole, you will need armor to cover up the sides to create, strongholds. So if the Russians make a counterattack, you will have forces that will protect your supply line for these sort of, say, the main thrust, the main arrow. If you don't have armor there, any kind of armor, you will be super vulnerable. So these tanks will do more than an efficient job in holding those lines. So it's really important to emphasize it's not just, the bit about, making the push, and that those resources that can do that is the most valuable ones. The valuable ones are the ones that's going to keep the logistics safe and the logistics going and protect any logistics that's going to support the main thrust. And that often gets lost in, attention. Those forces never get, the attention that they deserve on how crucial they are for an operation to work. The ones that actually help the main thrust to get through. Yeah, so we'll probably see maybe the Ukrainians slightly diverting from using tanks as an indirect fired method when a counter push is made, to some extent, because then if you have artillery like the Caesars and the Archers going with them, you will want to use those mainly, and as I said, maybe use the Soviet tanks to shore up defensive points and use them as direct fire again, because that's what they're the best at, so to speak. But until the situation is there, just use them in the most efficient way to keep the pressure on the Russians, I would say. And if they use the system, as you said, with the app and ballistic trajectory, that's great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Wantidu. Then John?
Yeah, just for the record, yeah, I know this is maybe into the details, but every shot I think is kind of doesn't matter the distance. You have to aim slightly over the target. The further away, the more you aim over the target, the more ballistic trajectory you will get. So not shooting down what Joanna was saying, but I don't know what I'm trying to say. But so if you shoot far away, you have to aim high above the target. If you shoot very close, you can aim on the target. Just want to get that out there.
Yeah, so every projectile in a gravity environment follows a ballistic trajectory.
Exactly.
But in this case, they were shooting much higher than normally direct fire.
Yeah.
It's my mistake.
No, it's not a mistake. But yeah, I was just thinking about it. So anyway.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Go ahead.
I would just wanted
that I find it very impressive how they use the modern techniques we have nowadays, and they can use it to to target their enemy better by using these techniques, these digital techniques. I find it very impressive. It's a very modern army. It's a very modern army. It's very modern, more modern than I would say the NATO armies were, because they are learning now also from the Ukrainians. So it's all for the better. And I hope they can keep using these techniques so they can finally liberate.
If I may, just quickly, this
Sure.
is the fourth app that I heard of, innovative app that they are using. They have GIS Arta for artillery fire. They have Delta system for integrating information on the battlefield. They have that app that crowdsource. It's crowdsourcing information for air defense. And this one, the Kropiva or something like this, that is using drones and terrain mapping for correcting targeting. So this is the fourth hub. Yeah, that's just what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool, and it basically gives you topographic information, right? That's kind of the point of it, because very small crevices, hills, whatever, are going to make a difference. Now, one thing I wanted to briefly note, and wanted you can correct me a bit on it, but I remember asking CJ, so what's the difference in direct fire and indirect fire? And I'm very glad that he explained, and I'm saying this because I'm getting questions. What is this whole thing with indirect fire? Direct fire doesn't mean that a projectile has to fly straight. Apparently, the distinction is whether you see it or not, whether you're aiming at it or not. So even if you're aiming above another tank, because it's really far away, that's still direct fire. But it's indirect fire if you don't see the thing you're aiming at, which is kind of funny as an explanation, I guess, because you can, if it's really close by, you can use a mortar in a direct fire role without pointing it at the thing. But I guess that's where other definitions come a little bit more useful. So direct just means you see the target. Indirect means you don't see the target. If I remember correctly what CJ said. Anyway, he should know. What 1 to 2? Is that about right?
Yeah, that's about right. Basically, yes. I'm going to change the diaper on the kid, so she's looking at us. Sorry about that. Anyways, yeah, that's basically correct. It's what you can see that makes the definition if it's indirect or direct fire. The thing is also indirect fire is better to avoid obstacles. That's basically something you can say, because it usually tends to have a different trajectory than direct fire as well. It usually is a bit more steep, so it means they can go over things and come down on top. And we know things are very much vulnerable when they get fired upon from top down.
You wanted to, Nale?
Yeah, can I change the topic, please?
Sure.
A bit.
Is it about buckets?
Because it could be, Domen. Just wait and see and be surprised, because I feel a bit that we are treating you badly, since you're the Slovenian here and surrounded by Romanians
that's okay.
and Nordics. Yeah, but I wanted to actually ask you about Slovenia. What the Slovenians think about this whole shebang and mess we are in.
Well, so it's an interesting situation. It's a little bit of a divided opinion. I would say that most people are, supportive of Ukraine. There is, however, a loud tanky minority who, are very much pro-Russian, and that's very frustrating and very annoying. Luckily, they don't seem to have much effect on a whole lot of policy, so that's fine. There's only one thing that Slovenia still has that it would ever be at all likely to send to Ukraine that it hasn't already sent to Ukraine. That's in part because the country was somewhat demilitarized following 1991, and a lot of things were sold off, scrapped, whatever, for kind of political reasons. So it isn't, compared to the stocks in other in other previously non-NATO countries, so non-NATO pre-1991, either countries in Yugoslavia or countries in the Warsaw Pact, Slovenia just didn't end up with nearly as much stuff after the dissolution of Yugoslavia, and a lot of what Slovenia ended up with, it got rid of quite quickly. So compared to Slovakia or the Czech Republic or some such, there just wasn't anything like the volume. Bulgaria might only have 3 or 4 times as many people, but it ended up with 200 times the number of pieces of equipment in 1992 compared to what Slovenia ended up with. So from that perspective, it's just not as useful. Kind of frustratingly, the M84 snipers were not sent, even after it was widely discussed that they would be. The reason for that isn't completely clear. Probably it's due to the change of government at the end of the spring, early summer, because the new government just didn't want to go through with what the previous government had been talking with, and also it was less overtly supportive of Ukraine. So instead, the M55Ss, which are T55 version, went instead of the M84 snipers, which are arguably probably the best subversion of a T-72 ever built. Now, the slight difference being that it was M84s were constructed entirely under license in Yugoslavia. So my understanding is that none of the bolts are the same, none of the parts are the same. It's basically they got all the drawings, they got all the pictures, but they made everything from scratch in Yugoslavia. So none of the parts fit. So from a user experience standpoint, it's the same thing. From a mechanic standpoint, nothing is compatible. So that would possibly be a little bit of a maintenance issue. However, there'd be about 50 of those, and they're literally the best T-72 variants ever because they were so highly upgraded after Slovenia joined NATO. So beyond what the TWRD is in Poland, apparently. Don't go after me. That's what British folk told me. Looking at the data sheets. There's a chance that the reason why they didn't go is all about the Ringtausch process. I don't want to necessarily go too much into this unless Nale wants to, but I think it has to do with the Boxer IAV order that got scuttled after the change of government, and the likely resolution of that would probably be Slovenia sends all of its M84 snipers. Germany part funds the future built Boxer IAVs that Slovenia just ordered, but then that order got scuttled, and then the compromise solution was to send the M55Ss, which are clearly nowhere near as useful, nowhere near as good, despite having an L7 gun in the upgrade, which is probably a good thing. I shall stop rambling now, and Nale, I trust you have a sub-question to follow up.
Yeah, thanks, Doman. That was quite interesting, actually. On the Bulgarians, I understand that in the beginning of the war, they supplied Ukraine with a lot of artillery ammunition covertly, and nobody knew about it. So thanks to them for that. But why don't we have any Slovenian speakers beside you here ever?
Just aren't there? Have a few. There was one popped up like 3 days ago, but there just aren't as many people. It's only a population of 2 million. As I said, it's a country not terribly interested in things to do with war. The general pervasive feeling is that we kind of got lucky by only having a 10-day war in 1991 that had a double-digit number of total killed on all the sides plus civilians. And as I said before, it was largely demilitarized after 1991, which is kind of a compromise. And it just never was, anything like a part of the culture like it was in Finland. Conscription in the Yugoslav National Army was seen as a chore, as something that's kind of really a waste of time. And frankly, it was, because it wasn't as bad as the Russian one, obviously, but it was designed to be kind of a waste of time, as opposed to something that's actually, building like it is in Finland. It was a mix between Marxist indoctrination and, just blindly following orders to dig ditches or march long distances. So there was quite a rejection of that going forward. Also, the Slovenian military following 1991, following 2000, especially when conscription was abolished, it was meant to be a small professional army. But because you're looking at a baseline of 2 million people, there's nothing particularly of interest to most people who'd want to build a career. So very few people would consider it as a career option. Now, if you look at the Air Force, there's some propeller planes and a few transport helicopters. If you look at the Navy, it's like one cutter, sometimes two, depending on how the servicing is going. So it's just not really an interesting proposition, and that's why it's also not something that people think about to nearly as great a degree as they do up north. Dale?
Yeah, so can it be boiled down to that you are more interested in buckets and wine, which can actually be combined both ends of the wine project?
Correct.
Yeah, that's great.
Correct, definitely. That's definitely an explanation. But yeah, it's a lot less clear cut than it is in Finland, and I really admire the Finnish attitudinal cross section in this regard, because it's much more sensible. Yeah, it's that's kind of why I don't really know how to better explain it. At this point, Slovenia is surrounded by 4 countries that are not going to be attacking it, right? Very much not. 3 of which are NATO, and the 4th is Austria. It's a very different threat profile, and it's a very different geopolitical position. And most of the time is, why do we have to deal with this kind of response? Maybe a bit similar to how it is in Austria, actually. And you can map a lot of the attitudes with those that are pervasive in Austria.
Yeah, that sounds a bit like you are quite lucky, actually, then.
Things have changed a lot in the last 40 years, I'll tell you that much.
I guess so.
I mean, if you look at Romania, for example, right? Romanians feel like they're kind of close to it all. Joanna can maybe speak a little bit more to this, but because they are. I mean, look at all the volume of logistics support flowing to Ukraine or flowing out of Ukraine through Romania. You're literally looking at what, like 25-30% of stuff going to Ukraine goes through Romania. It's visible everywhere at all times. It's a very different position. Yeah, big difference. Daniel?
Yeah, I was just thinking, everyone's listening to you describing it and saying like, wow, that's amazing. That's the way it is. And so while we should actually consider that, why isn't it this way in every country? You say you don't really have any enemies around you, any countries that would invade you. Why aren't we all having it that way?
But actually, I mean, Daniel, most of Europe is in that position, right? That's why you hear news from Portugal that only 2 out of the 37 tanks are in fully operational condition.
Yeah, maybe I'm sort of damaged from being a Swede because I mean during almost all my life we've seen Russia as a threat. We have had our sort of wars with Russia for more than 500-600 years or something like that. So and then Finland is have an even worse experience. So maybe that's what's coloring me. You're probably right. A lot of countries in Europe have that situation, and it's the way it should be.
Yeah, I mean, look, as soon as you go, what are the Belgians thinking? What are the Luxembourgish thinking? Once you go out of the realm of big countries,
Luxembourg, they are thinking invading Germany. We've settled that already.
okay. Other than that, but don't say it too loud. Otherwise, Scholz will get scared and keep holding more leopards. But once you go away from the really big European countries like France, like Germany, to some degree Italy, that think of the role in the bigger picture in the world, right? Not to mention, say, the UK, and then you go away from countries that feel like they're close to Russia, whether they are or not, right? But basically, once you eliminate Finland, Sweden, Norway, Poland, right, and the really frontline countries like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania that are actually have been quite routinely verbally threatened at the very least, despite being in NATO, or countries like Romania, which are very much on the front line, right, which border Ukraine. If you look at Belgium, if you look at Luxembourg, if you look at Austria, Slovenia, Switzerland, Portugal, Spain to a degree as well, despite being quite a large country, it's less, the military aspect of things is just less present. Ireland as well, for example, right? The military aspect of things is just less present. That's how it is. It's just less of a consideration. It's less of a constantly present thought. Sweden until recently had conscription, and conscription with one purpose, and general conscription. I mean, not how it evolved then later. Well, we reckon there's a good chance that Russia will at some point try to invade us, right? Well, and that's still kind of remembered. Well, that's kind of out and has been out for a long time for many countries in Europe, and that's kind of the difference. Whereas Finland is still very much living in this context. So of course, any security considerations are going to be a lot bigger, a lot greater. Yeah, Nale?
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick that I would have been like totally happy living out my life and not knowing what the HIMARS is, because yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I agree. Obviously, it would have been for the best for everyone if there was no need, but clearly there is, and that's both the disturbing thing and the frustrating thing, is that there is a need. Yeah. Vojta, good afternoon.
Hi guys. Well, you are all too close about the Luxembourg. Actually,
Sorry, Vojta, break. We can hardly hear you. There's a lot of shuffling and rubbing against your microphone and
okay,
such.
and now?
Much better.
All
Okay,
right.
go ahead.
Well, you guys are all laughing about the Luxembourgs, but actually, the Luxembourgs took over the empire. So
No.
you are all funny, but
That was Liechtenstein.
no,
It
that
was the Count of Liechtenstein that got dispossessed by the Benish decrees.
I don't think so. It was, the Karl IV, and he was the Luxembourg. I'm pretty sure about that. He was not the Liechtenstein. Maybe I will double check it, but yeah, you are.
Oh, you mean way before? Okay, sorry. Sorry. You're talking like the 14th century.
Yeah, exactly. So
okay,
you are all funny about the Luxembourg is not being a threat, but actually, they are very capable, very sneaky guys. So please be careful about this.
Sorry, I confused which bit you were mentioning. I thought you meant the large land holdings that the princes of Liechtenstein had in mostly Moravia, I guess, but also Bohemia, and that were taken away. What the Beneš decrees, because they considered them German, even though Liechtenstein stayed out of the Second World War.
Yeah. So those Liechtensteins are also sneaky, but not so capable as the Luxembourg is. So I'm
Don't
warning.
forget the Andorrans.
The Andorras were not able to take over the Bohemia, so we are not so afraid of the Andorra. But I guess in other countries you have also bad experience with this one.
Yes, remember Andorra is the reason why Spain needs to maintain a 300 strong Leopard fleet, right? No, you're quite right. Thank you. Thanks, Wojta. Ivana, please.
Yeah, so I had some news yesterday, but I didn't know how to share it. And now, because you are talking about countries with small population, I think it's the moment. There was finally a census in Moldova. It was postponed for many years, but finally there was one. And actually now the population of Moldova is 2.6 million. It was supposed to be around 4, but there was like heavy it's just information.
Is this, Ivana, is there a breakdown by age? Do people who are, do adults in a greater proportion maybe have Romanian citizenship, and as in do they acquire it typically slightly later in life? Because that would be interesting as well, right? Because it would portray an even greater proportion with a right to work in the EU.
Yeah, I don't have the breakdown for age, but I can search for something. Anyway, normally the people that seek Romanian citizenship are adults that search for jobs, so between 20 and 45, let's say, and also their children. Because if they want to travel or something like this, they want to travel, of course, with their children. So there are a lot of requests for children. I think from 100,000 requests, about 30,000 were for children the last year. But I have to check on this and come back.
Thanks, Ivana. And this also additionally puts into importance of why Romania cares so much about Moldova. It's not just history, culture, whatever. It is actually this really big underlying thing as well. Light Sniper, I can't tell if your hand is okay. Your hand is now finally properly up. I thought it was my glitch, but it clearly wasn't. Let's go to Peace for Ukraine, whom I'm sure has thoughts about both Luxembourg and Andorra. Not to mention Liechtenstein, and then I think I know what Light Sniper wants to talk about, which is a really good topic as well. So, Peace for Ukraine, who poses more danger to their neighbors, Luxembourg or Andorra?
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Ukraine. Well, I would say Andorra, they're a bit more peaceful, but for Luxembourg, I have excellent news. Luxembourg no longer has not posed a threat for quite some time, but an agreement has been reached with Germany where Luxembourg will not attack Germany for sure. And actually, the agreement reached is the following. Germany can send more cross-border workers every day. They increase the ratio, so we are most welcoming all the German workers in Luxembourg who want to cross the border and help develop the economy of the region. So, and also, I think that saying that, it's a very good reason to release all the Leopards and all the tanks to Ukraine where they are most needed and will be most welcomed and valued. That is my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace for Ukraine. And can we say that similar applies for Andorra with regards to Spain, and Spain should not fear and do likewise?
Absolutely, certainly, 100%. Well, actually, 112% is the percentage of today, meaning, well, Axel is not here, but why 112%? Because since the ratio of 100 and 1,000 KIA on 21st or 22nd December, we are now, as of today, at 127,500, which means an increase between 21st December and today of 112%. So I will leave you with those nice figures. Have a lovely day, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, Peace for Ukraine. My understanding is you've had a personal meeting with the Bishop of Urgel to make sure that Andorra definitely, at least one of the two co-princes, refuses any aggression towards Spain whatsoever. All right, Live Sniper, very good afternoon. If you want to plow right in, feel free, because I'd rather someone else explain the things, because I haven't read it since about 20 minutes.
Before I plow in that topic, which you mean, I just want to say that there are several, we have been talking about these small countries, but there's one with very traditional old army troops, and which have infiltrated, well, most of Southern Europe with their devoted agents. I mean, the Vatican, of course. So basically, we shouldn't forget them. They have been expanding their sort of area of influence during several hundred years. We should not forget about them. But okay, on a serious note, the topic I wanted to address is where a plan is being described, what Russia should do in Ukraine after they have won the war. And basically, there's a plan that the Ukraine's industries would have been seized and taken over by Russian oligarchs. And oligarch Konstantin Malofeev, I don't know, was planned to run the whole business. And basically, there was also a map included, which sort of is kind of funny, because originally the claim was that Russia is sort of defending the people in Donbass, Donetsk, Luhansk, but the area which Russia would take over, according to this plan, which is in this PowerPoint, is much larger. Funny. It goes until to the Moldovan and Romanian borders. The whole southern part of Ukraine is sort of, how would I say, red in the map. And I mean, this is perhaps, Domin, if you have it, you can take it from my...
It's in the next. It's the leading one in the next.
I was
right
just
now.
about stop reading my thoughts immediately without permission. So basically, it has been planned like long ago already, and the treaties and the agreements have already been signed, and so on. So I think it's absolutely ridiculous that Russia is still sticking to this claim why they started the war, to protect allegedly to protect the Russian people. Okay, they are Russian-speaking people, but what they claim to be Russians in Donbass. And if I would really like anyone who still has or still hasn't understood that it is all about resources which happen to be in the eastern Ukraine of different nature, like rare earth and oil, gas, wheat, whatever, and also industry. And that is quite obviously the true target of Russia. It's and every tanky and every vatnik who claims that this would be the goal of Russia would be to denazify Ukraine, that's complete utter tosh. And this leaked PowerPoint presentation just make it absolutely clear what they have been planning. And I think that's something I hope this will spread widely, so that because this shows that what the Russians have been claiming is absolutely, completely, total bullshit. So that was my presentation, or well, presentation of the presentation. Perhaps you can have a look at it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Light Sniper. That's perfect, and I'm really glad that you brought it up, because Light Sniper messaged me a couple hours ago saying, "Oh, have you seen this?" And I said, "Yes, of course I've seen this yesterday." I think this is really good to discuss. So please come and talk to me about it, because there's a lot of things to discuss on top of it. And see, this is where I'm first going to have to disagree with Light Sniper. The last thing you said, Light Sniper, right? Saying, "Oh, this is the reason why they went and invaded Ukraine." I disagree with that fundamentally. And the reason being the following. There's different people in Russia with different interests and different causes, so to speak, different purposes. So you have the security apparatus folk, right? Putin and his ex-KGB staff, criminals and so on. And their purpose is imperialism. Their purpose is to say, we are restoring the borders of our empire for the sake of restoring the borders of the empire, for the sake of the greatness of Russia, whatnot. And then you have this other batch of people who are, related to them, the oligarchy types, the types who actually confess to owning yachts, unlike the security state ones who still do, but that's not kind of what they advertise, and that's not something they'd ever admit to, right? It's always in somebody else's name, 17 shell companies down the road. And for these guys, it absolutely is about resources. And the promise of resources to the oligarchy type vassals is what allows Russia, the security state aspect of Russia, to go forward and do their imperialist tendencies, right? And exercise their imperialist tendencies, because that's where part of the financing and part of the legitimization comes from, right? So if you kind of think of 1,000 years back, you had and this is going to be a really bad comparison. I don't want to go deep down into the metaphor, so I'm just going to do like a very surface level metaphor. You had crusades, right? And the crusades were a mixture. On the one hand, you had the imperial types who were just like, I want to go and I want to battle and I want to win. And then there were the clericy types who are kind of like the oligarchs here, right? The clericy types who gave additional reasoning and legitimization for it, and like a bigger context. And then the I want to win folk went and said yes, and we are legitimized by the clerics. And here the security state is basically being legitimized by the oligarchical tendencies. So I think it's a little bit more subtle, and this is why I think this is a really good thing to bring up for discussion as well. Any thoughts, Light Sniper?
Yes, I agree and disagree a bit, perhaps. But the first group you mentioned is imperialistic, who would like to return the Russian Empire and so on. I think that why would a country expand if at least not one part of the equation would be the resources which they have there? Or do you think it's just like, do you think it's legitimate claim or a believable claim that they would just try to bring all the Russian people together due to patriotic sort of fantasies?
Oh no, the bringing people together is nonsense. It's more just, it's kind of like almost like a genitals measuring contest, right? We want to be the biggest. We just want to have the most land, historical destiny. It's complete. I mean, it's complete and utter ideological nonsense underpinning it. But you know how. Think back to previous examples of attempts at large territorial expansion. How much of it was just for the sake of expansion, without any other real basis for it whatsoever? And especially in Russian history, they just wanted to be bigger. They literally just grew the empire for the sake of growing the empire. Until for the first 200, 300 years of expansion into Siberia was kind of worthless. Because even if they didn't claim ownership of it, they could still be extracting all the mink skins out of it, all the mink fur out of it that they could have possibly wanted to, right? But they just kind of wanted it because they wanted it, and then they had it, and here. Some people just want to have empire because they think empire cool, and it is really that simple.
Yeah, okay. Perhaps I drew this a bit with too broad strokes, but basically this whole, I think this whole financial like aspect or resources and this kind of thing has not been discussed. There are certain things which are not discussed too much at all or anymore, and this is one of those, that the huge interest which Russia, or the gains which Russia would achieve if they would get the whole eastern Ukraine and also the border, the shore line of Ukraine. That I think the discussion is pretty much revolving around the Russian narratives, like these Nazis and whatever. But this is one of the things which I think could be, if it would be broader published or discussed, that would not let the Russians look so good, because it would appear that they're just greedy, what they are. And another topic which I just occasionally want to point out, which is also being discussed increasingly seldom, is the deported children and deported Ukrainians which are now in Russia. And I think that's outrageous that this isn't being addressed more often, but that's a sort of widely off topic of what we're discussing now. I just want to remind that there are still hundreds of thousands of children and adults from Ukraine which have been deported to Russia. And it's appalling that nobody speaks about them much anymore. Okay, thank you.
So I agree with the latter point. So please, come up and speak about it more. It's just that it doesn't come up because there's no news regarding it per se, and it feels like there's nothing much left to be said on it since we last addressed it regularly. And that's probably why, to be perfectly blunt as to why. But I will say, in part, the looking at it from an economic perspective, on the one hand, it's not really going to change the process of the war going forward, which is probably why it doesn't get touched upon nearly as much, because the whole PowerPoint is just an exercise in hubris, right? The leaked PowerPoint in the original version was just an exercise in utter and complete hubris. And the other part is, it kind of legitimized why, from the oligarchs, from the economic perspective, of why the initial invasion started, but it doesn't actually talk anything about why it might end, why it might be brought to an end within that context. And thirdly, I would also say, it does kind of speak to a Russian talking point as well. Because if you remember, there were one of the big sort of tanky, vatniky talking points about, America just went into Iraq because it wanted to take over all the oil fields, right? Well, this is kind of, that was projection on their part, because some of them definitely wanted to re-expand Moscow-controlled borders for economical purposes, such as this Malafeyev oligarch, right? But also, at the same time, it kind of speaks to that, and is just another route for whataboutism. So, to some level, they do probably want this to be more of a topic. So there's that as well, and I would say, I think it's important to split up the sets of motives, the sets of motivations, the sets of causes, because different parts of the demographics within the ruling and near ruling class within Russia are going to have different motivations. And again, this is going to be a motivation for those who are already oligarchy types. It's not really a motivation for the sheer imperialists for the sake of empire. And it's almost as though the latter ones are probably the ones who are now really in control. The oligarchs were needed to start it all off, but at this point they're kind of discarded anyway, right? They don't really matter in the discourse right now. They seem not to matter within the discourse within Russia right now, at the very least. So that's kind of where my thinking goes. But they definitely were needed to legitimize the initial push, the initial invasion, the initial genocidal attack on Ukraine, because one important part comes kind of to the end of the thread, and I don't know if you have the thread in front of me, but towards the end they say, how would we achieve this with the transfer of populations from areas in Russia east of the Urals, the economically depressed areas within Russia, and then populating, literally colonizing the newly occupied areas, and those would be the workers that would work there. We would do a population replacement, they said in their PowerPoint, right? And this kind of shows you the very colonizing imperialist mindset, and this works very well together with the logic of genocide of Ukrainians in the newly occupied territories. And I think that's important to highlight here as well, that those things all work together. It's not, for some people it's genocide for the sake of genocide. For others who are empowering the former, there is economic benefit from it. And there's just different sets of people, nevertheless, who at this point hold vastly varying amounts of power. What do you think, Light Sniper? One last guy, and then I'll pass it on. I promise.
Yeah, sorry, I grabbed this paper, but I agree. Yeah, good points. Good points. I'll think about it. And I think we mostly agree about everything, and I think you make good points there. Thanks.
Thank you, Light Sniper. You've seen, it's discussion like this that leads to refinement of theory, right? Which is where it's useful. Let's please go to the Finesse, then to Johannes, Ioana, and finally George. The Finesse, please.
Hi, Domin. You were discussing Slovenia, and I wasn't sure if you covered it, but I wanted to say that the call may be coming from inside the house because they arrested 2 spies in Ljubljana, I guess, in the last few days.
Yesterday, yes, I brought it up yesterday when it first happened, but there's very little news on it since. But yes, two people who were a couple with assumed Argentine identities, and apparently they were doing their stuff both in the country and in nearby countries, which makes sense because there's not that much internally to do.
Yeah, and then also there was Margarita Simonian gave one of her fireside chats yesterday and mentioned that the Russians had left the best of a lot of Soviet era factories and development in Ukraine, and she may have been addressing this issue with the she mentioned all their great factories were there, and that was one reason why they had to go in, was because they had sort of left all their toys behind, I guess, which is kind of, I guess, more about reclaiming the empire. But it was interesting the way that sort of dovetails with this discussion about how they're going to take over those factories. So
thank you, Vanessa. That's an interesting point. It's actually an interesting view, simply because all of the stuff, other than say the buildings themselves, at this point will have had to have been replaced anyway, because the tooling from the 1970s and 1980s is only so useful still, and there's things that are built in steel mills and whatnot. But other than that, hey. Good good point there. Thank you, Finesse. Johannes, please.
Hi, good day, everybody. Yeah, I've just kind of been listening for, I think, 2 hours or so, and I was a bit kind of, I don't know, a bit confused, because last night I've been listening, and I've been listening to what Jack Farrar said about what is going on in the surrounding area, and that sounded really, quite worrying. So I just wondered, everybody seems to be really in a good mood today, or everybody's having fun, is geeking out. So I just wondered how to put this together. And as you know, I'm constantly the guy to worry about things, so I really lost sleep about that. And about kind of that the Ukrainians are massively under-equipped and outgunned, as I understand it, but maybe
Sorry,
don't know.
Johannes,
I hope I'm wrong.
I missed the place name. Where were you referring to specifically? Because I
Well,
wasn't around last night.
one was about Kremina, because I mean Kremina was kind of weeks ago. We all thought, well, the Ukrainians would soon liberate Kremina, and then the path to North Luhansk would be free. And now it seems to be going the other direction. So that the Russians are massively concentrating forces in Kremina, and really unpleasant. I mean, maybe that's just what is expected until the tanks are delivered. That we will probably see kind of several very ugly weeks until then. But I just wondered, I mean, whether this is just something which will go by, or something which also kind of will change the course. Or something which also kind of will change the course of the war.
So change the course of the war, because we're looking at a fraction of a percentage point of Ukrainian territory, right? So no, change the course of the war, definitely not. Remember, I put it out somewhere at some point. Somebody wrote up a really nice explanation. I think it was actually Ukrainian who wrote a very nice explanation of how this goes. You know, the war has fundamentally two phases. Oh no, do you know who it was? It was Mike Martin from King's College London War Studies Department. Right, the war basically swings back and forth between two phases. Phase one, Russians send vast quantities of men, but also material into securing limited gains, where Ukrainians caused massive attrition, and then the Ukrainians do counterattack and liberate far more territory than that, with much lower losses because the Russians have been attrited to that degree. So I mean, Yehuda's not worried. Other military folk aren't particularly worried. I'm not worried either, particularly because this is kind of the seesaw of this. As to Bakhmut being cut off, Ukrainian analysts are saying, nah, that's frankly a that's being excessively portrayed as none of that is crucial, strategically important territory. Of course, Ukrainians are fighting hard for it because they don't want to lose it and then have to liberate it again, because that's additional effort. But while the ground is impossible to conduct mobile warfare on, this is kind of the way it goes, right? And this is why the Russians are also having to go through this absolutely massive attrition in order to make any gains whatsoever. And they're trying to make those gains really for their internal political or propaganda purposes, more so than anything else. So no, maybe George can expand a little bit on this. George?
Yeah, in all reality, Bakhmut is only significant if you're a Russian on Telegram. It has obviously no strategic or really tactical importance, except that right now the Ukrainians are, see, they're getting the kill rates that they want. If your enemy is, dumb enough to become fixated on something that is strategically and obviously tactically unimportant and waste, thousands of their soldiers trying to capture it, and as long as you are okay with how many of them you're killing, and you're doing it at a huge amount of difference. In other words, if God, for every Ukrainian casualty, you're bringing out 5 to 10 Russian casualties, then Ukraine's gonna defend it. It's the Russians have become fixated on it. They need a victory, but there's nothing really left of Bakhmut. It's strategically unimportant, tactically unimportant, and as with Severodonetsk, if the Ukrainians find that it is not worth their effort anymore, they will pull back to more defensive lines. With Kremina, the Russians have gathered up forces, but we're talking about mostly men in numbers, and we've seen how their offensives go. I.e., look at Bakhmut; they've been on offensive there for 6 months, and after 6 months, have gained 3 kilometers in territory. So, yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that battle any day of the week if I'm preparing for an offensive in other parts of my country. We don't know exactly what the Ukrainians are doing, and that's probably a good thing. Where their next offensive is going to happen is anyone's guess, and that's what I mean by guess. We can try to ascertain maybe, but like the Kharkiv offensive, it caught everybody with their pants down, including us, because no one was expecting it, because they kept talking about Kherson. So the Ukrainians are doing what they need to do, and I think we need to not question their strategic and tactical ability at this point. And I don't think anybody in the West, including Western armies, should, because they've shown us how to do it instead of us showing them how to do it.
And George, this is the other bit as well, right? They're not doing this on their own either. From a strategic perspective, they are talking with people who have done this and who have done all of the theory for years and decades in Western planning.
Well,
right? This is the other part. Stuff is gained through.
Yeah, but they also have assets that their friends' assets, like those beautiful billion-dollar satellites that my tax dollars have paid for, that are orbiting the Earth somewhere, taking pictures of people's license plates from miles up in the sky, and I'm sure they're getting quite a good reconnaissance data from those and from other friends. I wouldn't doubt that there is data going, exactly right into the Ukrainian hands, because that's what they need, and they know what the situation is. They know exactly what units the Russians are amassing there, and they know what to do with them.
Yeah, thanks. So sorry, I don't have my hand up, but maybe just a quick response, because I mean I'm a complete layman again. So I'm surprised that last night Chuck's analysis. I mean, Chuck obviously is an expert. So, and it sounded completely different. And he, like, for instance, he said, well, the Bradleys should be there now, and they are probably going to arrive. I don't know. I mean, certainly not now, in some time. And right now the Ukrainians are massively under-equipped.
Well, I'm just.
I mean, that's what I took away from him. So yeah. Maybe
So what Chuck was talking about, really quick, Johannes, what Chuck was talking about was, now if the Ukrainians would have had Bradleys at Soledar and Bakhmut, yeah, would the battle go even more lopsided? Of course it would, because those Bradleys would have chopped those guys up, even more. Yeah, it would have been nice if the Bradleys were already there, and that's what we're discussing. We're discussing that there's been a delay in getting these weapons in, and I'm talking about delay now that they've announced them coming in. I'm talking about they should have been given to the Ukrainians months ago, and that's that I guess would be the takeaway point from Chuck's from what Chuck was discussing, and me and him have discussed it before on this space numerous times. That if the Ukrainians had gotten the equipment they're getting now earlier, yeah, it obviously it would have made a bigger difference, and we would probably be talking about the liberation of Crimea, weeks ago instead of like in the future. But it is what it is. But there's those weapon systems are going to be going in there, and once they get there, the Russians are going to have no answer to them. If they put 100,000 guys in there, they're just going to get run over. And that's what's going to happen. So, the Ukrainians, whatever they're planning, we
Thanks.
don't know.
Could I ask another question? See, I'm talking to the expert. So, I'm like 2 days ago or so, I watched a video clip with Dmitry Gordon. He's a kind of quite well-known Ukrainian journalist, and he was talking to I think he was his interlocutor was a politologist or so, not really a military expert, but he kind of expected. Well, the whole video clip was entitled "Ani nikogda ne dадут нам дальнобойные ракеты." So he said, like, they will never give us long-range missiles. Do you think that's right? And do you think that's a vital kind of shortcoming, or could it be overcome, or will it eventually come?
So
I believe it is in the works.
I agree with that, George. Exactly right. Eventually, yes. So, Johannes, I'm worried that you look at the world and then pick out the worst possible things that you hear and then focus on those. Am I right that might be the case? Johannes?
Sorry, audio has been kind of patchy. So could you repeat what you said last?
Yeah. So I'm worried that you look at the world and then remember the 5% of the worst things that you've heard in a day. Could that be right?
Well, sometimes, I mean, sometimes it is definitely, yeah. So, I mean, and that's why I always have to ask you, kind of, to get a bit uplifted, and that's good. I'm so grateful for that.
Just remember.
Now, George.
This is what. Sorry, Dominic.
No, you're cutting out, George. You're cutting out. Yes.
Am I cutting out now?
You are. Give it 30 seconds. In the meantime, I'll say this. Look, the long-range fires, like ATACMS, they don't need to be announced. They don't need to be planned for. They don't need to be anything, because the moment they come into theater, and hopefully eventually they will come, and if anything, more pressure is nice, is the positive thing. The good thing about them is that there's no need for an extra logistics train. There's no need for extra training. There's no need for extra anything. They just need the munitions, because the existing logistics train that brings the HIMARS Gimlers pods to the launchers, and the existing training of the personnel is all they need to use them. So think of it like this, Johannes. Right now, even if Ukrainians had and Eastern tanks, they couldn't do nearly as much with them as the full potential of this equipment is, because of the weather and ground conditions. Once it's clear that the weather and ground conditions are going to be ready, are going to be appropriate for an armored push, which basically means you can't have a mud soup to swim through, right? I would expect that about 4 or 5 days before that, you will start seeing a lot of explosions on Russian logistics and storage facilities and accumulations of forces and materiel, including way beyond 80 kilometers from the front lines. And there's no need to flag this ahead of time. Let them accumulate things 150, 200 kilometers from the front lines. Let them pack Crimea full of stuff. All the stuff that can go up in flames, in big, beautiful flames, in fireworks, just before there's an interest and a need for a big armored push. And let it come as a surprise at the time. No, this is really what it is. Just because something isn't the case right now doesn't mean it cannot be the case. And I hope that's a literature. And I hope that's a little bit of a empowering and optimistic a point. George, let's try again, and then we'll go on to Mark and then to Frank. Please, George.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you have to be a little discerning in the information that you do get sometimes, especially from reporters, because they are reporters and they just want to interview somebody and get a story. That person they're interviewing may not be. And they think they're getting a breaking story, but also some of the so-called experts had no clue, and they were making their so-called informative opinions on how the world was going to go, and of course, they had to eat all their words and their hats at the same time. So, you have to remember that. You're always going to get the opinion that goes against the grain, and sometimes that opinion that goes against the grain or that reporting is just doing that just to get clicks on the internet or story follows, or to somehow stimulate some discourse, but none of it's really sometimes based on reality. So just keep that in mind.
Yes, I fear the crow population in certain areas is critically endangered from excessive human consumption. With that, thank you very much, George. Thank you, Johannes. Mark, please.
Thank you, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
You're a little bit muffled, so it could be that your microphone is either covered by a piece of clothing.
Any better?
Or maybe just move it a little bit further away. Oh, this is getting better. Yep,
okay, right. Yeah, this very interesting PowerPoint idea how to involved in that. All the people named in that, I hope they're all going to get sanctioned. I think the main guy is already, but is anyone else named on there who should be added to the list of bad guys?
I didn't look so deeply at it. I also didn't look at the full source, but I think that Malafiev definitely is, and I think that people immediately around him will have been by now. But if there's anybody else named, that is a task for a helpful House of Commons staffer who would go and then drill down a little bit more on it, Mark.
Yeah, I agree. It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's literally a plan that says, well, we presuppose genocide, and then we will, make a killing off of it. It's really astounding from that. Serves as good proof for the intentionalness that doesn't have to be proven, but nevertheless, for the next level when it comes to the whole genocide factor of the invasion as well, right? If this is really, I think, the biggest takeaway from it. It's black on pale blue slides that say, yeah, we will do population replacement. This is what we're assuming is going to happen anyway. And that's maybe a thing that escaped a lot of the casual readings of it.
Yeah, exactly. And so they're quite okay with that. No problem at all. Get that sorted, move on, take over, make lots of money. And the whole denazification thing is simply an excuse. It's just a smokescreen for a load of bad guys coming in and taking over and making money, fundamentally.
Frank Monkey, please.
Yeah, I apologize if this has been talked about before, but yesterday I was seeing some reports, and it seemed to come from very dubious sources about some lady from a TV channel having been attacked by by Kadyrovites, apparently some Russian propaganda channel. Has anybody heard that from a real source? Because all I could find was, some very obscure websites.
I have not. I know of the story that you speak of, but I kind of dismissed it as.
And a second thing is, for everybody who sees a bit doom and gloom because of Bakhmut, I mean, to me, it reminds me a little bit of before the summer counteroffensive when the Russians were grinding in Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, and everybody was, predicting the imminent collapse of the Ukrainian army because of the loss of these two cities, while the withdrawal from them. To me, Bakhmut seems similar, but a lot less. What do you call it? A lot less dramatic, considering where Bakhmut stands and its importance. It doesn't seem to be as important as those two places. Of course, when Ukraine isn't attacking, it always feels like they're on the back foot. But I wouldn't really read that much into it. But I say that from a very layman's position.
And this is the thing as well, right? You're looking at a situation even comparing Bakhmut falling now compared to Bakhmut being taken by the Russians a few months ago is a very different proposition, because now Izum and Liman have been liberated, right? So it's not advancing into the salient towards Kramatorsk. It's just advancing a little bit and it kind of stands on its own. That's part one. Part two, Ukrainians would be kind of dumb for attacking in most cases right now, because the conditions just aren't favorable for an offensive. Literally, it's a mud soup most places where they would be attacking. Why? Why would you? I mean, would you want them to? I don't want them to, unless they figure out some place where it is sensible. Looking at it, all the videos that we see, it's kind of that'd be kind of silly. It'd be really wasteful, and we want them to not be like the Russians in the first place.
Yeah, that's sort of the kind of the point when you. I mean, I've been doing a lot of reading about military stuff since this thing has started, and it seems that if you're going to attack somewhere, you want to create momentum and keep momentum, and you don't want to be grinding, right? Otherwise, you're in this sort of World War I sort of scenario. I mean, in a way, it's should be kind of happy that the Russians are doing this way, but it's also extraordinary the resilience that they have. I mean, the troops that they must be going through to be doing this stupid stuff. I mean, obviously they're inflicting casualties on the Ukrainians, and we don't know what the figures are, etc. But it's what they must be losing in the process for the gains. I mean, you really got to wonder if it's worth it. And just looking at a map, you're like, to control a town that, oh yeah, you've got like two big roads that go through it, and then you're like, wow, I've cut off the Ukrainians from, some relatively insignificant thing. I mean, you're not even. It's just incredible the resilience that they have to just keep on doing it. But I'm a bit flabbergasted that this is the 21st century. But there you go. You learn something every day.
Exactly.
I don't know who was first, Dani.
Oh, sorry. I was speaking to muted mic by accident. This. I want to say something that's kind of important. So Tatarigami is a Ukrainian officer currently in reserves. He does updates on Bukhledar currently. You understand what the Russian messaging is, but what the reality is, right? So the logic that it portrays is they make stuff up all over the place about the advances that they're making and the importance of it and whatnot. and B, it actually shows you what the situation is as opposed to the various Russian messaging accounts. So similar applies to Bakhmut. There's a couple that do updates on Bakhmut in a similar fashion, albeit a little bit less detailed. They will see. If they realize that it's no longer effective to keep retreating Russians in Bakhmut, they will withdraw. If they decide to keep retreating Russians in Bakhmut, they will keep retreating Russians in Bakhmut. That's going to be the calculus here. And whichever is done because it's the strategically most sensible thing to do. Period. There you go. Okay, Florian, please.
Hello. One remark. When you were talking about the long-range artillery and how effectively it and with less logistical effort it can be deployed, I was really surprised on your clear thinking. And somehow I have missed this. Maybe other people have missed this. This could be really the important stopgap measure before the tanks and other systems come. It probably needs to be more often articulated in the way you did, Dorman. Because maybe it needs a...
Sorry, which bit exactly?
The bit that you say, it's very easy to deploy. There's not much logistics. People know how to use this. It can immediately make a difference. Because all other weapon systems we talk about take training, long logistics, preparation, maintenance, so on and forth. But the way you I think in one sentence explained it on Johannes' fear or question, I thought it was very, very clairvoyant, and I think it's important thing before sort of the spring offensive become that we equip Ukraine, because that will break the logistics back of the Russians for any offensive that can come earlier than the tanks and the infantry fighting vehicle and whatever arrives. I think I haven't heard it in such, maybe the military experts knows and George knows this and everybody else, but I haven't heard it in such clear language that how important this could be and how less effort it is, because the launchers, the HIMARS launchers are there and so on. So I thought this was very, very good. And I think, at least to me, I was not aware of this.
It's a different bullet, is what it is.
Correct. I never thought about it. I thought about it in weapons categories like the tanks, but you're absolutely right. My mental picture was wrong on that.
So let's just walk everyone through this. So the HIMARS and the M270, they have either 1 or 2 slots for a pod, and the pod on the outside is identical. So if you're moving a pod with 6 Gimlers inside, or moving a pod with 1 ATACMS inside, it's the same effort in moving one or the other set, and they're very good at moving the first one, so there's no reason why they wouldn't be, able to, with literally the same vehicles, move the other one. The installation of the pod into the system is the same, and I checked with CJ, but apparently the software is the same or next to the same, so maybe it would take, I don't know, 10 minutes to familiarize yourself with the different set of menus in the software or something. But no, it's not exactly a different set of training that needs to be done. And the CJ said, yes, they're trained on the system, they're trained on the launcher, they're trained for all of the munitions because they all use the same thing. So you bring across the border to the moment that they're flying, it takes, I don't know, 12 hours, 18 hours, whatever. It doesn't take advanced planning or preparation or anything. And this is the beauty of it. And this is why I keep saying, ATACMS are the best thing for Ukraine to get, because they can employ them immediately, because there is no need to go through anything.
Plus also,
so there you go.
Plus also the Americans, or whoever delivers them, can say, we'll stick to the letter of the agreement, because they want to keep good relations to the West, and still by that you can hinder all offensive, because you're hitting the deep logistics. And for example, then an attack, what we were talking before in Bakhmut, is less likely because there's less weapons and less logistics arriving there.
I can also imagine that systems, that it's all already integrated in the total system, that if you remove or change the pod with other ballistics in it, then it's just, I think, a switch of a button, and you have the correct data and settings.
Yeah, it's magnitudes easier to integrate in the existing war logistics than anything else. I mean, that's the point. And I didn't realize this until Domen expressed this so clearly. I'd like to raise another short point on this DMZ tweet, the DMZ concern. I read that, and I thought if they would know more history, they would have called it the General Plan West. It's exactly the General Plan East of the Germans from 1941-42. That actually was a key document in Nuremberg for the intent of what was going on. It was one of the key points to show the whole genocide had been planned ahead, and not only in military terms, but also in terms of economics. If people know what I'm talking,
Exactly.
If people know what I'm talking about, what the General Plan Ost was. Generalplan East was the German way of, after occupying the Soviet Union, how to kill 2/3 of the population, take over the economic resources, use Ukraine as a breadbasket. I mean, a good deal of the attack on the Soviet Union was Germany's vision of Ukraine as a colony that supplies raw material and grain to Germany.
Exactly, Florian. And see, this is important to understand. The other thing that's important to understand is that the makeup of the leadership in Germany at the time was fundamentally all ideological, right? The difference here being is that you have two quite separate paths. You have two quite separate sets of people who are both relevant, or at least both were relevant, when the invasion was kicking off and just before the full-scale invasion. And you kind of have the economics people on the one side, the oligarchs on one side, and then you have the pure imperialists on the other, and they just kind of happen to not just coexist, but kind of reinforce one another, right? But they have different sets of motivations, but they have the same plan. So this is the other bit that's important to understand. And kind of the oligarchy bits are relying on the imperialist military ones, more security-oriented ones, right? By security, I mean security services, internal security services, KGB, those ones, not some actual security. To do everything, and then the oligarchs can swoop in and take advantage of the newly created circumstances. Newly created circumstances, of course, presupposing genocide, right? Presupposing population replacement, and this is the revelatory bit, which gels with what you were saying, Florian, right? This is the revelatory bit. It's slightly different because in the Nuremberg trials case, it showed that genocide was planned with purpose, also in part of the economic the economic benefits that were presupposed in General Plan East. Whereas here it says that genocide is presupposed for the carrying out of the economic plan. So there's a slight difference in how it functions, which would be pointed out by anyone trying to say, no, it's completely different. At the end of the day, it's really a non-difference, and it still serves very much as proof of the intent of genocide. Is just the two paths are slightly split, right, Florian?
Yeah, and also the way you raise, for example, the economic side of a society. In the German case, when the Nazis formulated this, a lot of scientists at the time who were engaged in this Raumplanung, planning of continental scale economics and that, were very excited to do that. And not all of them were Nazis. Industry, it's often forgotten that next to Auschwitz, there was one of the largest synthetic chemical factories built by IG Farben. Still one of the largest chemical plants of Poland today. It's totally forgotten. But they said, we give you the land, we give you the labor and everything, please provide the capital and the expertise, and they were happy to do so. And that's why I was reading this. It was reading like the Generalplan Ost. It's of course there's difference, 2022 and not 1941. There's minutiae that are different, but in the broad strokes, it's very, very similar.
Exactly, and thank you, Florian, for contextualizing that. I tried to do that earlier, but I didn't do it nearly as well as you have. And the utility of this leak might be, again, much the same, and that is maybe the biggest point to be making out of all of this, right? The utility of it for a prosecution will be very similar, if not identical, and that's maybe should be stressed as the biggest news coming out of this.
Yeah, I mean, I stop with that. I mean, I was around 18 or 19 or 20, 25 years ago, and I read a book called Vordenker der Vernichtung. So the people who thought ahead on the genocide on the German side. And I was shocked on the diligent planning of a lot of people who were neither military nor Nazi officials and so on. One of the books that really shocked me to my core as a young adult. And that's why I remember it so well.
Thank you, Florian. Let's go to the finesse, and then we have Nina. The finesse, please.
Yes, 2 points. The first on Simonian when she addressed this issue, she made a very circular argument, which was, well, we left our best factories and industries in Ukraine, therefore we had to, invade, but we're very sorry because now we've destroyed them all. So, but we will rebuild them. So, it's like, well, this was the pretext, this was part of our planning, but now that's all blown up. And sorry we had to do that, but so it begs the question, well, if those industries have all been destroyed now, why are you still there? So I think they they maybe realize they don't have a leg to stand on anymore where that one is concerned. My second point, oh yes, I wanted to address, there was someone who asked if there was more information about the NTV operator who was beaten and the woman who was the propagandist who was raped. The best summary I've seen is, I've put it in the latest tweet. I tweeted it. It's Daily Dialogue Ukraine, and they dug up a few interesting tidbits in the story, which I guess was reported to a justice council because they couldn't get the police in Melitopol to investigate. But it was apparently a nephew of Kadyrov who and his guards who were involved in this. And so they're trying to hush up this case because he did the same thing a month ago, apparently in Crimea, in Crimea, and the attack was caught on surveillance cameras, so that couldn't be covered up. And then also they had shouted some things about Putin that they sort of ridiculed Putin, the nephew of Kadyrov. So that was kind of interesting. I'm trying to see what they shouted. They shouted something like Putin is a nobody or something like that. Anyways, so those were kind of that. It's interesting that they're trying to hush it up because of the high level connections, and that's probably why it was never investigated to begin with by the Melitopol police.
Thank you, the finesse. And this is Melitopol police, right? Of course, you're talking about the occupation authorities. And yes, quite. And this is, I mean, it's not going to really change anything within Russia, is it? Let's dispense with that just real quick, because it isn't, because they really fundamentally don't care. The problem being, of course, is that you have a conflict between different segments of power, right? Different power centers, and this can, of course, have beneficial consequences in the big picture, because the more conflict, if there is sufficient conflict between different power centers, there can be a dissolution of efficiency, of effort. That a low-level conflict between different power centers is probably desirable for the real center of power in the old divide and conquer system. So it's difficult to assess how much it's going to have. What it does critically show, is the cruelty and the violence inherent in the system. And that's probably the clearest single takeaway, that for anyone who thinks, they're rescuing anybody who believes in the tanky nonsense of Russians are just doing this to rescue the local population. No, they're really not, and they certainly aren't any sort of knights in shining armor coming to help anyone, not even themselves. Well, not even each other, of their own power centers. Thank you, the finesse. Yeah, and whether the story is true or isn't true, or to what degree is true, is really maybe besides the point as well. That's an important thing to underline, because it is illustrative of a broader point and a broader picture, and that's really where the value of it lies. All right. Thank you very much, the finesse. Nina, very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Domen and others. Actually, you might think I sound calm here, but actually my blood is boiling because landmines around Izium, or where they say, I don't know, and that's against the international rules. What are, but what is like making my blood boil is that I haven't read each and every human rights watch news during the past 11 months, but I haven't seen them condemning a lot what Russia is doing. So I am getting like so fucking angry, sorry my French, that they dare to talk about some Ukrainian putting some landmines for the in the areas where the Russians are. Yeah, and then I went to the Human Rights Watch website, and on their first page there is no news, but there is donate this and this amount, this and this amount. What the fuck? I mean, what is this? Please, Domen, explain this.
I don't know how to explain it. So I'm reading through the article, right? I'm reading through the article that is on their front page about this thing that you're talking about, and I am somewhat rockets, because they say, well, these are cassettes which are Ukrainian, but that is what's that's just stated outright without any investigation into it. And that's what I'm kind of wondering about here. So,
Domen, my point is that they suddenly now in Helsingin Sanomat they have this article what human rights says about what Ukraine is doing wrong in Ukraine.
No, I know.
Yeah, this is the point.
No, I understand, but I'm going one step further, Nina, which is the one step further where I'm going is I'm struggling to establish where they go beyond an allegation that these are indeed mines that were deployed by Ukrainians in the first place. So beyond just saying, why is there criticism of what Ukrainians are doing? I'm going one step beyond, and I'm struggling to understand why or how they're evidencing that these are actually being employed by Ukrainians in the first place, if you see what I mean.
Yes, thank you. I am, when the blood goes into the head, it's difficult to take in anything. It's so full of like packed.
Oh, I understand. Maybe Light Sniper can help us. Light Sniper.
Yeah, when I read that article as well from Helsingin Sanomat, I spat my coffee on my laptop, so I've been cleaning it ever since. It was really. I was just as outraged as Nina is, and then I started to take a step back, look at the thing objectively, and indeed, these so-called butterfly mines, which are anti-personnel mines, which are spread by missiles, and they look like toys. I think those were meant in this article, and there have been like countless evidence that the Russians have used them since the beginning of the war. And I don't know, I think Ukraine has signed a treaty banning them, but Russia has not, if I'm right. So basically, if, and it's a big if the Ukrainians would have used them, then they would have breached an agreement they have signed. But the Russians have not signed this agreement as far as I know, so they don't breach any agreements which they have signed. So that's a bit, that's how I see it at the moment. But I completely share your point, what Domain, what to say, that there are Russian weapons in Ukrainian hands, and there are Ukrainian weapons in Russian hands. And they are, previously we discussed about the tanks, for example, and I think that Russia is still the biggest tank delivery source for the Ukrainian army, and it's if there's no like visual evidence that okay, this rocket came from that direction at that point of time when it was controlled by these troops, then it's I would say it's pretty impossible to say who shot it and who has delivered it, or because they have both sides have captured munition and gear from the other party, and so I mean those mines are there, these anti-personnel mines, then that is not evidence in any direction. It's just that someone has shot them there, and at least we know that Russians use them. I don't know if I was mistaken at any point. Perhaps you can correct me if I was. Thanks.
Only one little point, which is, to the best of my understanding, both Ukraine and Russia had these exact same munitions in stockpile since the 80s anyway. Yep. So it's not even a case of needing to have captured it or whatnot, but just
correct.
They just both had the same cassettes, the same Uragan munitions, and even if they probably did, because I mean, what kind of Soviet munition do you really expect to be in Ukrainian possession? But Russia didn't have any stocks left at dissolution, right? Because I don't think that ever happened in any cases. So this is the frustrating part. Also on top of it, and especially in the context where it's been well evidenced that Russia has previously bombarded civilian population centers of areas it controlled, especially in the east of Ukraine, for long periods of time, to then claim that Ukraine was shooting at them. Especially in that context, it's very rich when somebody alleges it without putting forward further documentation. Peter, please.
Yeah, there's even one additional aggravating aspect of this, and that is that the original report they put out, they put in a map where Ukraine was shown in a darker gray than the surrounding countries, and Crimea was not included in that darker gray shading. So it looked pretty much like a part of Russia. And they have now replaced that map on their website, but the internet's never forgets. So we have a picture. I'll share it with you in a DM, Domen, that shows what the authors of this report think is Ukraine.
You don't have to send it to me. I believe you. Trust me. And the additionally frustrating part here is probably that Human Rights Watch was pretty good until now, without having had Amnesty International. Additionally annoying to me. Nina, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Elias Sniper and Petter and Domen for this, and that's even makes more sense what you said, Petter, about the map. And actually, Human Rights Watch has not been as good as you would think. They have done really nothing for Ukraine. We know what the UN is right now. It's completely broken. It's not working because of the veto, like possibility of Russia, and also the International Red Cross. We know what it is. It's a pile of corrupt people, and the Human Rights Watch is not better at all. But I wanted to say that I remember it was sometimes in late spring, and some Ukrainian soldier said, I don't remember who it was, but it was on this page, said that the moving forward for the Ukrainian troops was slowing down because of the huge amount of landmines that the Russians had put in the ground, so that they have to what is it, mine sweeping. Before they can move forward. So yes, we know that the Russians have been putting the mines all over the place from the beginning, but that was maybe not the point here. I went a little bit on the side, but anyway, we know that. And human rights will not be, I am not going to look at it in a good eye anymore at all.
Thank you, Nina. What I meant is, until now they haven't had any debacles like Amnesty International, for example, has had, right? Not necessarily helpful, but certainly not in the problematic way like this.
Yes, as you mentioned, Amnesty, yes, one of those two who has not been a great supporter of Ukraine.
Exactly. Thank you, Nina. Colin, do you want to jump in?
Kalle is struggling.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
So yeah, the thing is not showing that I'm able to speak.
Interesting.
So it's showing me as a listener still. So, but anyway, so I read through the article, and I don't think it's quite as biased as it looks like. The article starts that Ukraine should investigate the use of these landmines, and then next paragraph says that Russia has used many times this kind of munitions, and there's then they had sent there's a long thing about how what kind of injuries these kind of mines cause, and I don't and Ukraine responded that they had sent a letter to Ukraine government, and Ukraine government responded in their article that Ukraine is a responsible member of international community and so on. I'm paraphrasing, and goes by the agreements it has signed, and they will talk about munitions used after the war, not during the war, like what they have used. But mainly, I got from that there's been some accusations that there has been these munitions used, but they are not accusing Ukraine of using them. They are saying that Ukraine should investigate it.
So, Kalle, I'm not reading the Helsingin
I'm
Sanomat
reading
article
the
for
Human
obvious
Rights
reasons.
Watch article, not Helsingin Sanomat.
Oh, you're okay. So we're reading the same
Yeah,
one, right?
yeah.
So the opening paragraph on the Human Rights Watch website is Ukraine.
I went.
Let me just read out the first.
I don't think it's. And of course, it's not in Ukraine's interest to use these mines in their own country. So if somebody shot a couple of them to kill a couple of Russians, it was.
It says Ukraine should investigate its military's apparent use of thousands of rocket-fired personnel landmines in and around Izium when Russian forces occupied the area, Human Rights Watch said. And then in paragraph 4, they say Ukrainian forces appear to have extensively scattered landmines around the Izium area, causing civilian casualties and posing an ongoing risk, said Steve Goose from the Arms Division Director at Human Rights Watch. Russian forces have repeatedly used anti-personnel mines and committed atrocities across the country, but this doesn't justify Ukrainian use of these prohibited weapons, end quote. So what I want to say is the entire article doesn't actually evidence anything of why they say Ukrainians' military's apparent use of these landmines, beyond saying that they came from a rough direction of where Ukrainians were, and that Ukraine has these or had these as of 2015.
Yeah, and I think there's also the thing that the area was occupied by Russians, so you would assume that it's Ukrainians shooting them, but then again, when did those munitions land there? And I think the evidence was based on interviews of civilians, and I don't know. I think it's hard to say what the truth is about that kind of thing.
Precisely, and there's one more step, right? The one more step being Russians have on several occasions, on probably hundreds of occasions, used munitions against civilian areas that they were in control of themselves.
Yeah.
In order to then say, look, Ukrainians are shooting at you, aren't we just the best protecting you? They do the same around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. They have been doing U missiles, which they were claiming, oh, but this has to be Ukrainians because we don't have any Tochka U missiles, until we've seen, dozens of Tochka U missile launchers of Russians rolling through Luhansk and rolling through Russia on the way to eastern Ukraine in mid 2022, right, or late spring in 2022. So they already have a pattern of such behavior, and this is where I question the logic that the Human Rights Watch article is using here, basically saying, well, it's apparent use by the Ukrainians despite knowing
I agree.
what the Russians do. This is the step in logical reasoning which I would have required of them, which they have skipped.
Yeah, I wouldn't use that strong of a language when you are not sure. But also we have to, even if it was that they used them, we have to remember what were the circumstances when this happened. There was a direct threat on the capital. So basically, the Ukraine was fighting for strategic against a possible losing the whole country. So you can't say that the circumstances weren't like dire at the time. So and they wouldn't have used them against their own civilians. That's definitely not. So the saying that Ukraine failed to protect their own population is you can't make that kind of argument. So they if they use them, they use them because they had to. Yeah, I don't think this is the biggest problem in this war. The biggest problem is the Russians being on the wrong side of the border. But I had to circle down because I can't unmute myself.
Yeah, I suggest you quitted the app to clear the cache, because otherwise you won't be able. I can't move you either. So
yeah. All right.
Very odd position.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the interesting discussion. I'll drop down.
Thank you very much, Kalle and Nina. I very much much hope that between Kalle, myself, Live Sniper, and Peter, we have covered this detailedly and properly and thoroughly. What do you think, Nina?
Thank you. Yes, I feel the blood slowly going into my limbs also. So I guess it's like a pretty good job.
Thank you, Nina. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to say good afternoon, Colonel Jeff. And would you like to tell us what to expect in about 3.5 hours?
Yes, in 3.5 hours, you will be hearing the highly coveted, very anticipated, #1 award-winning show on Nothing, The Dish with Fish, which is my weekly show. It starts at 1700 Vienna. Time, 1100 Eastern Standard Time. I believe that's 1800 in Kiev. My guest today is going to be Glenn, call sign Powder Carlson. He was the former president of the Association of Old Crows, which is the largest international electronic warfare organization in the world. Got members in, I think, over 125 countries. Every year they have an annual symposium in Washington, D.C. that brings in at least somewhere in the order of 50 different nations together and to talk about the battle space of the electromagnetic spectrum. He was also a B-52 electronic warfare officer and currently is a lead aeronautical engineer designer for Elbit and formerly worked for Wheelhouse. But I think with the breaking news, we better be prepared.
So, in other words, Colonel, he's the expert on all things that are radars or vaguely similar to radars, anything to do with jamming on the electromagnetic spectrum, anything to do with detection beyond visual range, or without visual contact. So the very broad spectrum of all things electronic warfare.
Yes, in the broad spectrum of the electromagnetic spectrum, he's the guy.
I, for one, am very much looking forward to it. And now, just to say, you say that he works for Elbit. Elbit's is it wholly Israeli, Colonel, or is it a joint venture somehow? It's a very high level Israeli defense manufacturer specializing in all things defense, really, isn't it?
Yeah. So the Elbit and BAE actually have a very good footprint in the United States. Glenn actually used to work with some friends of mine on a future weapon system called the EC-37, which is the follow-on aircraft of the EC-130. BAE, Nashua, New Hampshire, actually won that contract. And what's very interesting is this is a holistically U.S. Effort. It's not shared with the British from a national perspective. So BAE kind of has to surrender some of their oversight of their own company to a subsidiary in the United States who really can't share what it's doing. I mean, it has to share the profits and losses, right, and what it's spending. But so goes the world of national security.
That's very interesting. Do you think that there might be some attention put on, say, anti-drone warfare, perhaps? We discussed this a little bit earlier today, about 4 or 5 hours ago. And I think there's a lot of people very keen to learn what modern approaches are to clearing the skies of the smaller unmanned craft.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really good discussion point for him. I would tell you the other one that's going to be interesting is, so as both he and I were electronic warfare officers. I think most people who listen to my show realize that was one of my past fortes in the Air Force. But I looked at electronic warfare from an offensive perspective, right? My job in the airplane was to go out, find and prosecute signals of the enemy, and then deny the enemy the ability to use those signals. So I was more of an offensive kind of minded guy. Glenn grew up and cut his teeth as more of a defensive electronic warfare officer, right? So Glenn's job was actually to keep the B-52 in the air and not let the bad guys shoot it down. You know, in Glenn's world, if you didn't turn on your radars and you didn't mess with him, he wasn't going to mess with you, right? So a very different approach to how Glenn entered and fought in the electromagnetic spectrum. And you know, as the guy who was the president of the AOC, and I don't mean the one who's the congresswoman from New York. We had
Appellation
AOC.
d'origine contrôlée, Colonel. AOC, right? Appellation d'origine contrôlée.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that we had the abbreviation AOC since like the 1980s. So, and I think that's before she was born. So I think we get the rights to it, even though she's become way more popular.
No, I'm sorry, Colonel. I cannot possibly accept this. The appellation d'origine appellation d'origine contrôlée legislation came through the French Parliament in the 1920s and early 1930s. So they have dibs.
Okay, I'll let them have it before I let the fine congresswoman from New York have it. Okay, can we agree to that?
You know, with the sheer number of wines and cheeses among other products that already carry it, and some have for, you know, almost 100 years now, I don't think you have a choice.
All right, good. Anyway, I digress. So no, it's going to be interesting, and I look forward and come on and talk. He's a great guy. We've been friends for quite a while. He invited me to speak at the last International AOC convention. Looks like I'm probably going to be a guest speaker at the one here coming up in Europe in Bonn in May. So evidently he and I sometimes see eye to eye on things, and that's a good thing. And sometimes we don't, and that's probably also a good thing, so that we don't get stuck in groupthink. But I'm looking forward to it. Also looking forward to the White House reshaping the president's message on F-16s.
I think the message. Actually, what do you make of the message? Because we discussed it this morning with Axel, and the conclusion was, well, we don't really know what the message is, because the question was half audible. There were two different questions, not just one question. And at the end of the day, we're not really thinking of the US being the one supplying the F-16s in the first place. So the question is the US going to supply F-16s, and soon at that? Well, that doesn't really change anything, because we're expecting Denmark, Norway, the Netherlands, and the likes being the ones supplying the F-16 in the first place.
I believe that the answer of the no was a bone that was thrown to Germany, and because look, Germany is a very, very powerful part of NATO, right? We can be upset and mad at Scholz, but you deal with the Germany you have, and I think it was very, very difficult politically for Scholz to get tanks, and Scholz has probably said, dude, let's not talk. Like, I'm scared to death about this talk of aircraft. Let's see how the tanks do, and before we start talking about airplanes, let's see how the tanks perform. Is what I would imagine Scholz or other people who are mugwumping and on the fence about the whole war, right? The problem is that this is a piecemeal approach to war, and it's absolutely the wrong. No military strategist would ever tell you enter a war in a piecemeal kind of way, right? You bring what you have and you fight. But this is part of the challenge of having a civilian-controlled military, and it's a huge portion of a democratic country, and it's something that we were founded on and we believe in, and we're going to have to accept that, right? So I think that it was a bone thrown out to Germany. I would tell you that there's two major pressures on Biden that will not let him hold this position for very long. The first one is my nation's is very polarly divided, especially in Congress. And when you have a bipartisan agreement, especially in the Senate, which is our higher chamber, if you will, and their message is going to resonate louder and louder, to the point that he's going to have to at least address it more than in one word. And then the second part is the U.S. defense industry, whether you like it or not, and the defense machine that we have is very big. And not only is it big, it's very powerful. And in the United States, you're allowed to invest and give money to politicians for their campaigns. This is a very crazy notion to many Europeans, but it's absolutely legal. And these defense industries give a lot of money to people like Joe Biden. And Joe Biden's history is with respect to waffling on positions is somewhat tied to who is politically aligning to him and giving him money at any given time. And that's not a look that I don't mean that to be a slam on Joe Biden. This is how every politician operates. And for a guy to be in politics for as long as he's been and become the president, he's clearly very good at it, right? So I think the defense industry is going to have a little talk with him. They're going to schedule a couple luncheons at the White House, and they're going to say, buddy, if airplanes start going into Ukraine and they're not U.S. made, in other words, Rafales or Eurofighters or Gripens beat F-16s in, they're not going to be very happy. And I don't blame them. I think that they have some level of validation in that, and we'll just see how that plays out.
Thank you, Colonel. Let's go to Sociandrili fella.
Hello. Or a side benefit from it is that all the tankies who were like whining that tanks would be escalatory, they've now gotten something new to worry about. So nobody's talking about tanks being escalatory anymore, which is a good thing. Thank you.
I have an etymological question on that, Sociandrili fella. So now, do we have to rename tankies into jetties?
I don't know. Like traditionally, did the Soviet Union use or the communists use jets? I don't know. Maybe jetties, yeah. Maybe Yak, the classic Soviet plane, like the propellers and stuff.
Yeah, Yakovlev. Yeah, quite.
So Yakis would be
thanks,
the correct thing, I think.
Yakis. Yeah, sounds like a diminutive for a jacket. I think it's a yaki in some. Okay. Anyway, thank you, Sociandrili fella. I think Darrow wants to talk serious stuff about tanks and planes working combined arms. Darrow, very good morning, my friend.
Hey, good morning, Dillman. Good morning. Good afternoon. Yeah, I mean, to what the Colonel is saying, I think it would be. I think there's a little. I find it a little disheartening when somebody would say that, oh, they want to hold the tanks back until they see what hold the planes back until they see what the tanks do, because the planes would actually help those tanks be more survivable. So I think what may have been said, and this is just my read from it, somebody asked, are we going to be sending aircraft? And if he said no, it may have been just the we part that may have been the no. In other words, using coy language, he didn't say that there's no what we call the hold put on it by our government for somebody else to do it. In other words, there's enough of them over there. People are willing to give without the U.S. directly giving the planes. And so that may be that. So he could reasonably say no, and that's not the case that the planes would not go. It's just a matter of who gets to send the planes. And because we already know that the U.S. industry has already started and making sure that the F-16 production is continuing on. They're reestablishing the lines. So that means other nations will be getting theirs back, getting planes and airframes, while they can send their older ones to Ukraine.
And I would also suggest this much, right? Wherever there might be some questions in small and very frustratingly existing circles within the US about, oh, why are we the ones sending so much? Why isn't this Europe's problem? I would just suggest a lot of that would be quieted down by the Dutch and Danish and so on, Europeans being the ones who send planes, because planes are very obvious, fighter jets are very obvious. They're very capital assets, and that would help a lot. Colonel, I'd love to ask you a question on something that we raised earlier during the course of today, which was we were talking to our tank commander friend from Sweden, and he mentioned clearing the skies above ground forces. And the question was kind of along the lines of, how different is it to even think of cleared skies now with all of these unmanned aerial vehicles, be it quadcopters, fixed wing, whatever, in the skies, be they observational, fire direction, be they weapons carrying platforms themselves? Can you ever now achieve what the previous Western doctrine of getting clear skies over your ground forces was? What do you think, Colonel?
It's a good question. And I would say this: for those who chose to not give Ukraine immediately aircraft to put in their skies and get air superiority, you've now bought this dirty airspace. In other words, all these UAVs and all these armchair quarterback aviators that are rigging up quadcopters to drop bombs and stuff like this. I would call it a dirty war, right? It's a dirty air war. It's not clean. It's not with precision. It's not the way we fought. But at the end of the day, since the West chose not to immediately give Ukraine the ability to gain air superiority, you've allowed, right? You've allowed vagrants into the airspace, and they're gonna how to use.
Is the Colonel breaking up?
Yes. It's the Alpine effect.
Gentlemen, Mr. M, I just got a $6 million man reference there when you said that.
Thanks, Darren. Okay, we'll revert to Colonel Jeff when we can. Let's go, please, to Thanos, then to Agifel, and then to Dr. Nick. Thanos, please.
Hey, good morning, everybody. So, having to deal with quadcopters is not necessarily something that you want to be assigning more to TAC Air. TAC Air, you more or less want to be assigning to clearing ground attack. Thank you. Clearing out, other aircraft that are in the area. But when it comes to attriting the DJI Phantom series or other DJI type drones, quadcopters, this is a job for electronic warfare, and it's not exactly the most complex one either. You're talking about 3 particular bands, 2 of them classically associated with Wi-Fi, 2.4 gigahertz, 5.8 gigahertz, and then also 900 megahertz. And those are the 3 bands, and it's pretty easy to initiate either broad cover jamming to prevent the enemy from being able to operate on there, regardless of how they might be channelizing their frequencies. Or there are different attacks you can use to force the drone to go home. And then if you have enough assets in the area, you can triangulate and exploit where the ground control station is. That is just could be something as simple as someone working on their cell phone or working with a remote controller attached to their cell phone, and you target that with a mortar. Or you send a soft team in to go get them. It really is that simple. So I don't know that I would necessarily concur with Colonel Fisher on this one, that by not supplying TAC Air in the beginning, we opened up the airspace to these armchair aviators, these IEDs and mortars and grenades, pretty much in the Syrian and Libyan conflicts. It found its way back to Iraq and Afghanistan through ISIS and a few others, basically spreading blueprints. And it really, you're not talking about computer scientists when it comes to how you would do this. You're basically looking at engineering students, electrical engineering students mostly, who are taking existing servos and just attaching a simple grapple hook to it. They're taking advantage of existing ports, existing controllers, and it's really not that complex to put something, a little hook in there that holds on to something and grapples it and then releases it. So I am a firm supporter in providing TAC air to the Ukrainians. I am extremely disheartened by both Olaf Scholz's comments and then how President Biden immediately seemed to double down on those. This is why I get concerned and I consistently rail on the fact that we have not expressed what our desired strategic end state is and why I'm always pressing for a return to the 1991 borders. Because when you don't provide TAC air, it begs the question, are we even trying to help Ukraine win this thing, or are we just trying to grind down the Russians? Because just grinding down the Russians leaves our Ukrainian friends out to dry, and really all it does is kill Russians. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to change the government in Russia. It's not going to restack the balance of power in the area at all. You want to make a big effect, Ukraine must win, and it must return to the 1991 borders. Thank you.
Thank you, Thanos. It's a critical step, right? It's a critical step in the right direction to really kicking the Russians out thoroughly, and not just that, but also provide deterrence. Long term. Because one thing we know is they don't exactly listen or don't exactly follow the documents they ever sign. So deterrence will be absolutely key in the long term. Aggie fella, please.
Okay, can you hear me? I'm sorry. No,
Yes,
no,
we
no,
can.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I'm sorry. Had a little malfunction. Okay, first of all, Dobre utro, dobre din. Yes, that's Russian, but I'm learning Ukrainian as fast as I can. Had two comments on what two of the speakers had said. When I think that Daryl's comment about the way President Biden answered that question, I think is spot on. I think that he could sort of, how do I say it? He could legit say, well, they asked me if we're sending F-16s. We as the US, right? Are we sending them? No. They didn't ask me, is one of our NATO partners sending them? They didn't ask me that. It kind of, so I think that's some word parsing, yes, but that's kind of the way I take it, which I'm fine with because maybe it buys him a little cover. Second thing is military or defense contractor situation in the US. So I worked for one defense contractor for 27 and a half years. And let's just say that the name of this company rhymes with General Dynamics. And so I would be in DC a lot and at, around in the suburbs and everything. And the whole Northern Virginia suburbs outside DC looks like a billboard for defense contractors, both foreign and domestic. These companies, I know many of you, I'm telling you something you already know, so I'm not trying to lecture, but they have, people with paid positions in their company as employees who are congressional liaisons. So we cannot discount the pressure that the defense contractors will put. And the US has donated things that were surplus or things that were cycled out, that what that means is many of those things will need to be replaced. What's that going to mean? That's going to mean business for these defense contractors. So I think that is just, I think both Daryl and Colonel Jeff were totally spot on, and just wanted to give a shout out to them. and to the gang. And I'll step down, please.
Thank you, Agifela. As I think we concluded about 4.5 hours ago in a previous discussion, while the Western Hemisphere was asleep, best thing to probably do is wait for a proper press conference when questions are, precise questions are answered in peace and quiet, as opposed to on the go like that, so that we're clear on what the question was, let alone the answer. Dr. Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been kind of thinking about some of this stuff lately, and I've been meaning to kind of bring it up here and there, and I just keep losing my train of thought because I'm always doing 50 different things. But so I keep coming back to comments that Biden made very early in the war. And I think that there's multiple things going on here because nothing can be easy, right? I think that number one, because I keep hearing this from multiple people, and it keeps getting verified in other places that there are some people, a few people in the Pentagon that are, just not convinced about certain things related to Ukraine and their ability to win. And so he's fighting with that, and he's got that on one aspect. And that it's not that he's not personally, he's dealing with is that he said early in the war that this has to be, Europe has to lead this effort because, that this is on Europe's territory and, they should take the lead. And, he didn't want it to be seen like, that America was trying to, horn in on everything or whatever. And probably in part because of some, narratives that would come about related to Russian disinformation and U.S. hegemony and whatever and whatnot. So, I wonder, and I thought about this again when the Leopard and the Abrams were delayed with Ramstein, right? And the Leopards came out first, and then right after that, the Abrams. And so I kind of wonder how much that might be at play in any of this, and related to the F-16s. And that comment, and I completely agree with what you're saying, Daman, and I'm only just bringing up that aspect because we're kind of talking about it, and I agree with Daryl that my gut tells me, and that was the first thing I thought of, Daryl. You're crash to my cookie, and I'm agreeing with you there. But that was the first thing I thought too was. That he's probably just thinking that it's going to be that anybody who has F-16s in the European theater are welcome to provide them first. And then, whatever else might be needed, the United States might step up at that point to provide F-16s, because going back to his early comment about Europe leading. So that was kind of my thought on this, so I don't know, that was just kind of how I was feeling about it. So welcome any other thoughts. I see Axel's hand jumped up there. I'm sure he might want to disagree with me or something.
Since
anyway.
when do I disagree with you?
I don't know. I don't know.
No,
Anyway,
I thought that
I didn't sleep last night, so
No.
I didn't sleep at all last night.
I think you have a very good point there, albeit that I think that what you're reflecting and what you're highlighting is maybe a fact, or sorry, a perceived fact in part of the administration that Europeans should lead. Now, sovereignty, deterrence, and leadership are three words which are mutually exclusive with the European sentiment, other than unwarranted French exceptionalism. The only nation in Europe which is worth considering in terms of deterrence, sovereignty, and a sense of historic arc as to why it matters and why it's an absolute trudge always having to do it for the continent, are the ones who once actually put the blockade up against Napoleon, meaning Britain. They are the ones who've been fighting every single war. They are the ones who have been instrumental in winning it. And they are the ones who, yet again, when the DGSE failed completely, for reasons which can only be seen deeply in the French etatist commercial mind, or the, say, what the Élysée perceives as their strategic commercial aims. And the BND disclosed it to its own government, and the Germans failed on the government level, meaning in leadership, both of them. But the Brits actually took action right away, right after they were absolutely clear about the intentions of Putin in October 2021. They took action. So therefore, you have a heterogeneous European grouping. The Italians were not even considering doing anything at that point in time. So you have the four large nations in Europe in terms of economics and defense spending, and they've done absolutely bloody nothing. Their army, and despite the fact that they've underfunded their defense budget for more than 2.5 decades, to simply go in and do stuff. Very, very British, yet again. Now, our American friends may perceive Europe as having to lead. That is certainly true and a good moral obligation, but it's not a reality. And this constant kowtowing to both France and Germany doing something and being seen or perceived as being part of an instrumental consensus is detrimental to one thing. And I think that's where Thanos and I would probably agree very quickly. It is detrimental to the momentum in war. And therefore, President Biden's
I agree with you.
Let me just finish very briefly. I'm sure we agree on this, actually. Mr. Biden's answer, or President Biden's answer yesterday, was a uniquely missed opportunity. A President Reagan would have used that opportunity pretty much at the same kind of, even at a time when he was, shall we say, as health impaired as sometimes President Biden seems, but he would have taken that opportunity and highlighted, well, not just us, but our partners will deliver. And he would have probably highlighted what's coming, that highlighted that there are other assets which come to play, because it's evident that there are three nations en route to replacement with F-35s who can provide F-16s in Europe. And those three nations stand ready, have said so already. There's another one coming online in that regard, and they stand ready as well. So it's four nations, technically, who can do this. What is missing is the F-15. French to send Rafales, which they probably won't do, because it's yet a bit risky for them. But they would like to show off that the Rafale can actually do something to export it. So they're probably on the fence at the moment. They're thinking, what a unique opportunity to showcase that our aircraft are great and can be sold worldwide. What better opportunity to have it in the shop window? What better opportunity to showcase in live combat to do so? But that also means breaking all bridges with this and subsequent Russian governments. So France needs to make a decision now. Whether that was something Mr. Biden and his administration thought of, I don't know. I would probably consider say no. But this is what is at stake. And this is all for coalition dynamics and commercial policy. And I think that's the missed opportunity. This should not be about it. It should not be an issue of commercialism. It should not be an issue of trying to collate a coalition. It should be one issue and one issue only: winning the dang war, winning it quick, winning it hard, winning it the American way, with overwhelming firepower, with absolutely relentless commitment, with no doubt whatsoever, clear moral leadership, and communication which is so clear that the Russians shudder in their boots.
I absolutely agree with you, Axel. You know, I've just been kind of trying to wrap my head around, like, the reasoning, you know, like what could potentially be going on. You know, obviously, I mean, you and I agree 500%, and I know that you know how I feel about this, and you know, we've talked about this in the past, like, why isn't more happening? And why isn't it happening now? You know, but I can't wrap my head around it either. That's the only thing I can come up with. I'm definitely not saying it's an excuse. You know, I'm thankful that at least he's doing something, as opposed to, you know, Obama, who at the time did nothing, even though I voted for Obama. You know, I was very unhappy with that. So I'm glad he's at least leading in that direction, and he's doing something. And he's doing a lot of something, but he's not. He really needs to, I think, and I agree with you, just basically tell France and Germany that they need to get their collective, you know what, together and commit. And if they're not going to commit, that, you know, just like you said, it's, you know, he's going to do what he's going to do with England. And it's just, you know, it's just very disappointing. It's very disappointing. But anyway, I'll be quiet for now.
Domin, do you mind if we ask Thanos?
Not at all. Not at all. I was just going to pass the mic to him. Thanos, please.
Thank you. Axel, exceptionally well articulated, as always. I really enjoyed that, and I hope that we capture that for posterity's sake. So, do people in the Pentagon think that Ukraine can lose the war? Yes, absolutely. We should all think that there is a chance that Ukraine should lose the war. That is why this support is so damn vital. There is no fait accompli at this point to say that the only potential outcome is a Ukrainian victory. We know that Allied support is fickle. That is why it requires constant pressure. This is why it is so important that what goes on here, and that we then, when we get off of here, that we write to our representatives and our congressmen, our senators, our MPs, and we implore them to do the right thing. This is why it is so vitally important for the United States to take leadership. Look, let's be honest. Since World War II, Europe has not organized itself to lead in anything. The European Union, that is not an organization of global leadership. That is an organization of Europe preventing itself from having another World War II amongst the Western European powers. That's it. There is no leadership there, and there never has been any leadership. Even look at the invasion of Libya, something that President Obama said that the United States would quote unquote lead from behind. And from lead from behind, what he meant was it was actually United States Marine Corps pilots who were flying them, because they were the only pilots that the French had access to that actually had combat experience. when it came time to rearming all the ships, all the aircraft, all the ground forces that were involved in Libya, yeah, that was the United States. We were paying for every single penny of it because none of our European allies had thought to actually have a military. That's incredible. So when we look at what we're going to be doing with respect to the fighters, I'm exceptionally disappointed. I think that we're mistaken if we're looking at any kind of deeper meaning in anything that President Biden said. I think he just came out and unfortunately said too much. I agree with Axel that if this was Reagan, he would have never taken them off the table. He'd say, our enemies are getting really upset at the thought of us sending F-16s or Rafales or, Gripens or whatever you want into theater. I might not be ready to send them right now, but I'm sure as hell not taking them off the table. Why would you ever take a bargaining chip off the table and then tell your enemy, hey, it's okay. Don't worry about that. We're not going to do that. So you keep your plans, and now I'm giving you one less thing you have to worry about. You would never do that. Never do that. It's like if you have a gun and you're pointing it at someone and you're saying, you better get out of my house. You don't suddenly post that was way too over the top. Can you please just get out of my house now? No. Who does that? Nobody. It was a JV move. And unfortunately, it's about what I would expect. You get some decent news every now and then. You get, Bradley fighting vehicles here, M1 Abrams there, HIMARS. You get good support in terms of ordnance. Could be better, could be a lot better, to be honest. But then you start taking weapon systems off of the table. It just doesn't make sense. You never telegraph, such a big play as we just did. It was an unforced error, and especially coming off of Olaf Scholz's statement that he didn't want any tactical fighters and that he was reopening communication with Russia and that he was going to make sure that no matter what, NATO wasn't going to get drawn into the war. This was a perfect opportunity for Biden to smack him down and say, well, that's cool, but Olaf Scholz doesn't speak for NATO and he barely speaks for Germany. So I don't give a fuck what that guy says. His own people hate him. And we're not taking anything off the table, and Russia should keep that in mind. That would have been a leadership moment.
Can I just tie this a little bit into the segment friend of the space, Peter Duran, this past Saturday, the tale of two speeches, right? And with what Dr. Ford alluded to earlier, I would suggest that maybe it would be a time for those, were they to actually really exist, and I presume they do, in the Department of Defense or the State Department, who are awfully worried, to learn from that tale of two speeches, to learn the lesson therein, which is have a little bit of imagination and do the right thing rather than stop it for fears of changing the status quo, because sometimes, like now, changes are simply necessary.
You're absolutely right. And you've articulated before, many others have articulated before, that we are still paying Russia a deference that is no longer necessary and no longer earned. The existing system under which we engaged in proxy wars during the Cold War has been thrown out the window. We are crafting the new world that we are living in as we speak. And when we telegraph these moves to Putin, we put ourselves into boxes that we are then going to have a hell of a time getting out of, especially with friends like we have, unfortunately. And so I agree with you. This is the time for imagination. This is the time for critical thinking. them without remorse, violating all the norms that were established during the Cold War that kept us from getting into nuclear warfare, and has demonstrated zero restraint at all, or that this is where it's going to end. So if you only care about yourself, if you ignore all the rest of the morality and all of everything, the humanity that we are seeing in Ukraine, if you ignore all of that and only care about yourself, your critical thinking should still land you at the exact same answer. Ukraine must win, and we must push the Russians out. It works to everyone's best favor. This is not just being a homer or rooting for the Ukrainians. This is regular old reasoning. This is these same conversations. This is why we should never take anything for granted. It's why we should never assume that our leaders are going to stay the course. They will not. It's like water. If it's warm water, if you don't keep the heat on, it becomes cool water, cold water. They move on to something else. The pressure must be constant and must be continuously applied, or you're going to get what you got yesterday all the time.
Thank you, Thanos. Dr. Ford.
I will just say that just a couple of things. One, I just want to say at the forefront, I love everything you said, and I completely 5,000% agree with what you said. Though he did walk back every time he said no on everything. Like, I mean, just as a point of, it's kind of funny. Like, he initially said there'll be no tanks going to Ukraine. There were Bradleys now going to Ukraine. There's not going to be any Abrams going to Ukraine. There's Abrams going to Ukraine. We're not going to send any longer range missiles going. There's longer, the attack, not ATACMS, the HIMARS, ended up in Ukraine. Like he's, all of those things where he said, saying, and I completely agree, nothing should have ever come off the table at any point. There's at least hope in the regard that that will change. So, and hopefully Putin has learned by now that no does not mean no, from Biden, at least at this point in the war. And hopefully we can, so, I mean, I also really appreciate what you said in relation to Europe. It's funny, I wrote this paper last year about saying just exactly that thing about, I wrote it much more diplomatically, but I completely, like, in a very diplomatic and academic way, lambasted Europe for completely not taking Russia seriously, and basically blamed Europe for, the situation that it was in, and, placating Russia with energy. Do anything related to their own security was like herding cats, that they just can't make any decisions, whatsoever, and be relied on to do so. And, initially, we were kind of hoping that this situation in Germany just, can't seem to be relied on. And it seems like really that the ones that you can seem to rely on in Europe are, the Eastern European countries and Britain, of course. So that's going to be an interesting thing that will come out of all of this. Obviously, Britain is no longer in the EU. And, will there be a balance shift in the EU? My thought is possibly yes, a shift to the east, in my opinion, because of this, that's just my thought. But anyway, you know, yes, definitely. I mean, I really want to see, you know, some more definitive action out of all of this. You know, we have to be committed. And Europe needs to get off their collective butts because, you know, Russia isn't going to stop if they can. You know, they will pause because this isn't, you know, everybody has to remember, and I hope Europe is not getting lazy. This isn't just about Putin. This is Russia's war. Okay, this is Russia's war. So even when Putin's dead, Russia has completely gotten over their imperialism and their colonialism, and they've been re-educated. Unless that has changed, you know, nothing's going to change. The next president, you know, will continue on this irredentist path. Remember, the first Chechen War happened under Yeltsin. You know, Transnistria happened under Yeltsin and all of that stuff. You know, I mean, this is not just about Putin. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Dr. Ford. It certainly is not just about Putin. This is a much, much deeper running, shall we call it a tendency? Let's call it a tendency. George, go ahead.
Yes. Just to remind people and myself, what was the exact question that Biden was asked?
Nobody knows.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
What I heard was he was asked, is the US going to send F-16s to Ukraine? I know that is the US going to send, and I didn't make out the rest of it, but it was the US. So the answer from what we've heard, it is correct. Now, should he have answered it like that? Probably not. Should have just said, we will see, or we are discussing with our allies what will be sent. That would have been probably the perfect answer. But you know, he's never been one for perfect answers. But by saying no, and the question was, is the U.S. going to send? And I forgot, and I can't make out perfectly what the rest of the question was. And if it was coming to fighter jets, then he is correct. We don't.
You have the video. You have the video with the best possible audio which we could capture. You have it in the nest. It's there. Stephen van Prooyen put it up.
Yes, I got you, Axel. But I'm just saying that the question was, is the U.S. It wasn't. It did not say. It did not say is Netherlands, is Poland, is this, is that going to send?
I agree. We had this discussion during the night. This is exactly what we said.
I know.
Words matter.
I'm just
and we try to get there. The problem is the way he approaches the press pool. He comes specifically to that reporter from afar to address that question. Let's say it is not unlikely that this was pre-positioned. The question was interrupted. It was restated. You can hear it, and it's not clear whether it was the original question, whether it was a. It's just the bloody press gaggle on the White House lawn. This is not a serious communication. This is just that is not serious.
Yes, but Axel, yes, you are correct, and your previous statement is also correct. Well, my thing is the fucking optics. Look, my biggest problem with him was before the war when he said no boots on the ground. I would have said if he invades Ukraine, he's going to find out, and that should have been the statement. What does that mean? That's for Mr. Putin to find out.
Ambiguity is good. Exactly. I think everybody is violently in agreement. This strategic ambiguity would be nice, and that would have to have a different, communication style, which we can't find, unfortunately. I think
he never learned how to play poker. This guy, that's for sure.
Well, it's the man in the office. This is the most important office in the world. And I'm sure that he's having good advice, and I'm sure that he's doing a decent job. It's
Axel,
just hard.
Axel, he gets. I'm just going to be honest with you. If I've been in those circles, he eventually, and I'm going to put that as and I want people to understand it. He eventually gets good advice. Eventually, and that's key for us to understand. Eventually, the U.S. will be sending F-16s. They might not send the initial batch, but eventually, and that's what I'm telling you. I've been there, done that. I've had friends that are there. There's unfortunately, the advisors that surround these people. A lot of them are like a septic tank. Shit floats to the top. So let's just take it as that statement says. Just remember that. But in the end, they dissipate and settle to the bottom. So that's what's going to happen.
I would love to hear what Jeff thinks.
Yeah, so Jeff already kind of spoke about this a little bit, and before you jumped in, Axel, I was stuck in the mountains, but I just threw out a post. I think that the no was a bone to Schultz. Schultz had just already expended a bunch of political capital, and airplanes are probably just a bridge too far for him right now. To fight a war, or at least supply a war from a piecemeal perspective. Like, let's give them tanks and see how that works out before we escalate. This isn't how you fight a war, right? I mean, there's probably military strategists pulling their hair out, going, "What are you talking about?" So it's okay if we lose more people over a longer amount of time and bleed slowly because you don't want to escalate the war. No, that's completely. But this is civilian leadership. That's civilian leadership of military, right? So yeah, you've got to accept it. The U.S. defense industry isn't going to stand for his no very long. I think they're going to put pressure on him in the ways that we do in the United States. I also think that the bipartisan supports between Lindsey Graham and Senator, I can see his face, Blumenthal. That's bipartisan support. Very, very heavy hitters in the Senate, and they both won F-16s. For them for a while, but their message is going to resonate and it's going to get louder. He's eventually going to have to agree with it. The last comment I made on my tweet, I had a thread. The last one was, I have a bold prediction that the White House press conference today will slowly start to soften that conversation or that message, right? That when the White House spokes comes out, she's gonna find a way to not say the president was wrong, because we don't say that, but there will be a way to start to soften that message, and that'll be a good thing, right? Joe is Joe, man, and Joe is Joe. But hold on, let me say one more thing. I agree with George in the sense that Biden had a great opportunity to learn about how to message when you talk about national security. And when he was vice president, he watched his president say what the red line was going to be in Syria. And then the red line was crossed and we didn't do anything. And that was a great opportunity for him to learn not to draw red lines, not to set lines in the sand and say, yes and no, and we should do this or we should do that. Should never hint to what the cards are in your hand, no matter how you want to play them. I don't care if you're holding jack shit. Never let on if you're already bought into the game. Don't tell anybody what your hand is.
Yeah, Jeff, just wanted to ask a quick question. It came up a bunch of times in the past. Can you speak to? Forget about. I don't think Biden knows anyone to tell anyone when he's going to do what he's going to do, right? So maybe it was no F-16s on that day. That's fine, right? You could spin it, but besides decisions and politicking, what about the nitty gritty? What's this? What's that we're hearing that Ukrainians have been flying with the California Air National Guard or some special group of pilots of a similar type of plane that we're talking about? What does that mean? How important is it? Is it like showing off your cars at a car meet and not, being acclimatized to that, that platform? Is there some good news to that type of relationship that different, you know, airplane pilots have had with Ukraine? What does that mean qualitatively? Does it mean that they're off to the races?
Sure. So I've talked about this a little bit, and I've literally called the state partnership program that the U.S. perhaps the best program that ever came out of the U.S. military, right? And the idea was that individual U.S. states would be paired with former Warsaw Pact, former Eastern Bloc nations, former communist nations that have gained their freedom through color revolutions. And it was an effort to have the National Guard partner with that nation, whatever state, and help get them ready to be NATOized, right? To get them into NATO, to change their fundamental doctrine, to change how they structured their military, to go to a traditional Western military construct like, Yehuda, as you know, like, the 1 shop, the 2 shop, the 3 shop, the 4 shop, right? To Yehuda and I, that all means shit, right? But to you guys, you might be like, I have no idea what he's talking about. But fundamentally, to help them accelerate to get them into NATO, and they got in. And many of these states are like, whoa, or many of these nations, we're like, whoa, we still want our state partnership, right? We still want to get along, and it's a wonderful thing. Slovakia is partnered with with Indiana, right? And that's close to home because that's my home state. Years when they would do their little exchange things where they come over for a month, or the Air National Guard U.S. guys would come over to Slovakia for like 3 or 4 2-seat F-16s. Do you want to come fly with us and see how the Viper responds in the air and how we designate targets and what the HUD looks like? In 2014, Ukraine had already been established with a state partner of the California National Guard, but they really didn't leverage the state partnership as much as you would expect, or as much as many other nations, because they still weren't really all that Western looking. The invasion of Crimea set them off, and they're like, hey, California, faster and funnier, please. We'd like to send some of our pilots over for our exchange programs. And yeah, these guys got to fly F-16s, what we would call familiarization rides. I wouldn't say these guys have read the tech orders and, could go out and start the thing and go fly, but they have a very good working knowledge of F-16s. The Ukrainians brought airplanes over and most likely flew what we call dissimilar combat. So they flew MiG-29s versus F-16s, and were able to see how an F-16 would respond to a MiG-29 in different flight regimes. And the state partnership program is absolutely phenomenal. When I was a defense attaché in Kosovo, I watched how much Kosovo partnered with Iowa. I would tell you Kosovo would be nowhere near the nation it is today if it did not have the Iowa National Guard and fundamentally the Iowa political leadership that is so dedicated to that state partnership program. It's unbelievable. It's a really great program. It's one of the things I think our nation got so right. I would jump up on a chair and boasted it like I was my own personal loudspeaker.
Let's go to Goldman.
Hi there. Yeah, I was just wanted to tag on the previous conversation of the real missed opportunity by the president, just to as George says, you never, multiple people said, you never tell people what you're not going to do. You should be
always focused on what you are going to do, right? If you want to cause deterrence, and obviously something Dr. Nick was saying, does what happens after this? What happens after this? Does Europe let its guard down, and Russia, even if there is a regime change, which I think if Putin ever loses power, then I believe there'll be a war between everybody that has an army to figure out who takes over. But that aside, they will not be fundamentally changed, and that Europe will need to keep its guard up. Or the stand-up member there. I mean, I think the fact that UK put challengers on the board first. I'm personally rooting for the challenger to have the first kill out of those 3 aircraft in Ukraine, because to me, their actions in breaking this logjam has been overshadowed in my mind significantly. But when it comes to American politics, there's the radical right, and I don't think at this point they have any power and support for Ukraine. I worry that as the next election cycle comes up, I don't think that support for Ukraine will necessarily transition to support for Europe, just by the way Europe's acting in this war and their quote, lack of leadership. If it's not apparent to Europe, the U.S. doesn't want to be the quarterback. The U.S. wants to be the coach, right, of NATO. They don't want to be the quarterback anymore, to put it in football terms. And the radical right is liable to gain some traction in that argument with folks that really don't want to be the quarterback of NATO. And I worry that in the long term, Europe needs to sort out this leadership issue, or we'll be right back where we are, where we have a hostile neighbor that nobody's looking at, and in 10 years from now, we'll be in the same situation, just in a different country. And I think that's just trying to kind of expand my thoughts on what Dr. Nick was saying about how this could go in the future with a continued Russian imperialist type of status in the world post-war. And I can't put it in any clearer terms. The United States does not want to be the quarterback of these things anymore. They want to be the coach. We'll provide the resources.
And this is also where a lot better within the US. It makes supplying others a lot better within the US. It makes supplying other things in volume, en masse, a lot easier. It makes it a lot easier to say, yeah, here's 1,000 Bradleys, right? Because they don't look like capital assets next to fighter jets.
The U.S. wants to be the coach. We want to fill the gaps. This is, I think, what the average U.S. citizen wants. That we want to fill the gaps. That if there are 30 more tanks needed to get to the number we need, okay, we provide the 30 to fill them. But first, Europe does its part. If it's F-16s, everybody gives everything they can, and then we fill the gap. We do whatever's necessary to get to the goal. But then Europe does the initial leadership. They're the ones that make the initial investment, and all we're doing is, plussing it up to the number that we all think we need to get to. And you're right, and that's why the jets are so important. That F-16s go to Ukraine. It'll be the the 30 more that are needed to get Ukraine where we all think they need to be, and not the first 30. And just to go back to the challengers, I so respect UK and how they've conducted themselves in this thing, and I, like I said, I'm rooting for the challenger to be the first kill on the battlefield, because I think they're understated what they did there.
Thank you, Gom. Hangerbackers in Latin will be coming up to talk about more jets in a moment. Just want to go to JD and then to Fancy Pants, and then we can turn, wholesale towards the meat of it rather than just talking about the dish. JD Knight, please.
Hi, mic check.
All good.
Okay. One thing I think we have to be aware of is avoiding playing into the hands of the Russian disinformation machine that they're trying to divide us. I think Joe Biden has been one of the most steadfast supporters of aid to Ukraine, both publicly and behind the scenes. I don't know if what he said was a misstatement. He was being, or he was just being, very narrow in his interpretation of the question. But either way, we need to all stick together. And I think we should look at actions rather than just a hypercritical reading of a off-the-cuff remark. That being said, I'm going to step back and let someone else take one of the speaker spots. Thank you.
Thanks, JD. I'll put it maybe simply, right? We know exactly what President Biden said because he only used one syllable. We have no idea what it means because we don't know what the question he was answering was, because no one can actually hear all of the question. And no one can actually know which bit of the question he was answering, whether the first one or possibly the second one, which might or might not have been different. So I'm just, one big shrug emoji right now. It is quite, as you said, you don't know what he actually meant by it. Nobody does. Which at the end of the day fuels a very long conversation because there is so much unknown. But the known, the unknown, and even the unknown. There we go. There you have it. That's how conversations happen, right?
All right. Thank you.
Cheers, JD. Fancy Pants. What Austria doing?
Not much.
Did you see what Euractiv had today?
Is it about Tanner?
Well, yes.
Minister
It's
of Defense.
Yes, the article this morning says Austria, Hungary instead of Austria Hungary. So there are changes in this world, right? Austria, Hungary agree on not sending weapons to Ukraine. Austria and Hungary agree on not sending weapons to Ukraine. Austrian Defense Minister Tana and her Hungarian counterpart Szalai Bobrovnitsky said at a meeting in Budapest on Monday, stressing their close cooperation, etc., etc. So, according to Tana, the greatest danger is that the war could spread to Europe, with the interplay with hybrid warfare and increase in migration in general. So, first of all, she goes with she clearly still thinks that the elections in Lower Austria are still to happen with that talking point. And secondly, does she not realize that the war is already in Europe? Or, I mean, what up with Austrian geography lessons whenever she was in school? Fancy Pants, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a lot to unpack, right? Where do we start? Do we start with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which they seem to be going back to, with at this time Viktor Orban sitting in the driver's seat, being the Kaiser, and Tana being the princess? So that is a weird thing, right? And I personally perceive the other disgusting maneuvers by ÖVP, which is the Austrian Conservative Party, to more and more side with Serbia into more wrong paths and directions. It's really difficult. Also, the Austrian local elections in Lower Austria has shown that 25% of people, I believe, they voted for far right, pro-Russian, anti-vaxxer radicals. And personally, I don't think that this is just ÖVP protest votes. I don't think so. I do think that this is exactly the arguments that this party is making. I was on the weekend sitting in Styria in some restaurant, overhearing some conversation, which plays exactly into what you're mentioning. It's like all this half knowledge which is present in Austria, right? So Tanner believing the war has not arrived in Europe, which is anthropologues, right? Then those folks sitting at a Stammtisch, which is kind of like a local Alcoholics Anonymous meeting, so to say, in Austrian restaurants.
No, the
where
whole point of a Stammtisch is that it's not anonymous. That everybody knows exactly who's there.
It's like Alcoholics Public or something. Okay. But anyways, I overheard the conversation and they're saying we are sending more and more weapons to Ukraine. How is this like? Why do we send money there? It's like Austria is kind of claiming those deliveries, or like the public is claiming those deliveries as if they were there, right? Which is also bullshit. Austria has not done much for that matter, but it's like this half knowledge, and those people they don't support, like 25% in Lower Austria, 25% of Austria vehemently opposes help for Ukraine. I do think that there is some other part of Austria which support the help for Ukraine. What I think is extremely dangerous is that when people such as Tanner, Nehammer, whoever, Schallenberg, whoever sits in our government, makes comments such as it's bad to deliver weapons because this is going to lead to more escalation in Europe. It's also bullshit, right? The opposite is the case. The opposite of what Tanner is saying is the case. If we don't deliver weapons, actually, if we don't support Ukraine to win, then the war is going to be at Austria's doors. And the problem is that our population does not get the message. Do get the message. So there is newspapers such as Der Standard who very clearly communicate the necessity of weapons deliveries, who clearly communicate the wrongdoings of Raiffeisen, which clearly communicates also, where is the right place in history and where's the wrong. But this doesn't make up the greatest part of Austrian society. So I think we are fighting here for getting more Austrians on the side of Ukraine. And if you allow me, I would have asked exactly a question into that direction.
Please.
So, as you know, I'm not a NATO officer, and I don't have a lot of information. That Gani also says, like, we have a lot less information than the people actually making the decision. So I think if Biden says no, who knows, right? Who knows what's really happening in the background? We've seen that there's been lots of no's and suddenly the tanks start rolling. So I do think that eventually F-16s and airframes, Western airframes, will arrive. I do think that is the case. But one thing I don't understand, and one thing which I see very critical, if Biden says, no, we're not going to send any airframes, he goes, or like, we're not going to send any F-16, right? it's basically the same message that Scholz gave, where Scholz said, no, we're not sending it. And in case of Scholz or other Western leaders such as Macron, this message is accompanied by a Russian narrative, which is it will lead to an escalation, and this escalation is worse for Europe. And I think by Biden saying no, by Western leaders failing to say, we will support Ukraine with everything we got, because if we don't, we are fucked. By failing to deliver this message, I personally am concerned that maybe not the US, maybe it doesn't matter as much. Biden's message doesn't matter as much in the US as it does in Europe. But I'm afraid in Europe, it feeds the narrative of delivering the weapon systems that are needed in Ukraine are going to lead to escalation. I think this message is being abused by Russia against Ukraine all over Europe. And we hear it by Tanner as an example. So it's good you brought it up. And I feel that the messaging, even if, weapons are being delivered, even there's a plan to deliver, who knows, F-22, I don't care, right? Even if that is in the plans, right? And they will deliver something like this. But to put out the message there that, no, we're not going to send anything, I feel it has some adverse side effects. What do you think about it?
I think it depends on how it's done. I quite like the American approach of just saying yes or no, but not really going into detail about things, which is far better than the the problematic theories that you hear then espoused by all manner of European politicians, right? Because without giving that reasoning, that's at least partially helpful, right? Also, a lot of the time, when to question, a lot of the time the answer is not now, which is fine because it doesn't say anything about whenever it's no longer now, like tomorrow or next week. So it leaves things a lot more flexible, a lot more ambiguous, which, as was said previously, is the strategically sensible way of doing things, right? The more you go around and publicly develop theories when you are in the position of executive authority, the worse it is for your strategic position, right? This is maybe what we heard yesterday from one of our Swedish friends here. I think it was Daniel, who was saying, unlike Swedish politicians, Swedish business folk tend to be very good at just sitting back and listening and being very non-committal and very coy, gathering information and then making the right decisions. And that's possibly what you can say that a number of others are doing as well, because at the end of the day, the US with its arsenal is very much more a doer than having to be one to just do messaging, right? It's more about, in the end of the day, what it does, very concretely what it does. If you're a small country in Europe, then messaging matters more. Messaging is going to be a larger proportion of what you contribute. So if you're Estonia, you should be behaving very differently from how you behave when you're running America. Simply because when you're Estonia, there's only so much you can do. You do everything you can, and yet it's not going to make any bit as much of a difference as what Americans can kind of sign off on in every week, right? So there's a big difference. I think that reading or listening to American executive statements with the mind and the context of listening to European politicians who say no is generally not advisable, because the American ones are going to be a lot more straightforward on many things here. Just a thought, on that one there. But I guess I can kind of leave it at that.
one thing that should not be forgotten is that an information warfare also needs to be fought in Europe, as Russian propagandists and pro-Russian entities are pushing Europeans to oppose weapon deliveries because escalation, right? You have them in Germany now going berserk after leopards have been freed. I think we must not neglect that front. While weapons are delivered, right? I think it's important that the population gets educated. It's important that they get educated why weapons deliveries are needed, why Ukraine is right asking for airframes, why we should be sending them over. And I do think, especially England, the Baltics, Scandinavian countries, they're doing a great job there at educating Europe, especially the Finnish Prime Minister. Excellent in her messaging, in my opinion. But in some other countries, we're still weak. And there, I mean, everyone that supports Ukraine, by running the message that this is a war that we need to fight. By the way, I really enjoyed that Baerbock, she said, we are at war against Russia. That got picked up by some tankies and vatniks across Germany, right, where they complained. But I think that's the right message, and I think it should be put out there. We are at war with Russia because Russia is at war with us. We must not forget, of course, they invaded Ukraine, but prior to the invasion of Ukraine, right, they blew up some ammo dumps or like ammo storage in Czech Republic, and they are conducting hybrid warfare across Europe. So when Danner in Austria is warning of hybrid warfare, she forgot that we are in midst of this hybrid warfare already, and the only thing that's missing is actually soldiers or kinetic warfare, but everything else is already happening across Europe by Russia. And I think the problem that partially we have with our population is that we don't make that clear to them. That's the message with which I want to conclude.
Yes, and saying, "Oh, but what if this happens?" What do you mean? It's already happening. It's happening all the time. You're really behind the curve if you're still in the regime of thinking that it's not already a thing. And it's indeed, as you say, very poor both messaging, but also, goodness, the sheer lack of awareness is just striking. All right. Well, thank you very much, Fancy Pants. I did have a laugh at that title at the very least. Austria, Hungary. All right. Latin, very warmly welcome. Good morning. And I think that you have some meat to fill in those holes with about actual aircraft and their actual abilities and their actual locations, possibly. Even, how are you?
Oh, pretty good. Thanks, Doman. Can I confirm, because the latest information I have is that the Ukrainian defense minister is in France or will be later today. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Either that or maybe tomorrow. But yes, within the next 36 hours at the very least, he will have been in France.
Okay, so that's significant because that could bring up the subject of aircraft, because the French have been making noise about aircraft since last week, which is a new development. Hmm?
Today,
What's
definitely that? Today.
Well, it started last week, right? With
but I'm saying he's visiting today.
Oh yeah, right. But the French have been making noise about aircraft. It's come to the surface since last week, because prior to that it was completely not on the radar. I had not heard any possibility of aircraft coming from France. So if we put aside European F-16s, which I still think is a real possibility, but put that aside because that is linked to the US, then what are we left with? What can Europe provide? I think that's an interesting question to ask right now, because maybe part of what the Americans are saying is that Europe should step up on this particular file, that they do have some things that they can contribute. And it's important to really understand what they do have and what they could provide. Because there's a lot of misinformation right now. Like the amount of confusion that I've seen on Twitter since Friday is just phenomenal. The amount of even open misinformation about what could be sent. So the first thing I heard about was Mirage 2000. And anybody who's interested, I put up a thread on it. It's a Cold War era aircraft that the French are in the process of retiring. But as I said to you, when I DM'd Doman earlier, variants matter. A Mirage is not a Mirage, just like an F-16 is not an F-16. It really depends on what could be available. And what the French retired last summer is the legacy Interceptor Mirage 2000C. That aircraft is pretty much physically available to begin training on Ukrainian crews, if somebody were to make that decision, because they're still flyable. I'm sure they wouldn't need much to make them operational at this point. The problem with that is it's about capabilities, right? What is it the Ukrainians are looking to do? There's a number of things, but the primary one, if you listen to what Ukrainian fighter pilots have been saying from the beginning of the conflict, they repeat it over and over again, is they want to narrow the gap that exists in radar and missile capability between them and the Russians. And I'm talking about in air-to-air. On the ground, we know that the systems are similar. The Ukrainians have an advantage now in having some Western systems. So put that aside for a sec. The ground-based air defense is another category. But in the air, they have from the beginning been mismatched because the Russians have more advanced variants of aircraft that look similar to what the Ukrainians are flying. But they have more advanced radars, longer range. They have better what's called look down, shoot down capability, which means they can stand off beyond the range of Ukrainian ground defenses at high level, where they can't be reached, but they have the radar reach and ability to see ground clutter. They can look down. That's what look down, shoot down radar means. You look down at aircraft, at targets that are at low level, and you're able to pick out and get through the ground clutter that would otherwise be there, or that would have been with earlier generations of radar. The Ukrainians don't have as much of that capability. In fact, I don't think they have any. I don't think their MiG-29s or Su-27s have that. So that, combined with the just physical difference in range of their missiles and radar, puts them at a disadvantage. And it's part of the reason why they have to fly at low level all the time, which limits what they're able to do. So part of what they want with Western aircraft is ideally, there's a number of things, right? It's a complicated picture, but I'm going to focus on probably the most important one, which is longer range radar, longer range, medium and long range missiles. Now, if they were to go for, this is where variants matter. This is where the variance of the aircraft is critical, because one variant of the Mirage 2000, to give an example, may be able to carry X missile, but it may not be able to carry Y missile. It just depends. So in the case of the Mirage 2000, they're available. If the French government makes the political decision to begin training Ukrainian crews and providing them, unfortunately, the ones that they currently have available don't even have a medium range missile capability. They used to have one, but that missile was older and it was retired. So that leaves you with a short range missile that doesn't really change anything. In fact, it gives them less range than what they have currently with the Russian aircraft. But it does plug them into a Western supply chain, which is something that has to happen eventually. And it could still be useful for what's called point air defense. So the defense of a very particular area, maybe a city or a facility. But without beyond visual range missiles, they're very limited. They're hamstrung. Now, could those Mirage 2000s be integrated into something that the Ukrainians have access to, like the AMRAAM? Because they have the AMRAAM that they launched from NASAMS. So, and NATO and the US have tons of AMRAAM. So could they? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, because the Mirage 2000 does not carry the AMRAAM. So that would be something that maybe could be looked into. It would be, I don't think it's that straightforward. It involves a lot of modifications to the radar, but it might be easier than, well, pretty much impossible to do it with a Russian aircraft. So that's one thing. then you get, that's the only thing that we're seeing along with the F-16s that are 4th generation, that that could help with attrition. They have significant capabilities. The other problem with the Mirage 2000C is that it's not really a multi-role aircraft. It can carry laser-guided weapons, but those are typically delivered from medium altitude. And that's not a place where Ukrainian aircraft are comfortable operating right now. So that creates a problem. The only thing I could see with, if I know that their Su-25 fleet, their ground attack fleet, is under a lot of pressure. Alex has done a lot of our friend Alex has done a lot of research into that and number crunching, and that fleet of Ukrainian attack aircraft is probably experiencing quite a bit of attrition, and could reach a dangerous point sometime this year. So could they be interested in using the Mirage 2000 even just as a ground attack aircraft with unguided rockets and missiles, which it can carry? Maybe that could be part of it. So then we go to the next possibility, because we have heard, and the Ukrainian government officials have specifically in the last few days been mentioning Eurofighter, Gripen, and Rafale. So if those are a whole other generation of aircraft, and they do have radar and missile capability that really would narrow that gap that the Ukrainian pilots are concerned about. And some of the listeners might have heard about the Meteor long-range missile, which would go a long way. It's pretty much unique, except for some versions of the AMRAAM. It's about 200-kilometer range. It's very useful. Remember that what's happening here, if anyone's really interested, read the interview with Juice Pilot, the Ukrainian Su-27 pilot, that he did with the Drive in the fall. He mentions there how, listen to what he's describing. It's not just about shooting the opposition down. It's not just about getting a clear shot at a Russian MiG-31 that's in the distance. It's also the presence of enemy air can affect the behavior of other of opposing aircraft. In other words, if you goes off and you realize, well, I'm being painted now by a thing goes off and you realize, well, I'm being painted now by an enemy, a Ukrainian radar. You could press on with your mission, launch flares, evasive maneuvers, a number of things, but that's not what we've been seeing from the Russian Air Force. They generally have been standing back, and this is what he described in that interview: is that there's some of that happening on the Ukrainian side as well. They detect the Russians, who have much longer range radar, so they can detect them at quite a distance, and then they have to disengage or begin. That affects how the Ukrainian pilots are flying. So it works both ways. It's not just about the shooting war between the two. That's why these systems are important. If Rafale or Eurofighter or Gripen, and I'm thinking more Gripen E, the newer model, but the problem with those is that they're very limited numbers. They're all in production, but the air forces that are operating them, the primary air forces that are operating them, that's an important part of their air defense. In some cases, that is their combat aircraft. They don't have anything else. So to ask them to give some of them up, because from production, I don't think they would be able to do anything fast enough. Maybe they could. That's possible. Thomas Steiner mentioned a few days ago about an initial batch of Eurofighters in the UK that were in the program was so delayed that they eventually had to just bring it in with initial operating capability, and over time built up capabilities. So those British ones that are redundant are from the initial batch, and they're not as capable as, they can't carry Meteor, for example. Just they can't carry that long range missile. So they'd have to look at what they have, what the Ukrainians would have to decide is what's available and being offered, and we don't know what's being offered. Does it have systems, weapons that are beneficial to us, to what they're hoping to do? And there's no easy answer to that right now at this moment. So I'll just add one more point here, that no matter what happens, we're not talking about replacing the entire Ukrainian Air Force right now. The idea of sending hundreds of planes, even if you have training in place, even if you have a cadre of pilots and ground crew that can operate given X aircraft, it's still going to, the transition period could easily take a couple of years. And it's important to remember that especially the most capable aircraft, I'll take Eurofighter as an example, even just a squadron of 12 to 18 aircraft, that would not give them air superiority over the whole country. You would need hundreds of aircraft to even approach that. But it would make a serious impact on Russian air activity in a given sector because of the reach of its radar and its weapon systems. So it's kind of that's the flip side of the fact that there may not be many available, is that a small number could have an outsized effect on the air campaign. And that's so now we're just in a waiting game to see if Europe. I'm going to be really interested to see what happens in France. See if France actually offers anything. If they offer the Mirage 2000s, I'm sure the Ukrainians will take it. There may be upgrades. There may be something they can do with it. If Rafale becomes a real possibility, that is a very significant thing, even if it's one squadron of aircraft. But it's going to take time to get everybody trained up on it.
Okay, Latin first of all, Rafale. Two syllables, just Rafale. Easy.
Do I keep saying Rafale?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. It doesn't really matter. The other bit, which I want to ask you about, is before we go deep into the French ones, I had a suggestion earlier today from a Swede, and that's not even true. I've been inundated by literally several people asking me about Gripens, and I thought, this would be the perfect opportunity to talk with you about it, specifically in the context of the FMV, which stands in Swedish for Försvarsmateriel something. Anyway, it's the Swedish Defense Procurement Agency, something like that. And they're in charge of buying all of the stuff for the Swedish Armed Forces, which means that they're the ones that work with, Bofors, BAE, whomever else Sweden is buying whatever they're buying from, including, of course, Saab, right? Including, of course, Saab. So the logic is in the press conference just before Ramstein, so let's say 12 days ago, one of the points on top of the Archers and the CV90s that we were all super excited about, there was this other component to the press conference that said the government will work with the FMV and task the FMV and give them additional authorizations to help Ukraine through procurements of new material. So the question being, with Gripen production going up to about 24 a year, I think, could this be a way for Ukraine to get actually, top line, top end or pretty top end new equipment? And that maybe this is a part of this play of getting the FMV involved, especially in the circumstances that Gripens just aren't being bought by so many places in the world. Anyway, it might be a good transitional move, but also in the context that I think it was the Czech Republic that are rescinding their Gripen leases and are returning them back to Sweden, and this would be the EF, right? As well.
No, the Czech aircraft are CD.
I know, but I'm saying if the new ones that could be procured that would go straight from the factory to Ukraine, right? These are the sort of questions I'm getting. Now, I don't think it's particularly likely, but maybe the question is, Latin, let's say 6 months worth of production, a dozen, like you said, 12 to 18 would already make a difference. What difference does 12, modern, freshly produced, compatible with everything jets make?
It would have the effect, if they are of that generation and with the reach of radar and a weapon system like Meteor, which Gripen can carry, Gripen C and Gripen E can carry it, in a particular sector of the battlefield. So let's say if they deployed them near Bakhmut, they would be able to have an impact on Russian aerial activity, both lower flying aircraft and helicopters, and aircraft that are further back, such as some of these fighter types, the Su-35s and MiG-31s that are flying the combat air patrol, that are at high level with their radars looking down on the battlefield, and potentially, well, I doubt it. I was going to say the AWACS, but an asset like an AWACS, typically they will keep it as far back as possible, probably out of range, but closer to the line of contact, it would have a real impact. And I'll say this though about especially Gripen and Rafale. Part of what happens occasionally in procurement, in export orders, and we've seen an example of this just, I believe it was in the last 2 years, with Rafales going to Greece. Often what will happen is that, because these things are done in conjunction with governments, right? Because these are important exports to have out there. Like Dassault is very interested in getting these aircraft marketed and sold. So what happened in the case with Greece is that active Rafales were taken from the French Air Force stocks, and I think they did the same thing with Egypt. So that the idea there is that they're able to promise the customer the aircraft much more quickly. Now there still has to be the training period, but they don't have to wait for the production line. So that could happen. That's a possibility. Although those were paying customers, I'm not sure that Ukraine would be. So that might change the equation. But that could happen with the Gripen as well. But the Gripen is as capable technically as the other two. It is a slightly shorter range aircraft. But there is that talk of the dispersed field. Yeah, it has that capability, which makes it more suited to the type of dispersed operations the Ukrainians are doing, but it doesn't make it unique. And again, I reference Juice's interview in The Drive, where he made it clear we are regularly flying MiG-29s and Su-27s, which in Soviet doctrine were not designed to be operated dispersed. They were designed to be operated from massive bases with hardened shelters. Very different scenario. And he said, we're doing fine. So we can figure this out. So, but yeah, Gripen would be one that would have a very serious impact on the air campaign, as would. And you said 12 aircraft. Like you mentioned, you threw that number out of 12. Well, 12 is maybe a bit small. And that's the other big question is, of all of them, Gripen, it seems to me, is the one that the numbers are in the most at play here, because there's the 100-odd aircraft, CD models, that the Swedish Air Force retired in recent years as they were drawing their Air Force down. And their plan was to try and sell some of those. Well, they didn't. It didn't work out too well. They did get an export order, a significant one, for the E model to Brazil, and that's ongoing. That would be another option. Could the Brazilian government be convinced or enticed to defer some of its production to Ukraine? But that would be brand new aircraft, so we have to see if that's doable. So the aircraft that were stored, approximately 100 aircraft, once they weren't able to sell them, they came up with a plan where they would start harvesting parts from them to work into the Gripen E production line, because the Swedish Air Force is now receiving Gripen E's, the next generation. Some of the parts are in common. So what we've ended up with is a very uncertain status of those stored airframes. How many of them are in a state where they could be recovered? How many are not? And the Swedish Air Force Commander-in-Chief in the fall was mentioning that the Air Force, obviously like other countries in Europe, they're reviewing their defenses, and they may actually stand up a new fighter squadron. They may bring back one of the ones that they cut. And if they do that, it's unclear whether they would try and do it with stored Gripens or new production. So that complicates it a little further. But it is a very capable fighter. I'd like to see more, like initially, that kind of one full squadron allowing for attrition and maintenance of 12 to 18 minimum, and anything beyond that the Ukrainians can absorb and operate effectively is great. But we're not going to see a sudden delivery of even 100 aircraft from anybody. That's not going to happen.
And Latin, what's the difference between getting, when you said the original Eurofighter that Britain has kind of taken out of regular service, or I forget what exactly the terminology was that you used. What does that mean for the capabilities therein?
They're called tranches, right? That's how Eurofighter. Well, obviously it's a word, but that's what Eurofighter went with, because again, because of the development of the Eurofighter was delayed. It was really held back by more than anything budget cuts, because it was conceived during the Cold War, but then it was post-Cold War funding for it started to dry up and it slowed down. So what happened is that the operators ended up with aircraft that needed to be replaced urgently, and so what they started doing is bringing in aircraft into service that were not yet up to the planned full operational capability of all weapon systems, radar, everything. They brought them in with basic operating capacity, and the Tranche 1 Block 5 I think are the ones that are being replaced or being drawn down in the UK. Disproportionate number of them are two-seaters, which is not necessarily a factor because the two-seater is still combat capable and probably has a little less range. But I believe with the Block 5 upgrade, they did, I believe, I'd have to check a reference on this, but I think they have AMRAAM capability, which is important because that's a weapon system that it may not be the Meteor, but it's certain versions of it. If the maximum that I know of for an AMRAAM is 170 kilometers, so that's significant. Otherwise, you're talking about short-range infrared guided weapons that make it a very different interceptor. They don't make, you're talking now with that type of weapon, maybe a 20-kilometer range. It's a close-in weapon. It's a weapon for dogfighting. But the aircraft itself is very capable aerodynamically and in terms of its maneuverability, and it's just a question of does it have. You want something. The Ukrainians, I imagine, are thinking they want an increase in capability over what they have now, and at the same time, they're looking at the clock. They're looking at the airframe hour, the attrition, and combat losses of their current fleet. And we don't need to know what that number is. It's out there somewhere. They are experiencing losses to all of those factors, and they are looking at that very carefully because, as our friend Alex has dug into and made clear to us on some of the Doolittle Wing segments of the space, that is a big factor. As well as this has to be looked at. It can't be looked at without looking at the ground-based air defense situation. The majority of their ground-based air defense is still legacy Soviet systems. And the big question mark there is, how many missiles do they have left? That's primarily what's keeping the Russians at bay right now. If that capability starts to degrade, this is the scenario Alex told us about back in like October. If that ground-based air defense of the Ukrainians begins to degrade, either through attrition or through just going through ammunition, running out of missiles, that's going to open up a very dangerous situation if it cannot be filled by Western systems, which we know that this is something that's come up in the space before, that Western militaries, even during the Cold War, did not emphasize anti-aircraft artillery and ground-based missile, surface-to-air missile systems as much as the Soviets did. So this is why replacing them is proving to be difficult. A little bit from Spain, a little bit from here, there, and it's a hodgepodge. It's working so far, but that could have issues going forward. It may not be enough if the Russian side or the Russian equipment, the Soviet equipment, starts to degrade. So what would fill that gap if that starts to happen? It would have to be fixed wing. Their air defense would have to rely on fixed wing, and that's where the Western aircraft would come in, because the Russians are not producing much aircraft right now, but they have a lot of aircraft. It's a giant country. They may compromise their defense in another part of the country, but they can bring in more airframes. Pilots is another issue. Missiles is another issue. But the Russians have a finite number of airframes. They've spent the last year pulling airframes that were stored, and can only go so far. And I suspect, and I know Alex feels the same way, that they're probably getting close to where some people are, in operations in the Ukrainian Air Force are probably getting very nervous and thinking, we see the end here. We see where this is going, and we need to transition to that Western supply chain and airframes that we can actually acquire and buy or be given, because there's only so many of the Soviet ones that they have.
And this is really the crucial point here, right? It's not even about necessarily expanding capabilities. It's just about maintaining what they currently have, because at some point airframes run out of hours. At some point airframes just don't work anymore. And going on from that, at the same time, it would be very silly to not improve capabilities when you're having to change things anyway. Right? It's both of those thoughts all at the same time.
Yeah, it's capabilities and a supply chain that will be more reliable from friendly countries, instead of just using what they had left over from the Soviet era, which they've done an incredible job over the years of making it work. When in 2014, when the Russians took Crimea, I don't know if anybody remembers, but there's a base in Crimea that the Russians are using now called Belbek, and the Ukrainians had a lot of their MiG-29 force based there, most of which was sitting derelict in open air storage. And that's where the Ukrainian Air Force was in 2014, like the rest of their military. They did a lot to reclaim and rebuild capabilities. They made some modest improvements to what they had, to the radars in particular of their fighters, but there's a limit to what they can do. They were even starting to produce some missiles before the war. I don't know where they're at with that now. They were looking to export. I don't know if they had an order from the Ukrainian Air Force, but they were looking to export. But the obvious direction for all of their military is to become a NATO partner, if not full member, and that means really moving towards becoming compatible with NATO, which is remember, that's what Finland and Sweden did, right? Even though they're not yet fully members, they spent a lot of the Cold War period making their equipment compatible with NATO. So that's where Ukraine. That's the first step that Ukraine has to take before it could think of just joining. But the other important thing to remember is that for all the talk of the Western aircraft that could be provided now, we can't lose sight of the fact that there's a very important, and this is a much more immediate step, which is to finish that process of delivering as many MiG-29s, and I say MiG-29s in particular, but MiG-29s from other sources, from whatever country in the world is willing to contribute. And I say that because it's not going to happen with Su-27s. They're the larger fighter that they operate. Because the 27, last time I checked, I don't think anybody operates them that is a country that would be friendly to Ukraine. It's all Russian, Chinese-leaning countries. No, they're not going to be able to get Su-27s. So MiG-29s are the only option now. But that's a problem because their Su-27s are a very important asset for them. It's it has longer range and can carry more weaponry than the 29. So I'm sure they're watching carefully their Su-27 fleet. That is something they have to watch out for, and that's where they have to find a replacement that is adequate, that can fill that gap. Again, if France today offers Mirage 2, will find some use for it, but as they currently exist right now, those aircraft are not suitable for replacing the Su-25s and MiG-29s. They just don't have the weapon systems and range to adequately replace them.
Thank you, Latin. Let's go to Darrow, and then I got more questions for you on the French stuff. Darrow, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Latin, why, what kind of aircraft would, say, the Philippines or, say, Korea or they were resistant, Wales, that they were resistant to involvement in the war. But what about Korea and, say, the Philippines as other places that aircraft to be gleaned from? Because we don't hear much about the, Asia being they, having contributed, or if they could contribute.
And Latin,
You know
I
what?
think Japan's a question for you there as well, if you want to
Well,
include.
yeah, Japan's in there, but Daryl is you're zoning in like exactly on a prime candidate, which is Republic of Korea. That's an excellent point. We've seen that they are providing tanks. They provide what it is essentially a variant of the Abrams, or at least something that's based on the Abrams. They're going to Poland, and they've also sold something called the FA-50, the Kai FA-50. Imagine a shrunken down F-16, but still a very capable lighter combat aircraft. That's indigenous. It's produced in the Republic of Korea. They've exported that to the Philippines. That would be an excellent aircraft for the Ukrainians. Excellent. And important, again, to your point, did anybody notice that the NATO Secretary General was in the Republic of Korea a couple of days ago?
He was there yesterday, yeah. And do you know who's there today?
Who's there today?
Do you know who's there today? So yesterday was the NATO Secretary General. Today it's Lloyd Austin, the U.S. Secretary of Defense.
Yeah,
in Seoul.
that's not. Yeah, there's Korea has set itself up. Republic of Korea has set itself up now as a very viable potential source of Western military aircraft. And let's be clear, that's what they are. Because they operate with Americans, their equipment is for the most part NATO compatible. They produce Western combat aircraft. And so then it becomes a political consideration of whether they'd be willing to sell to Ukraine. Japan is in a similar situation. They have a very healthy arms industry, and some of the changes they've made in the last few years would allow for them to do. They haven't really exported anything with teeth since those changes have made, but they do produce them. They do produce aircraft that they could export, and other systems, tanks and whatnot. So that's another area. But if Western democracies, whether you're Western European or an Asian society that has adopted Western democracy and part of that family of free nations, we're going to have to work together on this. And because Korea especially has pretty significant production capacity, for obvious reasons, they face a very real present danger every day right next door.
Daryl?
On Korea, I mean, Korean aircraft, do they have any that they can give up? Did they think from the U.S. stocks when we were there that they could come up off of in lieu of something newer?
Daryl, if I understood your question correctly, you were asking if the South Koreans have anything.
No, the Philippines, do they have any of the old U.S. airframes
No.
that we left there?
And whatever the Americans had there, if they left anything behind, it's trash by now. But I think they pulled most everything out. Like there was Clark. I think there was another base as well. And the Philippines themselves had allowed their Air Force to go to virtually nothing. But in recent years, with the increasing threat from China, now they're desperately trying to build. So far, with equipment that they're buying from the Republic of Korea.
Okay, and I was thinking that if they had anything older, even from Korea, that they could give up if they if they chose to. But you're saying that theirs are mostly new. Okay, that would kind of alleviate that. What about Embraer? Brazilian company. Do they produce anything that can be used?
Embraer produces a light combat aircraft called the A-29 Super Tucano, which is a very different aircraft than what we've been used to seeing in the Ukraine war. It's not a fast jet. It's a turboprop monoplane two-seater. It's pretty effective as a counterinsurgency aircraft, as an aircraft that would operate in more permissive environments. It's not really something you would want to throw into the kind of environment that's happening in eastern Ukraine right now. The Ukrainians were actually looking at it before the war. They went to Brazil to look at it. And I think they were thinking of it more as a trainer with combat potential. I still think there's room for an aircraft like that down the road in what will, in my opinion, will probably be some kind of insurgency as a future stage of this confrontation with Russia, but that's in the future. For now, it's not really an aircraft that would be suitable for this kind of scenario.
All right, thanks a lot, Vlad.
Thank you, Dara. Thank you, Latin. And Chris, hi. Chris? There's a button in the bottom left corner. There's like a red mic. Chris? Chris? No? Okay. That's okay. If maybe Chris suddenly realized he can't speak. We'll get a different Chris. That's fine. Latin, I was going to ask you earlier about the various subtypes of the thousands, and saying we shouldn't put them all into the same basket because some of
about, which I believe was Friday. It didn't take long for the Twitter sphere to go berserk with also, people find videos of some shot of it hot rodding over the Malian desert, and look at, wouldn't it be great to have this thing in Ukraine? And it really always is more nuanced than that. And there are but they're in French Air Force service. So that becomes a more complicated. There is a French aviation magazine that I dug up as I was kind of searching Twitter on this during the weekend. They claim, and it's the only specific, they seem to have an inside source that has given them this information, that the Ukrainians are specifically asking, and they even had numbers. It was somewhere in the range of about 8 Mirage 2000 Deltas D, and then I believe there was another small number of of Mirage 2000 C 5F. Sorry for all the technical stuff. Like I said, it's all about the variants. I think it was in total about 10 aircraft. If that's true, then what they're asking for are aircraft that are in active French Air Force service. Would the French be willing to do that? Would they do it as part of, as I said, they are under some circumstances with sales to Egypt and Greece, and we've seen them being willing to give aircraft from their active inventory as part of a broader deal. So, could they would the French maybe link it to future Rafale acquisition? These are all things that could happen. The 2000 Delta is a strike platform. It looks exactly like all the 2000s look the same, but the 2000 is a 2-seater. It's based on the trainer, but it's a strike aircraft, and it has a little more capability in weapon systems than the 2000C, because the 2000C is primarily an interceptor. All of them can carry unguided bombs and rockets, but that's not their primary role. That's not what they just happen to have that capability, but they don't. That's not really what they're meant for. And the 2000D can carry as well. It can designate its own targets from the air for in the case of laser guided and TV guided missiles. But that creates a problem in that to deliver those types of weapons, you have to generally do it from medium level. And again, not a place where Ukrainian aircraft are comfortable right now. Having said that, the French aircraft, like most reasonably modern Western aircraft, have pretty good electronic countermeasures. And I don't know if Jeff is actually listening, but some of these aircraft have pretty good built-in or podded electronic countermeasures equipment, which can go after the communications and radar of the aircraft and ground-based air defenses that are trying to go after them as they strike a target. And as my understanding is that the equipment on on the Mirages, even the earlier ones, is pretty good, and it would have been designed to operate against Soviet systems. Then the other one is the 5F, the 2005F. Apparently, they've requested that one as well, if that report is correct. That is an advanced version of the original Interceptor. It has a new cockpit with multifunction displays, upgraded radar, and most importantly, it carries better missiles. It can carry something called because I think I mentioned that the 2000Cs, they retired the medium range missile. So right now it can only carry short range missiles. But the 2000C 5F can carry something called the Matra Mica, which is a newer medium range missile with significantly more range. I think it's kind of in the 160 kilometer range. I may be wrong on that. Somebody might correct me, but it's significantly more than what the 2000C was originally carrying. So again, moving in that direction of closing or trying to narrow that gap between their capability and what the Russians have. There is also the 2000N, but that's a nuclear strike aircraft. They're not going to give that to Ukraine. So that's pretty much what you got.
Right. Thank you very much, Latin. That's a lot clearer in my mind now. Let's try with Chris again. Chris, bottom left, there should be a mic button. There we go. I think you got it. No.
Yeah. Sorry.
Perfect. Go ahead.
I could hear everybody else except you last time, so sorry about that. I had to cycle out, but I just wanted to, I guess, raise two questions. I guess to both Jeff and Colonel Jeff and Lat. But the first is, what about speaking of the political discussion earlier, would it be politically more palatable to have perhaps an alternative outside of NATO so that we alleviate, the pressure off of Schultz, off of the European countries? And let's say, I was thinking the F2, specifically out of Japan, because I know that they are already looking to try and replace it with the new FX program. But I was thinking, it might be palatable for them to give, say, 20 or so. And the F2 being basically it's actually a much different aircraft internally than an F-16, but it's basically a larger F-16 with a reduced radar cross section because it has all kinds of composites and radar absorbing materials on it. Unlike our current Block 50 F-16s, it has an AESA. It has an AESA radar. Was actually one of the first aircraft to have that. It can fire. It has its own electronic warfare suite that can jam, enemy radars and communications. But also, they have the AAM-4, I think, or it's the JAM-4. It's the Japanese equivalent to the AMRAAM, which I think has a range of like 130 kilometers. But it has its own AESA radar-seeking head on it. Was one of the first missiles to have that as well. And then I think it also has it's the Japanese equivalent of I forget what the American equivalent is, but it's a long range anti-ship missile, which I think would be ideal for, say, taking out the ships in the Black Sea. I was just thinking, given that they're already looking at the FX program to replace it, that it might be palatable for them to donate those to Ukraine in exchange for, say, backfilling with F-35s. The other question, and this is something I'd run by Colonel Jeff before, but in terms of, a first modern kind of Western aircraft to give Ukraine, I was thinking maybe what be more politically palatable for Biden and, of course, for NATO is a dedicated electronic warfare platform. So initially I asked Colonel Jeff about the EF-111, Spark Bark, the Raven, or the EA-6B Prowler, since we had retired those, but apparently none of those are serviceable at the moment. So I guess the only other option would be, say, something like the EC-130H. It's the Compass call, I think, which, hypothetically speaking, could operate behind Ukrainian lines and could jam enemy radars, say, I forget what the range is, but across basically free up pockets of airspace, around, near the Ukrainian front line for CAS and medevac. Anyway, those are my two questions, and I'll land my plane there.
Thank you, Chris. I think you're speaking Latin's language with all of that. I would just note one thing before we go to Latin. I don't think that it's any more politically palatable for Scholz or anything Scholz really matters here, simply because it wouldn't be German planes one way or another. It would be Dutch, Danish, Norwegian F-16s, making that up, and Germany just doesn't play into it anymore. So that luckily doesn't matter, and at least we don't have to get frustrated with that whole kettle of fish anymore, which is good. The other thing I want Latin to consider in response to the second question, when he talks about that, talk a little bit about the very long range air-to-air missiles that Russians are using and how that would affect, of course, any EW platforms. But Latin, Japan, all open for you. I'd love to hear about that.
Okay, so the first part, Japan. Chris, you're absolutely right. The Mitsubishi F2 is a very capable aircraft, but two caveats I would attach to that. First of all, it's never been exported. So if if they were to try, even if they were willing to give up the entire fleet, it would be a major undertaking to integrate it into a new air force, even somebody that's not in the middle of a war. But the other problem is that I don't see Japan giving them up right now because, yeah, in theory, giving them up for F-35s would work because they are transitioning to F-35, and I think they'd be happy with that. But there's only so many F-35s that can be produced right now. So the lead time on that would they couldn't do it right away because they cannot. Any decision to give an aircraft that's currently in an inventory, active inventory of an air force, that country has to consider its own defense needs. And Japan's are very serious right now, as I'm sure you know, because facing basically three threats now: a more aggressive Russia, a North Korea that seems to be as unpredictable as ever, and ongoing issues with China in the Sea of Japan. So they will not want to let go of those capabilities. They sat back and did not really invest in their air forces, in their military generally, as they should have for a long time. That seems to have changed now. They've done a real 180, but it's like turning a big ship. It's going to take a while. So no, I absolutely agree with you. Technically, you look at the spec sheet, it's an option, but it's I personally don't see it. You were asking about the EW platforms. I don't know if Jeff is there. He may be having lunch or something. I don't know. But if Jeff is there, he can. Okay, well, just chime in if you can. You can fact check me on this. But on the EW front, yeah, the platforms that you mentioned, especially the 111, that's long gone. I think that if they were to move towards U.S. Air Force doctrine or NATO doctrine, and it would be different than the Russians. It wouldn't just be a fighter unit that has access to anti-radiation missiles. It would be dedicated units that specifically train for that tasking, and their aircraft are unique variants that are designed for that tasking. So in the U.S. Air Force, what you have now is the Wild Weasel version of the F-16. That's the one that they use. So could a future, and I'm thinking this would be more long-term, future Ukrainian Air Force that has F-16s in its inventory consider working with the manufacturer maybe to make some modifications to maybe even make it a complete variant change and make it fully compatible as a electronic warfare aircraft, as a Wild Weasel. That's possible. That seems to me that if they wanted to do that, that would be the most, because you want to maintain commonality. It's an issue with the number of equipment that they're receiving in wartime on the ground and soon probably in the air, where they're going to end up with this ridiculous logistical nightmare. But they're going to want to try and reduce that as much as possible.
Do you think that even if, say, like Japan were to start with, say, a batch of maybe 8 or 10, F2s, and then, after, of more F-35s, and then with a later batch of, say, another 8 or 10 for just like a total of 20, do you think that would be still too much to ask of them?
I mean, assuming that it's even possible, if the Japanese government were to be willing to do that, ultimately it's a Ukrainian decision, because they've only got so many resources in terms of pilots and ground crews, that if they've got them all over the place training on like a larger number of systems, that's going to be a problem. So I would suspect, especially with an aircraft, still think, notwithstanding Joe Biden's F-16s probably coming from Europe with American approval, they would probably choose to focus more on that platform because it is very flexible. There's a lot of things. You look at F-16s all over the world, every operator, and including you look at countries like Israel, which have their own aerospace industry, they've done all sorts of modifications to the original American. They operate weapon systems on it that nobody else operates, that they produce themselves. So it's very flexible that way. That gets back to what Juice was saying in his interview about the, how did he describe it? I forget his exact words, but he was basically referring to the, I'm going to call it the open architecture, I think is the engineering term of the F-16. Its adaptability, the way that it can be modular, I think was the word he used. And that's an important thing to consider. I'm not sure that the F2 would be as flexible.
Understood. Thanks. I appreciate it. I appreciate your comments on that.
All right. Thank you very much, Latin. Thank you, Chris. Daniel.
Yeah, first I want to commend you, Latin, on your vast knowledge about the Gripen system. It was several times I was like, oh, no, I need to correct that, and then you came back and elaborated, and I was like, okay, you're totally right. So yeah, I really need to commend you on that. I also agree on the E version is not really viable option if this war is not dragging out for a really long time, and then it's an economical question since it's a much more expensive aircraft than the C and D versions, and then it's also, as you said, something that Brazil and Sweden are sort of, that's next fighter we are having, and we are not. I don't think anyone is prepared to sort of part with it before we have filled some parts of the Air Force, at least. I just wanted to add, Embraer, they are actually producing the Gripen E. They have that was a part of the deal where Saab and Embraer together built up a capability in Brazil, further development and also production of the Gripen E. So that we basically have a double production capacity. So I think they started in 2021 with the first 15 aircraft that they then started production on. And they also have actually the export rights for the South American market. So in some way it's actually good, because then in future there could be more production and more countries that could buy it. But I don't think it would benefit Ukraine at this point.
The only thing I would add to the Embraer connection is that it all depends on. I wouldn't bet on much coming out of Brazil for Ukraine under any circumstances, and that's not just a reference to the current government, because the previous government didn't do much either, and they could have. We've talked about Latin America before. It's not so much that there's this strong vein of anti-Ukrainianism or pro-Russianism. It's just economics trump the whole thing, and these countries have pretty good trading relationships with Russia. So no, I would never see it coming from the Brazilian production line. But the only way that I could see it, the problem is that for Sweden, and you know this, you're Swedish, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you know that the Swedish Air Force cut back quite a bit since the Cold War, and used to be a very large Air Force. And now suddenly, like a lot of countries in Europe, they're realizing, well, this new reality means we're going to have to invest some more and probably expand the Air Force again. So that puts them in.
Latin, remember,
yeah.
The Swedes were the first to fly the F-35.
What?
The other F-35, the Saab F-35.
It's called
the J-35.
J-35 in Sweden, but it's F-35 in Denmark.
For export, yeah, the export was F-35. Okay, you threw me there, Goldman. What the hell? Now they've always produced very interesting aircraft suited to their specific needs, and the Gripen is actually the first one that really has export potential. If they have the desire to send something to Ukraine, they got to look at their own needs.
Absolutely, that's what I've been saying all the time, and I think it's very, very hard to sort of I have a hard time thinking that Sweden would send a lot of Gripens because we wouldn't really have the capacity for it right now. My bet is on F-16s, to be honest. Though I would really, really love to see Gripens in the air over Ukraine. I think they would do a lot of good.
But it's their situation, as well as the fact that I've heard virtually nothing from any. Has there been a change of government? I don't know. Whatever, it's parliamentary system. They might have changed in the last year. Sweden.
Yes, there was an election in September, and yes, there's a new coalition.
Okay, but I've heard nothing from official sources about this. It's a strictly hypothetical. The only reason Mirage 2000 is even worth discussing is because there was some mention of it last week from the chairman. But otherwise, it's all speculation. And I agree with you, Daniel. I would say that of all of that trio of very effective modern 4+ generation with long-range missiles, the Eurofighter, Rafale, and Gripen, I'd put Gripen at the bottom of the list right now, just because there's been so little to go on.
It's actually been said. I think the defense minister in Sweden, the new one, he said just before Christmas that we would at this point we would not send any Gripens, and I don't think he said anything after the last sort of. It was some Ukrainian minister that said that they would get Gripens, and I don't think they replied to that at all. But I think it's the same answer still, to be honest.
The Ukrainian side keeps mentioning lists, whether it's American and now more recently the European aircraft. I don't blame them. I think they're playing the game they have to. Part of it is public opinion. They're putting these names out there so that discussions like the one that we're having, whether it's on a Twitter space or in a parliament or at a dinner table, are ongoing in the West. That's what I think is what they want, is for the West to realize that, hey, this is what we need. This could help us. And X country could help us in this.
Absolutely, and I think it's in some respect is actually quite smart, because what they do is they get normal people to see the news. Sweden is sending Gripens, Germany is sending Leopards, whatever it is. Now they are, but before. And then you have normal people starting discussing, oh, we are sending this is a great thing, and so on. And then once it turns out that they're not, it's not Ukraine that gets the blame, but rather their own government, and people are pressuring them more. It's a sort of building up a pressure and expectations. So I think in some way it's actually genius.
Yeah, and if you look at the way it's playing out, it's a carbon copy of, I just dated myself. It's a carbon copy of the tank discussion, isn't it? I mean, it's playing out exactly the same way.
Yeah, why stop using a successful concept?
You haven't dated yourself?
I just panicked there.
Thank you, Latin. I sometimes I need to I need to throw you some curveballs just to keep you on your toes with your vast knowledge of all manner of things, remotely current military aviation. Because if I don't, I mean, then you'll relax too much, and then you'll start slipping. So it's really a service I'm providing. Right, let's go to Hari. Hi, Hari, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Hello, good evening. How about the planes that Finland has had, the Hornets? Is it any good for Ukraine?
Okay, well, the Hornet is in. I mentioned a second ago the lists that the Ukrainians keep coming up with, and when they list off American aircraft, F-18 has been consistently there. It's another example of, if you look at the spec sheet, yes, it would be fine, and the Finns do use it in dispersed operations, and they've been doing that for years. My question is just, where would F-18s come from? I'm not sure where they would come from. If they're not from the US, Canada still needs them because it's all we got, and the F-35s are a few years out. Finland still needs them. Now, Finland I don't believe that they're going to be getting F-35 for a couple of years still. So that's a total non-option for them to reduce they've already reduced their fleet due to attrition. They're down to 2 operational wings. They might want to reconsider. I'd be surprised if they didn't in the next few years, maybe even shorter than that, consider going back to their traditional 3 geographical wing model, which would require more aircraft. The only other European operator, well, there's Switzerland, forget it. And there's Spain, and Spain hasn't even selected a replacement for it. I think they're buying another batch of Eurofighters, but I don't see any indication that anything's going to happen there. So,
and just to put this together, right? Canada, Finland, and Switzerland are both F-35s are way out.
If
7,
not more.
8, 9.
Yeah.
Australia is the other one with the Super Hornet.
Well, they're still operating those. They do have, I believe it was just last year they got rid of, because they were operating both types of Hornets, the Legacy and the E. The E is still very much active. I don't think they're about to. Another country that's facing, defense challenges because of the rising threat of China. So I do believe that they actually sold some of their retired Legacy Hornets to Canada, because our fleet was depleted and our selection of a new aircraft was taking for bloody forever. So we actually bought some from them. They may have some available now. There's potential, but it always comes down to, from the Ukrainian point of view, do you want, it's logistics, right? Do you want to invest in one type? That's always the preferred way to go, logistically. But maybe the circumstances won't allow that. A situation like that in a much different technological age happened with Finland in 1939, when they were invaded by the Soviet Union, and friendly Western countries started sending in dribs and drabs different types, and they ended up with this hodgepodge of all sorts of stuff. But again, a very different technological age. To do that now would be quite an undertaking, to bring in 4 or 5 different kinds of aircraft that they have not previously flown. Can't emphasize what a big logistical challenge that would be. So yeah, they would. So could an F-18 fit in there? I mean, everything depends on who's willing to give them and how many. Because the Ukrainians, I think, are in a position right now where they will take any reasonably capable operable Western aircraft that's offered.
Thanks, that was great. I would be ready to give up, and we could trust the Swedes to take care of us for a few years.
Yeah, or station. How Baltic Air Patrol works. Well, just station a whole wing of American, or maybe 2 American wings off in Finland temporarily. Can do training for Finnish crews at the same time. It'd be perfect. So Latin, by comparison, how's the F-35 replacement program going in Netherlands, Denmark, Norway? Are there any other countries in that set with F-16s that we keep forgetting?
Offhand, I don't think so. Netherlands really stands out as being at a much more advanced stage. They've already received aircraft. And in fact, I might have mentioned this. It happened last week, but it was reported that they had redeployed. They had pulled out the last remaining ones that they had in the U.S. as part of, not 35s, F-16s, because they had for many years a training program in the U.S. That's where they formed their F-16 pilots, not in the Netherlands. They would do basic training in the Netherlands. Then successful candidates that were being streamed on the F-16s would go do their training in, I believe it was Arizona. So that program is winding down because they don't need any more F-16 pilots. I believe it was in the area of 8 aircraft, somewhere around there. They were returned to and are currently in the well, it used to be called Sabca. I forget what it's called now, but it's the aerospace facility in Belgium, in Brussels. And they're being stored there officially this came from the Dutch Ministry of Defense, to be transferred to a third party. That's what I read. I don't know if Mr. M, if you heard anything on that, but those are fully operational aircraft that were literally flown in the last few days. And it's about 8 right there. And the Netherlands.
I haven't heard anything about it. I'm just looking and trying to find some information about that. I didn't hear that, but it could be. If you say it, it could be possible. I haven't checked the news the last 2 days, so it's possibly.
I read it on Twitter and then decided, as usual, you dig into these things and try and find a credible source. And I found it reported by NOS, right? So pretty credible.
Then if NOS has reported it, you can say it is it's correct.
Yeah. So that's 8 aircraft, I believe. It might have been a little more, but no more than 10 or 11. Because if you're going to introduce an aircraft like one of these Western types of F-16, my prediction, anyways, we'll see if it ends up being correct. But given the logistics and the training involved, you're going to probably see an initial squadron stood up. Somewhere, squadrons vary depending on a country, but I think you'd be looking at that kind of maybe 12 to 20, 24 aircraft that would be initially deployed. To suddenly bring in 50 or 100 aircraft, it's unlikely. Just too much of they have to be integrated. There has to be a period of transition, which is what we're hoping will happen. And maybe on the next Ramstein, we'll hear more.
And so the Dutch already have a bunch of F-35s in operation in the Netherlands, right? The Danes, I think, took delivery of some F-35s already last year, but they're leaving all of them in the US for pilot training for now, I understand, and they're transferring them over to Denmark later this year, is expected. Is that about right, Latin?
Yeah, that sounds about right. The only other factor to consider with countries like Denmark and Netherlands is that it's not just about the F-35 replacement program coming in and replacing the F-16s. There's also defense cuts from previous years where aircraft were made redundant. Some were sold off to friendly nations. Chile and Jordan come to mind. Those were 2 that picked up some surplus aircraft, I think, from Netherlands. So then it becomes a question of, well, is there anything else that's stored? And like every other case like that, if it's stored, what condition are they in? Can they be made operable? Are their airframe hours critical enough that they're not safe to fly? Or do they have enough remaining time that it could be useful to the Ukrainians? Those are all the things that have to be discussed, under the radar. We don't hear about those things.
Got it. Thank you, Latin. Let's go on to Combat Bin Chicken and then back to Daniel. Combat Bin Chicken. Go ahead.
Evening all, Dom, Colonel, Axel, everybody. This is going to seem like a really stupid question, but I haven't heard it discussed here. We know with the ground forces we have foreign fighters over there, platoons, companies, even I think there's a brigade of foreign fighters over there. Has there been any thought or why hasn't, what's the reason why experienced, recently retired F-16 fighters, ground crew, etc., and if the situation became so dire, couldn't sort of, I don't know, man a squadron of F-16s, or at least help in the training after very minimal sort of their own, sort of retraining on it, so that they became, they got their flight status back, the model, etc.
I think that's a great question. I mean, I think this is a perfect question for Colonel Jeff.
I feel like I've heard my name somewhere.
You have indeed. So did you hear what the question was from Combat Bin Chicken?
I was trying to type up questions for my
Ah,
event in about 40 minutes. Go ahead.
so he was asking, and I think this is a perfect question for you. What's standing in the way of, and why isn't this being discussed? What's standing in the way of Western Air Force veterans who know how to either fly, maintain, whatnot, the F-16s, from following kind of the ground-based Foreign Legion in Ukraine and taking up that kind of role? And,
Yeah.
and I said, if
So
only somebody wrote an article about this. I mean,
if only someone could have come up with that thought or that idea. Yeah. So there's the idea of kind of the Lafayette Escadrille, right? The mercenary pilots back in World War I going over to France. That there's a key difference, right? Um, there's not a lot of cockpits in Ukraine, right? Ukraine actually has a glutton of pilots. So they don't need more pilots; they need airplanes. But in today's world, you can't just. It's not like it was back in World War One, where if a guy's got a pilot license, you give him a little bit more training, and stick a gun on the nose, and sink the bullets to come out through the propeller, not onto the propeller, and that was a big deal back then. It's fairly easy now. The training is ridiculously long. It's extremely sophisticated. So yes, Domin was referring to an article that I had published in the Kiev Post that got picked up by Newsweek and a bunch of other outlets, and it was the idea of leasing a mercenary air force. And there are two organizations. Well, now one, because the second one lost their F-16s. But Top Aces is a private company in North America that has their own F-16s and their own pilots and their own maintainers. And theoretically, you could contract an air force or lease an aircraft from or an air force from them into Ukraine. What is stopping it is political will, right? I mean, because if of options, it was a very long article talking about F-16s. I'm sure that the author feels very frustrated after hearing about Biden's no in the evening after he spent probably a day and a half writing that article. But no, the idea of a lease or a contract was actually one of the ideas that he listed. So the idea is in the right circles, if you will, and that's a good thing. So hopefully that answers your question.
So, oh, sorry. It was more to do with. I read your article. I've listened to you adamantly. It was more to do with, say, as Holland and Denmark, they give the yes. F-16s are there ASAP, but there's a training lag. We've talked about it on here before. At least a year to bring someone who's not familiar with the F-16 up to scratch with the F-16. I was talking more about recently retired pilots, either from Holland and Denmark or from around the world. The F-16s flying around the world. Obviously, there's different block models and stuff like that, but I imagine that the training for a particular model would be a lot shorter than over the whole thing, and for learn the whole jet. And so I was, and the same with the ground crew. In a dire situation, worst come to worst, we could have volunteer, recently retired fighter pilots flying F-16s on behalf, for Ukraine, much as we have like the Foreign Legion sort of setup that we have, that Ukraine have on the ground.
Yeah, so I love the idea, I don't want to. I won't poo-poo it outright, right? I love the idea that this could happen, but there's a couple things that make it a challenge, right? I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but these are things that would make it a challenge. When you talk about ground warfare or soldiering, the U.S. Air Force is a very different beast, right? In that as soon as you sign on the dotted line to go to flight school, you have promised the U.S. Air Force 10 years of your life of flying from the time that you're qualified in your jet. So in other words, you will be operational in your aircraft for 10 years. So if your initial flight school is 1 year and then your follow-on flight school is another year, in other words, your type rating in the type that you go to, it will be the 12-year point of your military career that you're going to be able to have a choice to actually consider leaving at that point. Most of these guys who are probably very well versed and quite capable of flying F-16s have now started family. Airline industry is calling and offering big money because they're extremely well qualified, and the idea of assuming that kind of risk, because there's a perception there'd be more risk flying against an S-300 or an S-400 in an F-16 than there would be of soldiering on the ground. And I take nothing away from soldiering and soldiers. God bless these guys for going over. It's just a very different beast. I don't see that line getting very long for guys who are willing to go do that.
Okay, thanks, mate. That's absolutely what I just wanted to hear discussed and stuff. Second thing, I saw you up in that alternative space a couple of days ago, and absolute legend, mate. You did us all proud. Well done.
Thanks a lot. I'm beginning to feel that my appearance in that other space is akin to herpes, because it's just the gift that keeps on giving. I can't get away from it. So I appreciate the nice words. Thank you very much. I don't appreciate herpes, but I do appreciate the nice words.
Latin, any opinions on that? Bet you want to. That's fine by me.
The only thing I would add to Jeff's comments is that the scenario that was being sort of discussed there was something that reminded me more of what the Republic of China did with the American Volunteer Group. But in that case, they were paying. So they bought the aircraft. They belonged to the different technological era. Transition was easier. And then they paid them to come and fly for them and fight for them, which they did quite well. So could they augment their? But like Jeff said, I don't think the shortage is with pilots. So that's kind of the bottom line, really.
Airframes, and then how can you use the airframes immediately as opposed to sometime later? But yeah, I mean, we're still kind of looking at this one plausible source, just because they're probably with just about enough hours to be useful. I mean, how many hours would a plane need to have in order to be useful in these circumstances? No, 200 if there's a bunch of the same type of airframe, and somebody just needs to chew through them.
I'm not that sounds more like a Goldman question, engineering question.
But you see what I mean, right? Even if there's just a bunch of airframes, and there's a lot of airframes, and they're all the same or ostensibly the same, and even if there's a small number, high tens, low hundreds of hours left on each, that's still a lot of hours in aggregate. And if they get spent, fine, but at least if it's this sort of airframe, at least you know where you can get more. And at least there's somewhere to get more and to rotate through and just eat them up. Right? Better than them going to waste. But would you expect them to be particularly low hour at this point? or is this kind of more of a but maybe also this question?
Well, most of the airframes that we're talking about that have been floated are more in the high hour category. The only ones that would be lower would be the newer stuff, the Gripens, Eurofighters, Rafale. That's otherwise you're talking about aircraft that have quite a few hours. I know Goldman talked about this once. It was really interesting to hear him how it's also about how the hours are calculated and how you define certain parameters. There's ways to stretch it, and I mean, not in the context of a NATO Air Force where things are pretty strict, but under the conditions that Ukraine is in, and just very different standards, there are ways that it could be extended. Not to mention the possibility of actual strengthening of the airframe, which is something that does happen sometimes with upgrades, where you can increase the flyable time of the airframe. But that would involve a very extensive modernization, overhaul of the airframe, taking it apart, something a manufacturer or equivalent would have to do. It's not something you would just do in the field.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. No, I'm just kind of curious about the real practicalities of that situation, because I think there might be quite a lot of space for flexibility there. Do you know how the Norwegian F-35 schedule is actually?
I think it's very similar to the Netherlands. It's very similar. They're already receiving aircraft. I think they've got aircraft based in Norway, and well, they were in a position to offer some of their F-16s at least to Romania. So that gives you an indication of where they're at. Then that does open the possibility of, when you combine that with comments that came out of Lockheed Martin last week, where they want to increase production to encourage countries like Romania, who are in the process of receiving secondhand airframes, to potentially give those up in order to receive newer ones. How that would work, who would pay for the difference, all that would have to be figured out. But within the alliance, that's an intra-alliance thing, Romania being a NATO member. So there could be possibilities there for opening up for releasing a little more of the Norwegian airframes.
And especially with capabilities like this, this is the sort of thing that can always be fixed by, stationing or rotating a U.S. air wing through Romania for, and every 4 months a new U.S. air wing for the next however many years necessary, and sending more Romanian pilots off for training to wherever in the US, right? That's kind of the thing. That's an always ready solution. That's always possible with sufficient political will. Yes, it's not trivial, but it's the next best thing.
Yep, NATO backfilling is, you look at what they've done, what they do regularly in the Baltic states, where they've for years they've been regularly providing combat air patrols there, because those countries don't have the resources to have their own combat air force. So NATO backfills it. And when the Polish MiG-29s were first, that idea was first floated early in the war, that's what was my first thought. It was that if they're going to do this, they could easily backfill it by sending, well, any number of resources from a partner nation. But then the political decision was made not to send them. So we're still waiting to see what happens there.
So apparently, the Danish F-16s were planned to stay in operation in Denmark until 2027, which to me would suggest, a more drawn-out delivery schedule for F-35, so that the expenditure can be spread out a little bit more on them as well. But on the other hand, right, the solution there effectively being, look, here you go. We'll just speed up the F-35 deliveries for you if you hand over the F-16s. They're clearly in good flying shape if they had another 4 years of operation expected for Denmark, right? clearly good for a good few months of flying over Ukraine, and you
Well,
speed up the training schedule, and that
the
kind of
problem
covers that.
the problem with Denmark in that scenario, first of all, it's obviously that F-35 supplies are in a lot of demand right now, but also again, going back to this idea of the countries that are reviewing their defense posture and looking at reinvesting. The Danes have actually announced, I think they announced it earlier in 2022. It was something that I had missed, and I only found out about it like last week. But they're going to keep on at least one squadron of F-16s because they didn't buy that many F-35s, and so they're reevaluating given the changing situation in Europe. So for now, that does tie up more potential F-16s, but that doesn't mean that Denmark has none to give. I don't know what's available there, but they are going to keep some more a little bit longer.
Interesting, yeah, that makes sense then. Latin, that it's a more of a mixed bag, perhaps you could say at the end of the day. Okay, fair enough. And just get big.
Given that they probably get F-16 eventually and donated it, and they'll take whatever they can get. But I was thinking more later on, if you're starting from scratch, can you build, given you basically know Ukraine's needs and their wants and everything, basically, can you build an entire, Air Force with just F-16? And if you can, would you, Jeff? Would it be better to have them all the same, all 60 or 80 aircraft, just multi-role, identical, and then you just change out the weapons on the pylons for your different missions? Or is there some capability that would be better to have, I don't know, a certain radar or certain something for an air-to-air or air-to-ground mission that you would have a mixture of aircraft? What would you do?
That only fly F-16s because that's kind of all they have, and that's perfectly fine for most of their needs. Is it always the most optimal way when you have relatively few jets? In a way, it might be the most optimal way, just because it means that everybody's doing the same thing, and all of the logistics setup is to do the one thing. Because when you have double digits of planes, maybe it's better to simplify in that way. Beyond that, would it be good to have some specific ones? Probably for specific roles, but there is a trade-off there as well. So it's not just the best. The other part is right now they just need airframes. And if they're going to come in 3 flavors, they'll take them in 3 flavors. And if it's all one flavor, that's fine for them as well, because they just need ability to do stuff with them. So the long term maybe doesn't even play into it as much, because in the long term they have time, and they have time to train and time to set stuff up, after the war.
Right. Yeah, it was just a general F-16. I was just wondering if there's different variations that they can order. Just I don't know. It's trivial, I guess, probably. But another question I had is, in the meantime, before they get the aircraft, they're supposed to get Patriots, maybe as many as 3 Patriot batteries, and then more SAMP-T and NASAMS. And I was wondering if they had a certain area that they wanted to work in, would a thing that they could do is take some of the S-300s and maybe push those up closer to the front line, farther than you would normally do, kind of in an offensive posture, and then operate in that area. Would that be something that could be done, or is that even a thing?
Now that question I have no clue about, because it's a question of how active Russian Air Force is over it, because it's a relatively noticeable sort of setup, and a little bit integrated that are on a single vehicle, as opposed to set up like that. But that's a very interesting question, and I sadly have no idea. On the plus side, Big Papa, in 18 minutes, and this is why Colonel Jess is a little busy, there will be a special guest joining for a segment of The Dish with Fish, who is an electronic warfare expert. And it's going to be a very electronic warfare conversation there, starting in 18 minutes. And I'm sure that air defenses and radars for those and other things to do with them are going to be very thoroughly touched upon. So if you want to try it again in half an hour or so, I think that'll be that'll work really well.
Okay, I just might. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Big Papa. Jörn, before you ask me, I don't know. I haven't seen anything really new on the Slovak MiG-29s. Was that it? Jörn?
That makes me sad. When I got up this morning, I thought this is the day. This is the day I'm going to ask Domen the question, and he's going to say yes. Now I've heard. No, but yeah, we'll be waiting for that. But regarding the F-16, I might have professed that I have a pathological love for the F-16, so I'm not entirely objective, but I think the reason why so many NATO countries have only or had only the F-16 is that if you are able to have just one aircraft, then that's the best aircraft to do as many things as possible. It's the ultimate multi-role fighter. And in that way, the F-35 is the new F-16, or that's what we hope it will be, that it will be as successful as the F-16. And the F-16 has a lot of combat experience. I remember from the first on F-16A pilots very good weapon system. And I firmly believe that the Danish, if there is a general opening for giving aircraft to Ukraine, will donate their F-16s, even though they need them themselves. They have sort of said that they are willing to reduce their own readiness to help Ukraine, and I think they will do this. And I also think the saying that they need them themselves is sort of like a presidential campaign. You're absolutely running to win until the second that you're not running anymore, and telling our opposition that they're going to put them out of use. It's not something they'll volunteer before they're actually heading somewhere else, I think.
Thanks, Jen. And the flexibility of it is really what the flexibility in the sheer numbers, right, is what would make it so particularly useful to Ukrainians in anything from an anti-ship role to an air-to-air to air-to-ground. Really, the lot of it, and that's kind of how Norway was envisioning using it in case it ever needed to, right?
Yeah, you can use standoff air-to-ground munitions, air-to-surface, as you said, but also it's a capable close air support aircraft as well. And of course, it's a fighter. It's with we see the state of the Russian Air Force, and F-16s with arm-on missiles would absolutely decimate anyone that would head into Ukrainian airspace.
Exactly. And with the newer versions and the Meteor missiles, especially with the way beyond visual range engagement capacity, that would be fantastic as well, of course. But even the shorter ranges of AMRAAMs, especially the most modern AMRAAMs, would be just absolutely tremendous. And like Latin keeps saying, at some level, it doesn't really matter what the best thing is and how great it is. They just need planes they can fly, right? They just need planes they can keep flying, as opposed to planes that are running out of running out of minutes or rather hours that they can fly for, and that's where F-16s, even of an older vintage, would become exceedingly useful, because they could keep going and keep flying and keep protecting the ground forces, really.
Yeah, and I don't think I've ever mentioned this on this space, but I think even old MiG-29s would be useful.
For sure, and this is why we're like, come on, where are those Slovak ones? Or maybe they've already been delivered, Swedish style.
Yeah, that's absolutely. Also the Polish ones. It's not an impossibility that they've already been delivered as aircraft parts, and then they just put them together to aircraft when they cross the border.
Well, and indeed, we've heard of something exactly along a while ago. Not necessarily desperately many, but certainly some. And that's an important component here as well, I reckon.
Yeah, I really hope so. And the Ukrainian Air Force keep flying, and with the number of aircraft they started the war with, that's very impressive. So there might be something there.
Yeah. Did you notice what I did?
Well, not all styles can be good.
Flat pack. All right. I see we have Aaron with us. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, about to say, Dom, and you know what's going to happen? The UK government's going to announce we're sending Eurofighters to Ukraine, and everybody else jumps on board then. So what we've done with the Challengers too, hopefully we can do with the planes as well.
So I've been thinking about this, Aaron, and what I've been noticing is that Britain kind of really responds to whatever it is that France is doing, right? Because Britain will never want to be in a position where France is outdoing them, obviously. So I reckon what needs to happen today, when Reznikov is visiting Paris, right? He had a meeting with Le Cornu and maybe some others as well. I don't know if you met Macron. I'm not sure. Either way, and Stefanchuk is speaking about. Thanks to the French, Ukrainians know a whole bunch of new words such as the Crotal, the Caesar, the AMX-10RC, and whatnot. I really hope that not just having committed 12 extra Caesars from France to Ukraine, which is fantastic, obviously, right? Because they have shown themselves to be exceedingly useful. But I think beyond that, if they just hint strongly at sending Rafale, then there's going to be an emergency press conference announced in Britain tomorrow, saying then we are delivering the Eurofighter because we've just decided so, and no, it's definitely not because we don't want the French to beat us to it.
Yeah, we can never be outdone by the French. Sorry.
I think that like 20% of that is why challengers went in the first place, right? There was all of this talk, some of it engendered by yours truly, of, oh, is this a tank? Could this be a tank? Would this be considered a tank? Huh? You know, the British defense establishment heard that and said, well, we're not letting them get away this easily. We're not letting them take all the glory. Here's the heaviest tank in existence, right there.
Yeah, but Ben Wallace were like, that isn't a tank. This is a tank. Here you go, Ukraine.
See, just not to be outdone by the. Talking about the Bradley, not the Bradley M2, but the M. Talking about the Bradley, not the Bradley M2, but the M3, and the M3 is a recon vehicle with extra tow missiles, stowage, and some antennas and whatnot. But it's designated, instead of an infantry fighting vehicle, it doesn't have space for infantry, so it's designated as a cavalry fighting vehicle. And I think that might be the best way to call the AMX-10RC, right? Because calling it any recon anything that puts it on par with a Fennec, which is just an armored car with a machine gun strapped on it, then that's a little bit demeaning, right? And doesn't really recognize it properly. But he said, you know, don't call it a tank. Is it cavalry? Yeah, it probably is. You know, it's pretty large, it's pretty mobile, has a giant gun on it. Is it a fighting vehicle? Definitely. I mean, what does fighting vehicle mean anyway? It can definitely fight. It's a vehicle, so yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Cavalry fighting vehicle, I think, is a good designation. Doesn't call it anything like a tank. Isn't confusable with tank, but is you know, kind enough to its stature and role. And what do you reckon, Aaron? Is that okay? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, we'll just call it a pew armored vehicle.
Yeah, no, it's a 6x6 armored car with a 120 millimeter gun, or 105. Sorry, 105. Apologies. I just think it's a little bit kinder this way.
Yeah, hopefully, Biden and Zelensky have a good long chat on the phone in the next couple of days to discuss F-16. Hopefully, it happens.
I mean, I would absolutely love that sort of a discussion ASAP. Rather than anything else, because the current ones just won't be flyable at some point, right? It's not because they're all getting shot down; it's because they're getting tired, and there's no point in a dangerous enough environment as it is to expose Ukrainian pilots to unnecessary risks. On top of that, not to mention the expanded capabilities that F-16s would afford them.
Yeah, well, it would help against friendly fire. Well, if you see an F-16 flying over you know it's not going to be Russian.
That too, that helps. Klaus, welcome up. Of the aftermath of the visit of Mette Frederiksen, Jakob Ellemann-Jensen, and Lars Løkke Rasmussen to Mykolaiv. So the prime minister, the defense minister, and the foreign minister of Denmark, also the leaders of the three coalition parties, having visited Mykolaiv, met with Zelensky there. And there was a little bit of a discussion later on that touched upon the Leopard coalition. But I didn't have the time to go listen to what they're actually saying. So would you like to expand on it a little bit? I presume at least that you have looked into it.
Thank you. I read I did not listen to it either, but I did read that the three ministers were in Mykolaiv. This is the what's it called, French companion city of Denmark, where Denmark is have pledged to rebuild that particular city. And they said that they will support Ukraine with whatever means is necessary. So they didn't specifically mention what that was, what that meant. But as we know, they've donated all their Caesar's howitzers, and but they haven't put a specific number on any Leopards that will maybe be transferred to. Denmark could donate to Ukraine. So there wasn't. So from what I read, there wasn't any like substantial any promises they made other than what they have already donated in terms of weapons and money for the fund that is buying equipment for Ukraine. So, but I had a comment regarding any airplanes that are being given, that will be given to Ukraine. In the short term, it's of course good enough to have planes that are equivalent to what they have, but in the long term, they should get the Russian equivalent. So that's one thought. Thank you.
All right, let's see if this works back. Hopefully I should be a co-host now. Yes, excellent. Okay, all is good. And we just need to find Colonel Jeff's guest, who should be with us momentarily. Let's see if this... And then we can continue.
Jakob Korsbo has done the same in an article today. Looks like they are moving forward with stuff. So while they didn't promise anything in terms of leopards, and definitely, as Klaus said, did not talk about the F-16s, I reckon something might be happening in one way or the other in terms of leopards.
Excellent. That's fantastic news, Mikael. Okay, so you're a little bit more bullish on all of that, and I know that there's a company that's stationed off in the Baltics. Bit of flexibility. Sending another company, or hell, why not the lot of them off to Poland or Lithuania or whatnot, whatever it takes to relieve other countries of the need to retain their own kit, right?
Exactly, and I do tend to be bullish or super optimistic about things, but I do think sort of there was this slight change of discourse and the wordings that they used after having visited Mykolaiv, and the way the opposition back home in Denmark is also talking about it is interesting. They are sort of indicators that something might be happening now. I think the soldiers, the tankers who just got their new Leo 2 A7s will be pretty stressed out about losing their new equipment, but that's how it goes. Let's see what let's see what kind of plan they can come up with for doing that, because we do not have many, but even a few will do in my book.
And at the end of the day, if they're now stressed, thinking that they might be losing some, and then the news comes that no, you get to keep all of them, but you need to live in Lithuania for the next 4 years. I think they might breathe a sigh of relief over it, and it won't be as bad a set of news. So maybe that's it.
Yeah, and that's a leadership thing as well. Yeah, you need your generals, you need the general staff to. I mean, this is where the fight is. We need to put the stuff we have, however little that is. We need to put it where the fight is, and help the Ukrainians fight the good fight.
Exactly. Couldn't agree more. Thank you, Mikael. So, was there anything else yesterday? Of course, Denmark kind of adopted Mykolaiv, right? I guess that's maybe the best way of putting it. I know it's often said that it's twinned with Mykolaiv, but that's not quite how it works. Country and city, or country and sub-region, or region. Was there a lot?
Take not only the Prime Minister, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Defense, each of whom represent their party, their individual parties' leaders, and send them. I mean, and do this meeting and going around seeing Mykolaiv. I mean, pretty close to where, relatively close to where the front is, anyways. I think that is also a sort of signal that's a good one to send. I mean, we're a small country, yeah, but we just took the very top of the government to meet with Zelensky and to look at things. And Danes love rebuilding stuff and doing engineering stuff. So I think that's a good way of approaching it. Better sooner than later, but nothing concrete though.
They don't know what they're getting into. Give it a few years, and they'll just be windmills.
That would be a business idea we had. Sure to have some companies who are very fond of building windmills in Denmark, have we?
The other thing I want to maybe touch upon a little bit is it was all three leaders of the three coalition parties, right, that were there.
Yeah, so we usually have minority governments in Denmark. This is a majority government for the first time in God knows who long. and it's sort of this unusual coalition with the Social Democrats and the typical, the classical big right party, and a sort of newish middle party with the former Prime Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen. And so all of them were there, and that's like it's the top of the top, and it's the first time I think we've seen them together on a foreign politics. It also means, and the discourse here, it also means that they've talked on the news about leopards since we had the news that they were in Mykolaiv, and everyone seems to be talking about that in a very positive way. So I mean, it's all also a way of pushing discourse, perhaps sort of removing the focus away from the fact that they've been talking about canceling one of the beloved Danish spring holidays to make sure that that there were money enough for the defense budget, which is by most sort of believed to be sort of a sort of weird way to go about it, and it's very unpopular because Danes love that exact spring holiday, so they don't want it cancelled. But again, defense spending and helping Ukraine just skyrocketed back into the political discourse in Denmark, and that's and they're talking about it in a very positive way, all of them, more or less. Of course, we've have the odd person who's been recruited by the Russians at some stage. Everybody in Europe has those crazy people, but I think they've got. I think that if you were to do a survey, I think the Danes would at this moment. Everybody's backing and everybody wants to help, and that's in and of itself is just a phenomenal thing. So I'm happy I'm happy with the way things are going right now.
I mean, that's really very good to hear. I think it also shows a lot of unity, right? And this isn't being considered a political issue to be resolved, whatever it is. But the general approach to Ukraine isn't a political issue still to be resolved within the coalition government, but rather is maybe one of the ones that are really unifying the coalition, which just makes it so much easier for all practical work to move forward.
Yeah, well, even the one of the right wing parties who are sort of very much for closing down of the welfare society. We have this big welfare engine in Denmark who takes up huge amounts of our GDP. Are talking about the importance of backing Ukraine and the importance of getting peace in Europe and the importance of getting rid of ties to the bandit state Russia. So I mean, there's a good consensus, and yes, we have 1, 2, maybe 3 politicians who've been bought or who are just occupying and he had to export himself to Sweden. So that's sort of something we don't talk too much about either. There's unity right now, and I would be surprised if nothing happened with the Leopards, and I would be surprised if nothing happened with the Danish F-16s in one way or the other.
All right, thank you very much, Mikael. You know, it's little bits like that are really good news. And I'm being told they're wind turbines, not windmills, but they look like windmills. And windmills is a nicer thing to say. So, anyway,
We can just agree to call them windmills, Dom, and that's. I know what you mean.
It'd be very Dutch, wouldn't it? And I know when people say windmills, they think
Yeah,
of like
sure.
the postcard Dutch landscapes, right? But nevertheless, I think they're kind of windmilly. Anyway,
I agree.
anyway,
I agree.
what I wanted to what I wanted to say is thank you very much for this, and it's really heartening to hear accounts of things clearly moving forward, and rather than saying that we're not doing something, saying we'll see, right? It's not off the table, using other words to leave oneself more strategic breath at any given point. Colonel Jeff, how is your guest doing? How is the technical difficulties coming along? Is there anything I can do to help?
No, I think we're getting close. I think that against Powder, against Glenn, and he's fighting his phone very hard. He's pushing buttons and mashing parts of his screen as quick as possible to try and figure out how to get in. He's got an Edge, which I have an iPhone, so me trying to talk him through how to work his phone is of a challenge. But I think we're getting close. I apologize to everyone. I as soon as I get him on, it will be better. It's very embarrassing, but such is the life of technical difficulties in a 24/7 broadcast. So I will jump out again. I'll go see if I can help him, and I'll come back in.
All right, thank you, Colonel Jeff. We will start whenever we can, and it'll just have to be a little bit later, which is fine. I mean, we're here 24/7 anyway, so what difference does it make? To me, not that much. To me, certainly not that much. All right, so if anybody's out there who wants to bring up perhaps something shorter in the meantime that you want to cover 5-10 minutes with, I think maybe now is the perfect time. Mikael?
So I could always sort of do a short update on what's been going on in cyberspace.
Oh yes, please.
I mean, when dealing with the Russian Federation, it would seem we're dealing with some of the biggest sort of producers of cyber criminals or internet criminals in the world. And as we know, they are using that capability sort of in this hybrid kind of warfare thing, where they task some of the criminal groups to do different sorts of attacks against Ukraine first and foremost, and its partners as well. And some of these groups are really just mafia criminal gangs. Some of the groups are more like networks or sort of loose groups that help each other carry out, especially servers with sending too much data to them to shut them down. And a number of these groups have been very actively supporting Russia's invasion in Ukraine. And recently, one of the network known as 16, who has this, they have this project they call the DDoSha project. They have been targeting, now that the Czech presidential election is over, they have moved away from the Czechs and are now retargeting Ukrainian companies. And that was something we discussed the other day with with Chris. targeting manufacturing, industrial manufacturers in Ukraine. What I found funny, because we look into, as part of my job, I try to look into these groups as much as possible. They were bragging about making these denial of service attacks against some of Ukraine's largest producers of different kinds of products for electricity and heating. And they would just go on bragging to each other about how this is one of the world's largest suppliers of X type of equipment used in electrical production, which I found extremely sort of a little bit weird and a little bit stupid, because I mean, at the end of the day, they are bragging about them hitting something that is a global Ukrainian success, basically. And it just doesn't make sense always how these people think. They like to brag about it, but at the end of the day, the Ukrainians are producing something that the world needs, and they are sort of attacking instead of using their skills to do good in the world, they use it to disrupt and destroy stuff. But that's how everything has turned out for the Russian Federation in the end, it would seem. So that's that. But they've turned really their focus to sort of annoying Ukrainian industrial corporations, especially within the sphere of energy, not energy production, but material production for the energy sector. It would seem that's the deal right now.
Thank you, Mikael. And this is absolutely perfect. And this is really interesting. First of all, the foresight that you and Chris had, but also because now we get to take one step back and go from the digital to the, well, both digital and analog, both at the same time, I think. Colonel Jeff, have we finally resolved the bane of modern day, which is technical difficulties?
We have we have defeated the Russians' electronic attack capability. We've buried them in the ground. Glenn Powder Carlson has come up. He is in a speaker position right now. So I apologize to everybody that for my delay, but we have him now, and we have him for hopefully roughly right around an hour. So I'm going to jump right into it. I want to welcome everyone to the Dish with Fish. It's my weekly show that's on MriyaReport. To point out, just remind everybody, this is an all-volunteer effort. It's about informing about Russia's illegal aggression into Ukraine and partnering with our sister